Okay, so we are live. We made it. And welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I'm one of your hosts today, Rebecca Benningfield, and it's going to be Sam and I for the show today. So, welcome, everybody. So far, we have three people, so I'm happy you're here. This was fairly short notice. Um, but I'm happy we made it work and we are here. And Carol Ann is already here. She was first in line. So,
I just knocked over my microphone and
you
everything.
okay, Sam?
It's like, yeah, we're getting started here. Let's knock things over.
As you fall out of your chair. Oh,
Oh
gosh.
God, I was just we had this weird wind thing going on, and I was just outside looking up, and Isatim and Isatim's yellow moon are right over the top of us right now, and it's
Yeah,
literally from the northwest sky going
I
all the
saw
way
that.
across to the east. And I saw a cloud weird bottom illumination pattern in the north that I've never yet ever seen ever in my entire life. And really
Yeah.
cool, awesome show going on right now outside. So, run out real quick, take a look up and with northwest through the east. And you can't miss it in those bubbly,
Hmm.
weird micro clouds and dark crap above our over our heads. It's a Saturn's yellow moon. And they moved farther to the day because they were before they were only getting here like that at night, and now it's here mid-afternoon and it's happening. And we got migration of the leaves going on here and these gusts of winds that are kicking up. It's really spooky and ominous outside. It's really cool.
I,
I'd mention that because I posted it on Skywatcher too, a little black page announcement saying look up, right now. So it's going on.
well, no, you're right. Today, especially because I came close to going out and taking pictures or going live. I have to like drive up the street a couple of blocks to see. But yes, man, Atu's moon, like you said, was just perfect. It was picture perfect for a few minutes, I'm sure, but
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, it's just
always to the right of our
unbelievable.
sun, and it was just, you know, straight up as far as you could see. It's
Yep.
pitted looking clouds, just like your drawing that you have
Oh, I
of
wanted to run
it.
over across to the neighbor's house and bang on his door and go, look, look, look. But, I avoid doing that because I'm sure, half
Yes,
of
I
them
was
think I'm
gonna
out of
see if
my
I
mind.
had one that looked like what I saw. I don't know if I do or not. If not, I need to get one loaded so y'all can, because like I tell everybody, like the appearance of each of these objects changes. I know they know, but that took me a long time to understand why. The same planet would look different ways all the time. Many times until Sam
And
explained why, and then
well, A,
it
they move, B, they get
yeah,
bigger and bigger and the patterns change. And it's always
their
hard to keep. It's
angles
like,
and
I was
lightning
surprised.
change.
I went outside. I was very surprised that Isatim and Isatim's yellow moon were directly over us at this hour. I figured a couple of hours from now, but no, it's actually, and that's why I always say like 18-hour cycle because it moves up earlier and earlier and earlier. So the cycle changes. So,
Right, right.
it's like, holy cow, and if I had a camera out there, I'd be, having a field day right now and just, drooling because what I saw just go over was just unbelievable. And I've never in my
Cool.
entire life seen anything like it. I mean, there was
Really? Oh,
it was
okay. Well, that's
literally like
pretty
a negative,
major.
like looking at the sky, and there was an area that was part of a negative film, the reverse of what it should be. And there was this weird, across the sky from the northwest all the way to the east, to the northeast sky was this weird cloud pattern I have never ever seen before. And I had to sit there and wonder and wonder and wonder. And then I went, duh, ion tail,
Duh.
it's not some yellow moon. Okay. That's a shadow on the side of the planet from the ion tail. And once it's like, it is a negative, it's a shadow. And it was a freaky shadow, because it was on the edge and rounding. And it was like, what is that? And I will, of course, look forward for a couple of days to see somebody capture a copy of it.
Uh-huh.
There's an example of the ion tail
Okay.
on the right
Yeah, I've
hand
been
side.
seeing it. It seems like here lately though the ion tail has been shorter than usual. I don't know. Maybe it's just
Well, it depends on approach.
happens
When it's
sometimes.
directly over the top of it, it goes all the way across the sky. It's huge. I mean,
Right.
from the northwest sky all the way to the northeast sky, and goes straight line all the way across.
Yeah,
So
sometimes it's big. I just want to like acknowledge everybody. We so far we have 12 people with us,
Yay.
and we got Patrick Hinman, and he just sent us a donation for a sticker form. I understand you can
Yay.
purchase those on YouTube, so thank you, Patrick.
Excellent.
And
Thank you.
we have Global News Wars channel with us, and Dennis and Stevie's here. Shoba, is it? Hopefully I say that right. UK Surfer and Carol Ann at the moment. Maybe others. I don't know. Those are who have acknowledged themselves on the chat. So anyway, these are some comparisons that are recent. I've been working on these, just in the last few days. So they're recent. But the other day, someone was asking, how come you can see stars if this is Ice Atom? But I pointed out this, consistent, repetitive shadow. I got so many pictures where it's just always at this angle. This shadow is right there. So that's why you don't see stars in that location. But the red color is coming. Wouldn't you say, Sam? I mean, that's how I
Yeah,
describe it.
we got a bunch of pictures in from I'm tempted to say the Yemen area, the Arab countries that got very, very red sky pictures, all nothing but red. And of
I
course, I'm
got
still.
some.
Did you see any of the footage from Saudi Arabia flooding in this week?
Mm, I don't
You
know if it
know,
was this week, but I have a lot of footage from
oh, those
previous weeks. It's
poor
like
swimming
often,
camels, man. Camels do not swim well in floodwaters, and yeah,
right?
Saudi Arabia is flooding. That's that storm that went through France last week, and it went all the way over to Milan and Italy, and then dumped on them, and they had some flooding, and then it got to Saudi, and it just, I haven't even looked at the jet stream this week in that area because I've been busy watching, the Scotland and the American. Uh, jet stream issues, and I should have looked on the other side of the planet as well because I ran across the flooding information just yesterday and the day before,
Oh,
and they're
yeah.
having these freak rainstorms that are flooding them out with many feet of water washing through, Damascus and the Hajj and area, and so they're flooding bad.
Okay, I was going to pull this one image up. It's loading right now. I was curious because you shared this. What's going on with that?
Well, that's the magnetic effect of uh, the northern hemisphere of our planet has got a very major electrical occurrence going on, and they could say, "Oh, it's because of the solar flaring," but we haven't had any major solar flaring. We've had some, but I think this is more planetary related because the planets are passing over the top of us, and I think there's a direct electrical nuance. And we talked about this last week, where if you look at some of these pictures that are coming in with these glorious red auroras, which we've never seen red for a very, not in my recent memory. And a lot of, if you look inside some of this, it really looks like they're the passing planets or the asteroids, or, there's these focaling points. And if you look inside, it looks like planets to me. So, and
Yeah,
it might be them representing directly above us in our side illumination versus and showing up from a bleed off, electron illumination.
let me try to get because I just loaded like good images of that exact thing, and I don't see them like part of my options. So let me check it real fast because I had some really good images to share on that.
And of course, before the
Right.
show, we got together and we gathered a bunch of add two pictures and stuff. So
Yeah, I have those ready to go also. Let's see. I'll just see if I can click update and maybe it will just fall into place.
and the cat just walked through the room, so I'm
Oh
going to be,
no, it's time.
you know, I'm already
Oh
going,
no.
wheeze.
Hurry, breathe while you can.
Yeah, breathe, cough. Yeah, she'll walk in, make a guest appearance, rub on my leg 2 or 3 times, and then leave the room.
Yes,
And then I sit here, sneeze and cough and run short on breath.
right. You're
Yeah,
like her god. I
yeah.
know.
I bend down to feed her, and then there's times I'm walking away from that, and I was, within 3 feet of, close to the floor to her, and then I'll walk in the other room and go, God, I can't breathe. And
Yeah.
and I don't have it most of the time. I don't have any breathing issues until I get home. Walk into the cat hair room. Here we go.
Very right. You would really have trouble here because I got 5
Yeah,
cats.
yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah, well,
right.
I'd go,
Yes.
hi, how are you? And then you'd see me
I
start
know you just
crying,
keel
my eyes would
over.
water, and I'd sneeze
Yeah.
4,000 times, you know.
All
Yeah.
right. It's trying to load. It's
Yeah, I've
processing.
had
We'll
a
see if
rather
it's there.
slow spin on my computer today too. Well, there's a planet directly over the top of us. There's actually several of them, but
Right.
and I chuckle. We were earlier talking about uh, view rates and people getting to know about this topic and everything. We were also discussing how sometimes it takes a very long time to improve your follower list. And I'm hoping that the viewers out there will help us out and share, and even get the link to or tell people Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube and the live feed that we're
Right.
putting out a couple times a week, and we'll adjust the schedule, I'm sure, over time, because we found that multiple shows per week is a little time consuming, and we'll
It
work it out.
is. Right. I mean, it is because it's leaving me to where I'm just, focusing on the next show. And I still need to also do Facebook and make TikTok videos because those are, um, I mean, TikTok's a big portion of new, followers is over on TikTok because there's a lot happening over there. I
Right.
don't talk much about it, but it really does. And so if I slow down, everything slows down, and I don't want that to happen. So I
Yeah,
need
we
time to
we
make
also need to ask
videos.
the members out there from Nibiru Followers Anonymous or Montana Skywatcher Anonymous or Montana Skywatcher 2 or 1 or any of the sister sites out there that we post on. If you guys want to come on the show, we'd love to hear about it, even for a short cameo.
Right.
And we know about shy people, and you
We're
could
shy
sub-
people. That's what I was
yeah,
just
you can
telling
submit
Sam.
a
I mean,
single. Yeah, I'm apparently
all of
not, but
us, Leandra, Gillian, Jesus, Andy, all of us are timid, shy people, and here we are doing this because we feel good about talking about it, and it gives us other people to talk to about it. So it's fun, and it also is a good purpose because it gets the information out, so you can overcome it. Just do
yeah.
it. We're here with
Well,
you, so it's not scary.
it is just absolutely the coolest thing that anybody's ever seen in our entire lifetime. It is the greatest
Yeah, it's
show
fun
on
to talk
earth,
about.
and yeah,
Right.
and we're sitting there working on it every day, and yet there's nobody to verbally talk to and share it with across the room, and over
Yeah.
coffee or anything like that. And I actually have grown to the point where when I'm not talking to you guys, it's a little weird. So maybe we're doing a good thing, even though it is time consuming.
I keep telling myself that, and I want to tell Carol thank you. Just while I have this up, we appreciate that. I mean, really, right now, everything that comes in, I'm sending to Sam for his holiday fund. And then after the first of the year, any donations, it'll help me because I've reached a point to where I can't really afford to keep putting more and more into it. I'm at about $180 a month.
Right.
And, in order to keep growing, it would help having, some extra money to work with. So donations, that's what that equals. So we're
Um,
reaching that point. So
Sorry
I
to
just
interrupt, but
appreciate it. What?
Jesus just messaged me in PM on Facebook, and he
Yeah.
says, I don't think Rebecca's getting my messages, but I'd like to get a link. I'll join you guys for a bit.
Yeah. Okay, cool, for sure. Hey, let me get him a message right now. I know I didn't get any of those, so cool. Yeah, all right. He's always fun to have. I'm sending it now, Jesus. So you should be having it. Cool, cool. So let's see. We have what's going on in the comments. Let's see, can't. I'm not sure. I'm kind of in the middle of what's happening there, I think. I'm not sure what's.
I'm not sure if the link from me would work for him, but
Oh, right.
I could grab it.
Oh,
But
this is Jesus. I'm thinking maybe he's saying send me a link. I don't know who that was. Somebody with Facebook. And if you want your name and picture to show up, you need to go to streamyard.com/Facebook and click the approve button, and that way your face, your name will show up. But this person on Facebook says they're allergic to cats too.
yeah,
And Carol Ann says she loves us all. So, and we love
thank you, Carol
Carol.
Ann.
Yeah.
These pictures that are up, We saw a lot of that this week. I must have posted that bottom picture probably 30 times this week on a bunch of new stuff. And of course, Atu and Atu's moon
Yeah,
are
that's
smaller than they used to be, and yet at the same time, on a close pass over the top of us, we're seeing the close facial cratering of Atu's moon up close and personal. So we've seen a lot of that. And I did. Did you get that video loaded?
I'm getting it right there. It is.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say that's a good intro for that.
Yeah, we could spend about 45 minutes talking about this quite easily. I had a bunch of people ask me, "Well, why is that just sitting there? What's that thing right there that just stays there?" Well, guys, that is Atu's moon underneath Atu. And we have seen examples of this going back all the way to 2015, 2016, and I handed Rebecca a whole bunch of them. And what you need to realize is you have to watch the cloud patterns going past it and the rotation and what's above and the lighting.
Hey,
And
hey,
look,
Zeus.
if you look at the
Hello, guys.
bottom to the right on the ground, it's illuminated. But if you look at the ground in the mountains to the left, it's dark and shadowed in because Atu and Atu's moon is standing right there. Yeah, we're having technical difficulties today. First thing when I got on today, I knocked my microphone over first thing, Jesus. So
Oh, is that right?
yes, we're getting our spines rearranged in our home here. If you have your volume turned up, crunch crackle, crunch crackle.
Oh, wow. Now this helps a lot.
Hey, you got
Okay,
a
you can
haircut.
see it.
I'm in my car, so I'm kind of
The
setting up.
lighting's different. Yeah.
Yeah, when you messaged me, I was driving, so I couldn't message you back. Texting and driving is no good.
Yeah, not
No,
safe. We want you
not.
around next week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Hey, I sent you a video from earlier. I was hearing Sam talk about it.
Oh, you sent me a video?
It was pretty nuts. You gotta watch. You gotta put it on. It's a
Okay.
short video, but
Okay.
I took some other stuff I'll post later, but that
I'll
is
get it.
that was pretty crazy stuff earlier.
Did you see Saturn's yellow moon just about a half
Yes.
hour ago, directly above us?
Right now the skies are just milky and just overcast, but earlier, Jesus Christ, earlier was just crazy.
Yeah.
There was
It was a
there
good
was
day.
rocks. There was it's Saturn's moon cutting into the sun, and asteroids just flying all over the place. It was crazy.
Yeah, we got in a whole bunch of the rainbow illumination Uri onset asteroid pattern pictures again.
Yes.
And I posted my drawing about 15, 20 times this morning already. So, the matching
I'm
drawing.
not. I can't make up my mind. It might be the cube that I sent you. It might be an asteroid. I can't. I was hoping you would kind of check it out, Sam. Maybe.
There was a whole bunch of Sharon Harvick sent in a bunch of pictures, and it's very much close to what the picture that we're looking at now. But it was literally the red asteroid and the little sister asteroid in front, and it did this weird blending reach back pattern that I've never seen before, and it was awesome and cool.
Yes, it was absolutely nuts. It was
Okay.
absolutely nuts.
And we have to remember that in front of Atu's moon is, of course, these asteroids. There we're looking at lead asteroid on the other side of the sun, right in front of apparently a handful of sea trails, and the ion trail is back in there as well, and behind that lens flare. Oh yeah, that's probably the long box right there.
I thought it might be because it extended a little further, but I couldn't. I just sent you a little short version of it, but I'll post one a little
Wow.
longer later.
Yeah.
But it cut into the sun and basically completely clipped it off. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah, you can see it here, and you can see, the lead ion trail just to the right of the sun, and then it spreads into the darkness. And I bet you anything, the long box is what's creating a good portion of the shadowing. And what I just called it lead asteroid might actually be the side orb right on the side of that black, dark blue box in the upper middle to upper right, going off at that angle.
Yeah. That's
and those long streaks could all be star destroyers.
Yeah, I thought so, because there was a lot of sea trails, but it wasn't. all that was a lot. It couldn't even. It was just a few of them compared to.
Yeah, and we know
That.
there's not really a lot of group of asteroids on that side of the sun currently,
Oh yeah,
although there
they
are
were all over the
some,
place.
but they're going the
Big,
other
huge
way.
ones.
The
Big, huge
local ones.
ones. Yeah, this is what the sun ended up looking like something
Reminds
like
me
this.
of that. It was a few
Yeah,
days ago, and
yeah.
it's I think
I
that's what's happening there.
I watched a new Heavy D Sparks Motors video that they put out like last week, and they were out on the salt flats at Salt Lake there and filming. And he's in your area. You should contact them.
Oh,
Um,
really?
yeah, they live in Utah, and
Interesting.
just type in Sparks Motors Utah. I'm sure you'll find out more about them. Um, and they filmed some stuff, and oh my God, you could see a Saturn's yellow moon on the right hand side cutting into the sun. You could
Oh,
see Attu's moon plain as day. You could see Attu.
it's a great view out there for sky watching at the
Oh,
Salt Flats.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely unbelievable view. And I've been watching their shows for a long time. And a lot of the times I'll just use it to watch the skies because they see it from your area, and they have such a huge open basin being out there on the flat.
yeah, 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 yeah. Because it's just big open skies, and sometimes it floods, and you could take some just amazing pictures out there.
And then I go back to arguing in my head, like, maybe I'm full of shit. And then I go, oh, no, there it is again. I can't argue with it,
Yeah, no,
and
yeah, yeah.
spin back
If
around.
you know what happens to me, I'll have a couple of days where nothing's happening in the skies, and I'm like, yeah, I think I am crazy. And then the following day, the skies just remind me that I'm not crazy. I'm like, okay, yeah, this
Yep.
is definitely happening.
Yep, that's real. There it is again. I mean, you can't make this shit up, and there it is. And
Yeah,
like, oh
this
my
morning,
God.
just earlier when I've been working the day shift. That's kind of why I'm hopping on here now. I'm trying to transition back into working days because working nights is just kind of wearing me out. But and plus the sky's a lot more interesting in the day. So yeah, this morning totally made it worth getting up. It
And
was
you get to
just
be out, and then you're driving around, and you get to look at different views where
yeah,
if you were sitting
yeah,
at your house, you wouldn't see it.
yeah, exactly. Not to mention, I get some sunlight and some vitamin D. You don't get that seasonal depression.
Yeah,
But
that
yeah,
too.
it was an amazing day earlier. It was just amazing.
Well, I figure 5 minutes in the sun will catch you up on that now, and being that we have way more sun than normal,
Yeah,
just get, look at the sun and close your eyes and, cover it with a newspaper, and you'll be fine. You'll get all the sun you need in a matter of
yeah,
minutes.
yep, yeah. I'm wondering what's gonna come in from today. People posting from today. I have yet to hop on
Yeah.
I'm
Facebook and
always,
see what people are gonna post, but there
I
should
do
be
that
some
every
pretty
time I go
crazy stuff
outside.
coming in.
I'll go outside, I'll see something, then I'll spend the next week going, God, I wonder if somebody captured it. Oh God, like that red event that we had a few weeks ago. And now we're seeing copies of it come through. And sometimes it takes up to 2 weeks to get, stuff,
Yeah,
or up to 2 years to get a video on YouTube that films an event. And sometimes I'll write the date down in a notebook just so I can say, hey, look for this event. And it
there's
does
some
take time.
there's some pretty interesting stuff that was posted. I think you posted something earlier today, Rebecca. Some two different sightings of basically the same thing.
Okay,
Um,
I have those.
I
Let's see
I
that.
my guess was asteroid, but another again. I'd like to see what Sam says about it because it was pretty interesting stuff. And I saw a few posts of basically the exact same thing.
Yeah,
That's
it's hard
one
to
of
tell
them. It
what's
was
what.
two, like
Yes,
this.
that one.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Uh, these are two different situations.
It
One
is. Yeah.
one is the one on the left, I would be more inclined to say is lead asteroid. The one on the right, I would be more inclined to say open core of necessity, but not. And I'm almost tempted to say that's the red asteroid doing a curve in with a little sister in front.
It
Oh,
looked
yeah.
kind of,
Okay.
I thought it was a little solid. It looks like there's
It
some
could be
depth there.
Attu's moon too, because Attu's moon with the base, and if we're having electrical ring discharge on our poles, then Atu's moon could be doing the same thing, and that could be an example of it right there. It's definitely from where the sun is behind these people. So we know that it's one of the planets that's past Earth currently, and we know that Atu and Atu's moon and Nepesti and some of the asteroids are passing Earth over us into the illuminated sunlight, and that would fall right into that. And less likely lead asteroid, more likely Atu's moon. But and you can see in the left hand picture where the sun is coming at it from the right, and they're taking a picture of it, and it's in the middle of the sky, uh, going towards the right. So that's a different shot altogether. So
I'm
and
trying to get both of them side by side, so we'll see here in a second.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we know that those are events we've never seen. We've never seen anything like those. So
there has been some very interesting stuff these past few days.
yeah, it's all a bunch of new stuff that, because I
Mhm.
think frankly, Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon are closer than they've ever been, in the entire part of this cycle. Or if you want to count the multi passings of 4 or 5 multi passings, which right, left, right, spiral, spiral, right, left. Um, so I think this is the closest, and it also proves that Nibiru is right over the top of us because it's behind Saturn, and we know that. So that thing must be so damn massive that we can't even hardly see it until we get a side illumination on either approach or on departure, because it's so big.
Do you think maybe a lot of the new stuff we're seeing is because we're seeing their backside now?
Well, no,
As opposed that
well, they're
because we've
going
only
past
been
it, so we're
seeing.
seeing the illuminated side of them, not
Yeah,
their
yeah,
backside.
yeah. That's.
We're seeing the bottoms of them.
I'm working on it, guys. It's spinning. It's
Oh yeah,
spinning. It's
yeah.
thinking, but we're working on it. We'll
Scrolling,
get there.
ruminating.
That's it. It's like that one extra picture just kind of like did it in. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
Hmm.
yeah, this morning I was absolutely amazed at what was happening, and I just I
I
had
haven't
to
been out
pull.
enough today, I guess, to
Yeah,
see
yeah.
it.
I had to break out my camera and start recording and just go offline for a little bit because, wow,
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I keep. I today I've run to the window, God, 20 times, and I went outside about 4 different times already,
Yeah.
and my neighbors are driving by me, and I'm standing out in the middle of the road, in front of my own driveway, looking straight up, and I didn't even notice they were driving by anymore, and I chuckle. I apologize for not waving to my neighbors. This is after all Montana, but um, I got a little lost in looking up to it. It's just outrageous up there.
I think you had your attention somewhere else, besides
Yeah.
the neighbors.
So whoever Egg is, hi Egg. Yes, today in New York blew my mind. I totally see it. Awesome, wonderful that you do see this.
Hmm.
And we can't enforce that enough. I mean, this is really happening, and we've proven this for 13, 14 years now. And I was forced into a non-disclosure, and they don't force you into a non-disclosure for being wrong. Um, so yeah, we know this is going on, and the trick is just trying to get enough people on board where everybody starts to balance and coordinate the information and cooperate, and we maybe hopefully scoot some of the disinformation off the real page of life,
Hmm.
and stuff.
It's,
So
that is
and
an uphill battle for sure.
oh yeah, this
Well,
is a light pinch between planets.
that's a match to that Nibiru and Yuri one. Oh, we
Yeah,
lost Rebecca.
yeah. And we've seen this repeated effect since
Yeah,
2012 when that first started
yeah.
happening, and it's only happened in literally like 4 times, 4 or 5 cycles where we've actually seen this occurrence in the pinching, and it changes, and it's pretty much seasonal. I think it runs. If we wrote this down and we actually had all the pictures dated properly, we'd probably get a very good comparative that matches within a month of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, we spent some of the pre-show talking about a bunch of old pictures from Atu, for example. They're matching what they did in 2016, 17, and 18 again, and when Attu and Attu's moon came from the right hand side and then went across in front of the sun's and then ended up on the left, and that's when we first started having a majority of our close passes where you could actually see the lightning discharges between Attu's moon, Earth, and then Attu itself as well. And then slowly Uri came in after that and crossed over, which was a first time that we saw it like that, with the undertowering and everything, and the connection between Attu and Uri and the cloud pattern, which gave a whole basis of new reality. And all of these cycles, they teach us new things all the time.
Yeah, it's a learning curve constantly, and that's what makes this all so interesting, because it's never repetitive. I mean, it's repetitive in different ways.
This came from JD. What was this? That was this week, wasn't it? 11/5.
Yeah, yeah, that was this
Um,
week. That was
the red asteroid, of course, is in the upper left with the spiral asteroid in front. Lead asteroid is slightly behind, and then up to the center of the top on the middle right is the Texas cube and side orb, just barely in the picture. But and it's repeated.
He's been JD's been getting quite a show over there.
Yeah,
he's been posting the last couple of weeks some pretty crazy stuff.
Well, the colors have been unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah.
We've never seen colors like this, and where the entire sky, we saw little hints of this and the hint of that, and rainbow this and rainbow that, but now it's just unbelievable. Sky filling onion, and of course the auroras are going to head all the way down. I sent a new aurora pic to you, Rebecca, and it shows in your area. You may see some effect in your area. So if everybody go out tonight and look, to the north and see if you see the auroras.
What do you suppose that's causing that? Is it our tilt, Sam?
Well, auroras are caused by accelerated electrons as our magnetic field.
Yeah, but we're seeing them. We seem to be seeing them further, more south, down.
Right.
In the lower
yes,
hemisphere than we usually do.
Our axis is far more tipped than normal. If Nibiru is that close to us, we're probably laying farther over on our side than we ever have in recent times since the change. It probably shoves us over like a weeble wobble. We get shoved out of the way, but we maintain our orbit. And this is, of course, where our moon goes jog to the north, jog to the south in one evening. I'm sure that's the effect. But I think that solar flaring and everything, when the magnetic increase between the passing planets is at a higher intensity, those accelerated ions, the transference of ions between the planets is higher. And this is why we're seeing these reddish and purple and green illuminations that we never used to see.
I was just gonna say we're getting different colors of this.
I don't recall red being in the spectrum for
no, it's always been a greenish color.
Right, green and yellow and white.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever saw the purples and the reds before, and of course that's direct refractive colors, and and that's like an ion bleed off pattern. And you can see the ions are accelerating, but there's a centrifugal rotational area, and that could be an asteroid itself causing its own wake eddy.
Wow.
We've seen tons of stuff that we've never ever seen before, and not even close to what we've watched over 20, 30 years.
Look at that one right there. That is absolutely insane.
Well, I would have to tell you that's probably an asteroid.
Wow.
Jesus That's probably an asteroid, and we're seeing the dark body, and then it's illuminating because it's got an electrical field around it that is inside the acceleration. And we talked about these electron superhighways that travel between bodies, and how the light just gathers up off the ground and then goes straight up. We've had pictures of that for 3-4 years now.
Jesus.
Like that reminds me of the base core of Nepenthe. Yes, it's purple, but it does remind me of the base core of Nepenthe.
Well, could the curved area be Attu, and then back behind where it's green back there, Nepenthe?
It could be, but I'm thinking a little closer up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm thinking that tube's more over to the left, and we're just looking at it. And people, say, well, yeah, but we still see stars. But how do we know those are stars and not asteroid material?
Oh, okay.
Space debris being illuminated. How do
I
we
Yeah.
know? Did you see Orion? I don't see Orion in this, and I see a kitty cat pattern on the left there, and I don't see any star constellations that I recognize. But I'm not immensely versed in the star constellations, although I did study them.
Yeah.
How
Uh,
is the light pollution in your area, Sam?
oh, unfortunately, I'm south of Missoula, and Missoula is very bright, and it robs me of my view to the north. So
Yeah,
only on uh, extreme aurora borealis do we see here in Lolo. Now, if I drove, 5 miles east or 5 miles west or 5 miles north, I'd probably see a lot more.
yeah, I got the same problem here. Down here in the valley is the pollution here is pretty bad, especially right now. Oh my God, I'm looking at it. I'm up on Mount Olympus again, and I can see the overview of the city, and the pollution is really bad right now.
Well,
We
you
need a
don't
little
know.
storm. We need a little storm to come through and clear up our skies.
Yeah,
But
Salt Lake has a
anytime I
huge
drive up
inversion.
to Park City, it's much darker and much clearer night
You
skies.
also have all the sand and the salt and the sulfides
Yeah,
in
yeah,
your air.
that's been a major concern as well here, especially lately.
It's
With
actually
the stop.
corrosive to the lungs.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They there. It's been an issue here for quite some time now. Oh wow, that's cool. Oh
That's
wow,
Nibiru.
Jesus, wow,
That's Nibiru, and then you
that's
see that,
that's huge. That is Nibiru big. Yeah.
and you can see it's rotating on the one side, and then the cloud base, and then the other stuff starts rolling in off, and it moves. That's the thing; it changes position, and then we see the light cut off, and then the upper hyper illumination from the cutoff, and the shadowing that still exists on the ground. If you look everywhere
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
bottom of the filming, there's way cut off of light, and it's dim in some areas and illuminated in the center. And
Yeah.
we talked about, for weeks now, how the light has just been wrong, and it's like I can't believe people don't notice it.
Oh yeah. Today I can't. I'm in shock that people didn't notice how odd the sun was. It was misshapen, and you could even see it with your eyes. It was just completely wrong. Just completely wrong. I don't know how people miss this stuff. I just, oh God, I can't say that enough.
I just
Uh,
gotta
the,
say hi to
yeah, I was
Sarah real
yeah,
quick.
I was just reading that myself.
Yeah, I was like, oh
Hello,
my
Sarah.
gosh, Sarah, I'm glad we're here. Yeah. Sorry, you almost cried over it. But yeah, I'm happy we were able to make it for sure. So I'm
Yeah, our
happy you're here
schedules
too.
were just a few hours behind. Everybody was busy
Yeah, just
shopping
a
and doing their
little. I
thing.
know it was a crazy day, but yeah, I'm glad it worked out. And now, and Jesus is with us. That was totally unexpected, spontaneous. So
Yep.
that was
Yeah.
cool.
Wing it.
Yeah.
We are. That's what we
Yeah,
do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
yeah.
take one more
Well,
look at that.
yeah, that's definitely Nibiru, and
Isn't that cool though? You
you
can
That
can
is
see the
so
see
base
cool.
cloud.
mosquitoes.
That is so cool.
And there's people. Everybody wave. Hi. How are you up there?
They're out there.
How's your technology? I wish
I
you'd
wonder.
share. We could sure use
Yeah,
it down here. Yeah,
I
Maybe
wonder.
maybe throw us a few extra years since you guys have 2000
yeah,
plus years.
I could use a serum that would. Oh God. Well, speaking of which, guess what? My hair went blonde again.
No,
Again.
blonde.
Well, I was brown, and then I turned a lot gray. Both sides of my head turned gray, following my chin, of course. But all of a sudden, here within the last few weeks, and I haven't really been out in the sun without my hat because I have a small bald patch that would get sunburned immediately if I did. But I've literally turned more blonde, and
Huh.
Wow,
I haven't seen that in 30 years.
that's
I was like combing my hair, going, "I'm blonde again.
So,
Weird."
so it's gray in that area. So it's going from gray to blonde.
Yeah, all my gray went away, and maybe I did something right. All that Om chanting is finally paying off.
It's finally here, right?
I don't look any
I
younger.
love it.
I turned into my father, and it scares the hell out of me every time I look in the
It's a Honda.
mirror.
The only thing I would buy.
What's the mileage? Yes.
Now it's about 100,000, but the gas mileage 28. 28 for all-wheel drive. It's not bad.
On the freeway or just anywhere?
20 in city, 35 highway, and it does really good in the snow. Really good.
Does it?
Yeah.
You drive it up the canyon.
I do. I drove for Sundance this year, and it was great. And they got a lot of snow last season.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. Really
Yeah,
recommend it.
Trying
It's
to
great.
decide what to get. You know, I don't know anything about them. You know.
No, they're really good cars, and they're Hondas. You can't go wrong with Hondas.
Yeah. Honda has a good name.
Yeah, they do.
Thank you.
They do. Sure, absolutely.
Sweet.
Nothing like live programming.
Sorry,
Right.
Jade.
That's
Oh, it's okay. I mean,
fine.
and brought
Yeah,
to you
it's
by
funny.
this side commercial.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I usually come up here to take a walk on my breaks, and there's always people. And people here in Salt Lake are so friendly. You know, they'll just come up to you and talk to you. And that's what
Yes.
I love about it.
I've been to
about
Salt
this area.
Lake many times. My parents lived in Salt Lake before I was born, of course, but I've been down there. I also had one of the worst occasions that I've ever spent in my entire life in a hotel in Salt Lake, and we stayed the night in this hotel, and their air conditioning didn't work, and it was just horribly hot. And I was a young child at the time, but it was one of the worst times I'd ever experienced that kind of heat before. Well, being a kid, so I've never forgotten it.
Right when the air conditioner was out, because it doesn't really get that hot here. It's been getting warmer, but typically it's not that hot.
Well, maybe they had their heat on and couldn't turn it off. I don't know, but it was a horrible night that I never forgot.
No air conditioner in a hot day. That's terrific. But yeah,
I was going to say, you see this is that diagram, Jesus, that you were talking about. It took me this long to make it happen.
Yes.
But there it is.
I like that new font. I really like that new font.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, I got a new phone. You remember my phone had water damage. And
that's right.
So this was an option whenever I got my phone back on. So, or
that
phone.
is a different font. That is
definitely stick with that.
I know that was a rough week. Yeah. It was just like being totally disconnected feeling is weird. But
Hi,
it's
and welcome to management.
Here, that is the same reason as this, just two different ideas. Mm-hmm.
And then there's another one, an older one. There's that older one too.
Oh God, we have a series of them going back.
There is another one or two actually. I'll look and see. I'll get them since we're on that.
Did you get insurance on your phone this time?
I sure did. Full coverage. Yeah. I mean, it covers everything, whether it's my fault or not. So I'm set.
Yeah. I used to hate buying insurance, and then I got into an accident a while back, and I never complained about it again. Because they covered. My car was a total loss. Somebody hit me at a light, and luckily I had a full coverage, and it covered my car. I was able to get another one. I had a gap insurance, thank God. But yeah, I hate it. I'll never complain about it again, because it is. You never know. Life is unpredictable.
It
you never
helps.
know
It is. It's kind of
Thank you, Karen.
Peace of mind. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I wouldn't be talking had I not had good car insurance at the time I got hit. Last time I got hit.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll really ruin your month, man.
I can't even imagine right now.
Okay, I found the folder.
Hi, Gillian.
Is she here with us?
She just typed in a message from the Highlands.
Yes, there she is. Just Gillian. Yeah, the last time I talked to her, I was getting ready to go get the phone. I found it and I went to go get it. That's when I talked to her last. So cool. I'm happy she's hanging out with us. It's about
Gillian.
11:30 her time, PM.
Well, Scotland. She was looking forward to the show too. So
yeah, right. I know she was.
See, you start doing a show and people count on you.
I noticed. I'm happy with that. It tells me that we got a following already. Even so, here's another example. Here it is, finally. That one. and this one. They're
That's
all
the one, that's
because,
the one I was referring to.
yeah,
Yeah,
they're all
look how
because of
many.
that.
Look how often that occurrence is.
It happens about every 2 years. And we've switched now. Before, Uri was in front, which is Uri's on the left, and now in this new one, and this picture came about 6 months ago, I think. And Nibiru is on the right and forward, and that's where the transition change is in the orbit model. Before, we were closer to Uri on the left and Atu and then all of that. And now they are going past us in the sunlight and over the top of us to the northwest, and they rotate oddly. It's hard to describe how they come in, but that's where they are. And yeah, and that one was also I would say March, April, and it was posted I believe in a northern country like Sweden or someplace really snowy. Still all the way until spring.
I was under the impression this shot right here was in Russia somewhere.
Yeah, well, it could be. It could be in Russia. I know it came from Europe, and you can see the truck is not an American truck.
Yeah. This was an interesting shot as well. Again, repetitive patterns, guys. They repeat themselves over and over. You just gotta pay attention to those patterns.
I think a huge part is the trick to learn that's a huge planet standing right there.
Yeah, I was talking about that with Leander recently. I was talking about that with Leander recently. Once you catch those patterns, you'll start to see them over and over. Then you can start taking some very, very cool pictures and videos.
Look at that.
Yeah,
that is normal about that.
That's red asteroid, little sister in front of Atu's moon and Atu.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, look how milky everything is. Look how weird the ground looks. And Sharon, I don't know where this originally came from, but Sharon Harbick posted it the first time on Montana Skywatcher 1, and then I couldn't see it. And then like a day later, she clipped another copy and then sent it down in the message band. And then I was able to see it. But yeah, this is that little sister in front of the red asteroid, in front of Atu's moon, in front of Atu. And it's past Earth because the light is coming from off our right shoulder.
See, that's why I got confused. I was inclined to say Isatu, not just because of the red, but because of the light as well.
Yeah, but it would have to be far over to the right, beside on the right-hand side of the sun. This is on the left-hand side of the sun, down field of the sun. Because if you look at the white, if you look at the center of the picture and you look at the green building, see where the light bright face?
Yeah.
Okay,
but
that's the direction that the light is coming from.
But I mean, you could also kind of see it on the left, though, too. Right above the tree, right above that tree line right there.
Yeah.
That's kind of what threw me off. I was
what's been blowing me away
on the left of it. Yeah.
Is the limited light that everything looks shadowed and weird and not colorful and grayish and icky and shadowy, and I've just been totally amazed that nobody is seeing this. And if you look just to the left of the greenhouse, there stands the spiral asteroid in a downward spiral, which we know the spiral is semi in front of or farther down and closer cameo to the horizon than the red asteroid and little sister. And we refer to little sister, that's just a circular, smaller asteroid that's been traveling along with the red asteroid, which has that more squarish one front face on the right-hand side. Now, we also know that in that area is the Texas cube, but it's probably farther up. And then the lead asteroid would be farther to the right.
I'm thinking it's like that.
Yeah, Atu's moon has gotten smaller.
That and that.
Yeah, that could be. But I see the the shape of the red asteroid.
But I see what Jesus is saying too. It's like light is coming in from the left.
I was kind of more focused on that side. Yeah.
Huh.
Well, but it shows you the other area of illumination in the normal sky, rather than us looking at the shadowy dark area of Atu and Atu's moon.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, but
Yeah,
again,
that drawing is totally accurate, but you just have to add red asteroid and little sister in front of it.
right, the asteroids, yeah.
And that's where they currently are. And you know, this in your area of the planet that you live in may vary. You might see, we saw some pictures down Montana Skywatcher page today on Montana Skywatcher 2, where there was this object that was just to the and it's a good thing that you have this up, keep it there for a second.
Yeah.
It was just to the left of the sun, at middle of the sun, and it was this circular dot, and everybody went, oh, it's the blue asteroid, and they were exactly right. And the pictures were taken, I believe, in Europe, so that would, you know, explain an angle difference, but we know that the blue asteroid is somewhere right near the sun currently, and your view angle may be slightly different than the monthly drawings, but this is, of course, coming from point of view of Montana.
I got a good one of the blue asteroid. I'll get it while we're talking about it. At least I'm pretty sure that's what we're seeing, so you could double check.
And the big three are over there, and then we got the Skull asteroid making cameos depending on where you are when you look up. The Skull asteroid will be literally more high up, not horizontally out. Yeah, that could very easily be the blue asteroid. Yes.
It just seemed too small to be Ice Adam's moon.
Oh, absolutely, way
right
too small.
middle.
Currently,
Yeah.
Ice Adam's yellow moon is massive.
Right.
And I mean,
but that's the
massive.
location, but it's not the right size.
Yeah, and they saw it on the other side, but slightly lower at the horizon. And it was a series of pictures that came in from about 3 different people on Skywatcher 2.
So I was reading
What
this
printing, Will Robinson?
message from No Baloney Mahoney. They said, I took a ton of screenshots on the Mexico webcam last night at volcanoes and this morning at beaches, and I'm now inspired to put something together. Really digging this live sharing. So, but I wanted to say that this brings back such big memories, because when I first started making videos, if you go back in my YouTube account way back, my early videos were just that. I didn't know how to download, videos really. So what I did was I would sit there and watch YouTube live videos of sunsets, Mexico webcam sunsets. And I would watch for about 3 hours, and about every 5 seconds or so, I would take a screenshot, and I would end up, with close to 1,000 screenshots. And then I would turn them into a GIF, I'd load them into this GIF and then turn that into a video. And then from there, I'd add music and whatnot. But the whole video is nothing but 1,000 screenshots, which is pretty cool. So that's my story on screenshots and Mexico webcams. But that's where, I really started to see all this, is because I was studying it so closely. I mean, when you take thousands of screenshots and watching it live at the same time, man, you can really see a lot. You just have to sit there and watch for hours is all.
And then the patterns start to sink in your brain, and you go, God, I've seen it, and I've seen it, and I've seen it.
Yeah, that's exactly about it. And I don't watch TV. I don't watch movies. And so what do? I watch, videos of the sky. And that's really why I can see as well as I can, really, I believe. So, but thanks for bringing that up, because that's, a cool memory. Yeah.
Yes, the dark spots do move because they move during the day. They're slower than the rest of the sky. And then a lot of times it's the opposite direction. And what you need to learn to do is look beyond the first layer of clouds and look at the second layer, the one that's barely up there. And if it starts to get bigger and bigger and bigger, then, boy, that's almost spooky. A little bit of pareidolia going on here, but we know different. That is the long box cube.
Kaylee is asking, do you still have that video? I would love to see it. Oh, I have the videos. Yes, they're actually on the my YouTube channel. But you just got to scroll down about 2 and 3 years ago. And they are there, many of them actually. And you can tell because they're kind of a little choppy looking, but it's because of the way I made it. But they're still pretty cool. So I should do that. I should make a video showing some of the older ones just for fun. Yeah.
I just had a silly idea. You know, you do it sitting in your car there. You should have a microphone for your walking by folks and man about town. Hi, have you seen the planets today?
Yeah,
Planet?
you could
What
do that.
planet?
That'd be a show. Hey, Susie, you could do it on TikTok. You could go live, do your
Yeah,
own
you
show.
know, street interviewer, interview those people. Tell me what you know about the planet Nibiru. You know, tell me what you know about, just to
That would
watch,
be.
watch how people react.
So I guess this is from an asteroid, Sam. Yeah,
That looks
Maybe.
kind of square.
maybe. Okay.
That
think
looks
it could
kind of
be
square. That could be the
long-
bottom of something big.
I
Just
see. Wow. Yeah, it does
dipping
look
it-
square. You're
And
right.
how many
It
of those
does.
pictures do we have where we've got the Texas cube dipping just halfway into our atmosphere? What,
Okay.
60,
Yeah.
70, 80? That is a volcano puff.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Good to know. It just has like a dark spot. It looked kind of like the red asteroid for a second. But I wasn't sure.
Well, it's shaped like the red asteroid, but you can see the smoke trail.
It's like
It leads
glowing
directly
smoke
down
rings.
to the volcano, going, oh, it's a smoke ring from a volcano.
Sure enough.
And a lot of
Wow.
times those smoke rings are either from a diesel. Oil does that, I mean, how much oil is in that mountain as it breaks, all of those chemicals and the gases and the minerals and everything turn into a gaseous form, and then there you get a big smoke ring. Oh, speaking of volcanoes, I hope everybody knows that Iceland is currently having an evacuation scenario of a possible new eruption on the southwestern peninsula tip of Iceland. In the there's serious earthquakes been going off for about 4 or 5 days, and they've got evacuation going on. People are not even in their town right now; they're all being evacuated. So look into that. I can't remember the name of the town. My Icelandic is terrible.
I was gonna say I'll try to get that clip. I had a clip of it a minute ago. Well, not a minute, but earlier today.
I posted a bunch about it the other day too. So, and I've been watching it all morning. I've been watching all the new hourly updates and stuff. And I watch, of course, the geologist. I don't watch the general news. I watch the higher level stuff. The real guys talking. Because I understand it. It's not Greek or anything. To me, it's it's just basic stuff because I've of course studied.
I have a hard time like knowing who to believe, who to trust, because I'm just, Well,
I always say trust you, and if you're listening to information and it gets more confusing, then it's probably wrong. If it gets more enlightening, if you're learning from it, then it's probably accurate. Because, and I've said this, easy 10,000 times, if it's simple and it fits, it's the truth. If it's complicated and confusing, it's a lie. And that goes all the way back to Sherlock Holmes and everything else, and Plato and Yoda and whoever else you want to drag out of the basket. If it fits, it's true. And you got to, and not if it's on the fear factor, if it's sending you to this information through fear, well, then don't pay attention to it. I looked at this morning and I went, what is that?
Yeah, what is that?
I can barely hear you, Jesus. I think your microphone is messed up. Test 1, 2, 3.
I can't hear him.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Is that?
Oh yeah, that's
that
better
better?
now. Yep, that's fine.
Yeah,
you were
connected. It was
You were
connected
way
to my
outside there
car.
for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a video. Well, a short
Maybe
clip.
just sit back. We can't hear you. If it happens if I sit back, you guys can't hear me either.
It's like I save it and then it's not there.
I end up sitting right next to the microphone pretty much the whole show.
There it is.
So, what do you think about this, Sam?
I was looking at it. I was wondering what it was.
Oh, now that I change it. But this is the Iceland earthquake clips.
Yeah, notice how sharp and short those are.
Uh-huh.
That's the ceiling dome of the lava chamber, and it's starting to fracture, and that lava chamber ceiling breaks, and that's when you have a fissure crack that opens up, and then the lava can get out. Now they were having their original initial onsets were 10 kilometers down, and then a few days ago they were 3.7 kilometers down, and then as of noon today, Iceland time, they were a few 100,000 feet below. It wasn't miles anymore. It was like the lava chamber underneath that whole area, including their power station and Blue Lagoon, and I can't remember the name of the small town, but it's a shipping village, and the seismic movement has gone all the way underneath them and now out to shore, offshore as well. So the magma is definitely rising, and that you can see those are different from earthquakes. Earthquakes move and you rock and you rock and you rock and then you settle down a little bit. Those were strong break joints. Those were jumps.
Right.
And
Yeah,
they
were sharp.
Yeah. Now we're looking at Attu's moon again.
We have a question for you, Sam. So, Shoba is asking about what brand of gray sunglasses. Is there a certain
I saw that
brand?
the other day and I smiled and laughed about it. And I was going to say, with my overly expensive taste, Ray-Bans, of course, gray-black Ray-Bans.
Yeah.
I mean, they stay on your face. You look down, they don't fall off. You'll pay $150 for them. I recommend to get the square kind, but get the smaller size down, not the big size. 1 to 2 sizes fit to your face if you're going to spend that much money. You know, any glasses, as long as they're real glass, not plastic, and go with gray-black.
Gray-black. See, I don't even wear sunglasses. You know that?
Oh my God!
I don't even wear them. I never wear sunglasses.
You better, because we have 2 stars, and you're going to fry your corneas.
I have very sensitive eyes. I have to wear my sunglasses.
Right.
Yeah, I can't go outside without them. Period.
I have very light sensitive eyes. I need my sunglasses.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm reminded of 2011 when the second star got here. I walked outside without sunglasses on, and my eyes were watering so bad that I had to immediately turn back and run into the house and get them, because my eyes were actually watering from how bright the sun was. And I watched it for a couple of weeks when the second star got here and came up into the northern hemisphere visible, and then joined with our star, and that's when you could see the circular cells inside all of the window tinting in your car. And we've never ever been able to see that before, but there's these circular cells that they lay in for tinting, and you could see them, and that shows you how intensely bright the ultraviolet lights and everything were. And I was just
I could see them in my car.
Right.
Most cars here in Salt Lake, because of the window tint law, they've all been stripped of the window tint, and you could see those little spots that you're talking about. On your window
them before, and now you can. Yeah, there's Saturn's yellow moon, and if you look on the left picture, you see the little fire-like microclouds, and that's not our atmosphere. That's the atmosphere and the tiny little atmospheric clouds of Nibiru, or Saturn, excuse me. And then in the right-hand one, you can see the ion tail leading up to probably the Long Box Cube and a couple other asteroids, but we know that it's illuminated to the yellow on the left-hand side, so that we know that's Saturn's yellow moon with Nibiru behind it. Just because we've watched it for so many years, and we know these things.
Right, and we know it because of mainly the location. You know, it's like.
But you know that the picture on the right is very, very repetitive. That little striations on the bottom of it is very, very, very typical of a Saturn.
And don't forget the faceplate punch plate thing.
Yes, that middle thing
going on ahead of the Saturn's yellow moon in the atmosphere. It's this flat spot, and that's what causes partially the ion tail to go around both sides of a Saturn. We also believe that a Saturn has 2 smaller side face moons, one on either side closest to the yellow moon. And I believe that it's like an electrical pattern or an eddy, where they pathway around each other from one moon to the other, and then out around the entire planet, which is why it's the winged planet, which is not Nibiru, it's a Saturn. And we have, documentation of that coming from the Pleiadian message, etc., which is how we know that.
Is it Isatum or its moon? Just to clarify.
Well, the yellow moon puts off the ion tail, which goes around Isatum. But Isatum's yellow moon in most sightings is very barely visible by itself, or separate of it, depending on what the atmosphere around it looks like, because it's very flame-like and bubbly, and which is what we saw go over the top of us here at 2:30 Mountain Standard Time p.m. today.
Is
unbelievable. I'll never forget that.
Is that flame reaction due to how close it is to Saturn? Because that's very close to
right.
Saturn.
Right. I believe it's the closest moon we've seen out of any of this to the actual facial planet. It is
uncommonly close to its planet.
And I don't think we've ever really gotten a close-up of Saturn's yellow moon to say that it's absolutely a moon, but it should be a moon. Because, we were told it was a moon by the Pleiadian message. So, and of course that shows on it's graphically generated, but it's a pretty darn good movie. And of course we got that in 2008, 2009. Yeah.
Any idea why yellow, Sam? What
why the yellow moon? The yellow could be illumination from direct ion transfer between the bodies. I don't know. But we know that it illuminates and it's yellowish. And we've captured pictures of it from 2014 on, where it was yellow, even in the first tiny smaller approach. 2013, 2012, 2013 through 14.
It's absolutely undeniable that it's yellow.
Yeah, it's yellow. It's yellow.
Yeah,
it's always
absolutely
been yellow. It showed up when it was small and tiny, and then it got closer and closer and closer to Earth. And I haven't actually never
you could see that yellow hue that it puts off, especially lately.
Yeah,
but I've been seeing that yellow hue
and 22
since I was in New Mexico.
Right, in 21 and 22, when it was at that angle of sunrise and that yellow clipped in, we were having really, really weird yellow sunrises, and we still do. I had one the other day where everything was just weirdly yellow. And, the sun hasn't even come up yet, and the grass outside and the trees outside and everything looks oddly gray/yellow.
I just often imagine what it would be like to be on set foot on a yellow moon. I mean, that's got to be crazy.
Well, I imagine
it often crosses my mind to walk on a Saturn's yellow moon and what that would be like.
That'd be okay. I'm sure you could probably take a rocket there.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I'm sure it's within reachable proximity currently, within a year's travel. Depending on the ship depending on the ship you're on.
It looks like it's just so close, like you could throw a rock at it. It looks that close. It's crazy.
Well, how long would it take us to get to Venus?
Yeah.
So
that's just a question that Thunda was asking. Do you have any idea how far apart these planets are? I guess each of the planets, how far apart they are.
They
also ask how close do they have to be for there to be a bad reaction on Earth. How close do they have to be?
That storm that Saudi Arabia had, I believe, was a necessity close pass again. It'll be our turn next week. They're really close to each other, and it's amazing that they are really close to each other because it doesn't fit in my brain. And I pondered it, and I believe that has to do with their tool star and the fact that they're massive. So, but then how are we to dictate where their placement is according to the standard red star? So it's really impossible. And, there's no way to even judge their circumference or their volume or their mass, which I've even thought about trying, but then I've never had any way to base those calculations. So, and I don't have a laser pointer that measures distance. So it's been absolutely impossible to describe other than that they're really close to each other, and it's amazing. They're in a tight tight spiral where we're very spread apart.
I took a panoramic shot probably very early on when I moved here to Salt Lake. And I started, you can't, it's not really obvious in the original one, but you could see that there's a lot of refraction going on. So I started playing around with the editing, and it was, I'm going to say, it was a little more edited than I'd like to, but I was just kind of having fun with the picture because I knew there was something there. And by the end of the editing, there was just about every planet. You had what I believe is Giri to the left. You had Nepacity, Isatum, Atu, and then what I could only guess is Nibiru. I might be wrong on, but there was in that picture. I'll post it later, just to kind of. I'll post the original and that one I've been wanting to post it just to make an example of it.
Go back one, Rebecca.
Almost the entire system is in that single picture, and
yeah,
it's crazy. I can never get used to how close they are to each other.
I can never get used to how
it makes
close they are
absolutely
to
no
us,
sense.
seemingly, and there's this huge difference between them actually striking Earth, and yet, you know, that time I was up at the ski resort up on the upper northern mountain looking south, and I see Atu's moon directly over the top of us, and I swear to God, it didn't look like, but there was 10,000 feet between the ground and the damn planet. So it's really impossible to judge. And here's a good example of it in the left-hand picture. You can see it's really horizontally very, very close to actually Earth, but it's not. It's because it's a distance away from it, and it's our out view horizon line. And it also shows you the flattening, that flat area, the faceplate we talked about in both these pictures, on the right and on the left, and then, of course, in the drawing. There's this area that flattens out, and it makes this weird. And on the earlier shots a few years ago when it was coming in, we would see the flat faceplate, almost as if it was like sitting, a big, huge watermelon sitting on a coffee saucer, and it showed up over and over again. And if you look at the flame-like microclouds in the drawing, and that's what just went over the top of us, and it was literally from straight up all the way to the northwest sky horizon line. So it was very big. So it's way, way, way bigger now than what you're seeing here. And of course, the date on the drawing is 5/18/22, and that's of course partially why I date my drawings. But these other pictures are newer than that, and the one here is May 2023 on the left, and it's way bigger now, and it's just unbelievably hugely cool. And I watched it go by just a couple hours ago. And I should run and look again. I also want to
Carol. She talked about.
I'll be right back.
Okay, Carol was talking about how the picture varies. On Facebook it looks fuzzy. On YouTube it looks clear. So I had to investigate.
But YouTube usually does as far as the bandwidth, is a lot clearer. Anytime that I've gone on live on Facebook, it could be really choppy sometimes. So that does, from my experience, is actually very common.
Okay, I'm glad Jesus was here to clear that up, Carol, because I wouldn't know, but that makes perfect sense. You remember how much trouble I had on the last show staying connected? Remember, I had to keep rebooting, and I had the worst problems. I don't know. It was the middle of the night. Nobody else was on the internet, so it wasn't that. But for whatever reason, I had to reboot. Lots of glitching. I have no idea.
I just looked outside again.
How's it looking? Give us the latest.
Well, Saturn's ion trail is directly overhead in the northwest sky, going all the way to the northeast sky still. Yeah. And then horizontally, there's a little bit of, you can sort of see underneath to the north, but it's still right where it was, and it didn't leave. It's just there. And I'm laying horizontally across the sky.
In fact, I just set up my camera to start recording because I see something going on up there, but there's just so much. It's just so smoggy right now that it's kind of hard to get a clear shot of anything.
Wow, yeah. it goes to that phase where, it's like really remarkable picture time, and then here comes
earlier.
Right, and then
Earlier was
right.
much clearer. Now it's just
and then the
got
milky
some
skies move in.
Yeah,
Like-
now you just got that milky overcast. Something's going on up there, but you can't really take a picture.
Well,
or
at
video.
2:30, I looked out straight up, and it was so dark, and then you look to the north, 30 degrees down to the north, and I saw that weird negative cloud pattern that I've never ever seen in my entire life, ever, not in any shot out of the millions that we viewed. And then I saw the middle trail, and then the fire, there's a good example of Nibiru in the distance.
I know. Look at that shadow. It just caught
Yeah.
my eye. I had to save this one for that reason.
People have to learn.
But you
That's
could literally
not
see
normal.
it you could kind of literally see that bulge, that curve bulge.
Yeah, it's that
You know,
dark,
you
shadowy area. Now this
And the
is probably
shadowing
closer to sea level, which is it's
Wow.
harder to see at sea level. It really is.
Oh, that is so cool.
And you can even see the
that's,
little
that's,
lining.
and that's right there why I love a time lapse. You could literally
Right.
see
You can
that
see it.
shadow moving. Wow, that is so cool.
And a lot of people will go, "Oh no, that's just trick of the camera," and it's
Yeah, yeah.
excuse me, but we've been at this for so long, and and we're not children playing at a game here.
I'll tell
And-
you, there's a lot of things that I wrote dismissed in my early days as trick of the camera, but after seeing the patterns over and over, you can't help, and also using different cameras and always seeing the same thing, that you're like, okay, yeah, this is not just a camera thing. This is way more than that, because you could replicate it over and over again. And again, I dismissed a lot of things in my early days because of that, because of everybody, because of all those, all that kind of talk going around about, oh, it's just a camera thing, it's a camera thing. But no, if you use a camera enough, you'll start noticing what it does and what it doesn't do.
Yeah, you tell me that's normal. The picture we're looking at now.
Right. That's Kansas, and one that JD shared like a few
Yeah.
minutes ago. So here it
Yeah, I
is.
saw that this morning. I have a copy
Uh-huh.
of it. And you're looking at pretty much. God, it's a toss up. We see a definite refractive A2 color, this pink purple, and I am tempted to say A2's moon, but this could actually be Saturn's yellow moon that large over the top of us now. I don't know. I don't.
See,
If I knew
can't
what
tell you how
direction
much
it was
that
taken
used to
at,
confuse me.
Maybe it's like this, kind of. Maybe.
Well, I don't know where exactly sunset is. We're seeing illumination to the left, but you see that open illumination? That could actually be Nepenthe core, and so it could be Atu's moon in front of Nepenthe, or it's really a hard call on this one. If I knew which direction I was looking when, I'd be able to answer it. And that's why people do the pan shots. We ask that they pan slowly, because if you pan too fast, we can't make heads or tails out of what we're looking at.
And
And
you end up with the headache.
yeah, or nauseous, seasickness. Yeah, I get that. And like those people who send files with 53 pictures in them. There's no way I'm going to look at all 53 of them. I'll look at the first 8 to 10 to 12, at the most. And if 80 people send me a day 53 pictures, I don't have any time to do anything else. Although I am here to collect pictures. I am
I was guilty of that in my early days. 20 pictures. And then as time went by, I was like, maybe a video and a picture of the best of the
Yeah,
best.
you started knowing what you were looking at, and everybody else doesn't know what they're looking at, so they send you everything.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam. So Sun D is asking a question about the size of the Earth compared to the Sun, and how Earth is managing, CMEs when we're so small.
Well, that first of all depends on the class ratio of the CME, and a CME bursts out of the sun like you had a big rag and you had it in a bucket of water, and you pull it out of the water and then you spin a circle. And there's these rolling waves, a rotational rolling wave that comes across the planet. Now, Earth's atmosphere and magnetosphere, electrical core, puts out an electrical field that blocks most of that material that goes past us. Now, anything past an X flare or X-class flare is probably strong enough to inundate and overwhelm our magnetosphere and allow some of those radioactive particles to break through,
in Florida,
which is known as a Carrington event. So, for the most part, we don't get full bursts of coronal mass ejections of high level that hit Earth. Sometimes they happen, but in most cases, they're actually headed somewhere else. And we might get a spinning tail end or a spray of the coronal mass material. But for the most part, the Earth shuns a lot of that. And what doesn't shun actually does pass through our atmosphere and into us as well. But then there's neutrinos by the millions and billions flying through everyone right now. They're a subatomic particle that doesn't even stop to the magnetosphere or anything else because it's so small, yet it is coronal material that it is emitting from the sun. Yeah, I love this. Every time I see it, I see something
I
new.
know. I have to play at least once per show.
I truly believe this is the onset of the asteroid field when Yuri goes over us.
That's what I felt was happening today, because they were just everywhere.
Well, we're right in the middle of all of this batch, and they're going in a processional change where Nibiru and the Saturn have taken over on the onset of proximity, whereas Yuri and Atu are moving away from us, and now in our past this Earth in the sunlight sky that they started on the like the fourth rotation back in 2018, 19, and I'm thinking we're somewhere 4 to 5 if you take into account spiral, right, left, right. So our viewpoint and how they arrived and transcended and moved. We're literally underneath Yuri, and this is all the crap and garbage and dust and space gases and all sorts of stuff, and in that asteroid field. And this is what turns rainbow in the sky when you're looking to the south at midday and you see this weird rainbow hue off to the left. Well, I believe that's all this stuff.
Didn't you say you thought this object moving by was the 10 asteroid?
Yeah, look at the size of that and the absolute
that's
circle.
an asteroid that is huge.
The column,
I mean,
yeah.
I guess it just pushed the ISS probably out of its way. Who knows what trajectory it had.
These things are so far away; they're nowhere near the ISS.
Oh,
the
okay.
ISS,
it looks like it's scraping by.
300, 400, 500 miles above Earth. I never looked up the distance, so I'm hypothesizing there. But we're talking 20, 30, 50, 60, 100,000 miles away from us. But this is so large. This asteroid field is so big that to us it's sky filling. And this has got to be asteroid field onset, and we have drawings of it, we have pictures of it going. This is the stuff that refracts the rainbow hue.
Cindy says hi.
Hi, Cindy.
She's with
Hello,
us.
Cindy.
That is phenomenal.
This
agree.
video absolutely.
It is.
Every time I see it, it's like, wow. Absolutely.
I had to, put some work into filters, and I altered the coloring a little bit to make it really stand out. But yeah, it's wow. It looks like mountains, doesn't it?
Shoba Dyer says, I see Atu and Yuri in the morning, in the Iseru in the afternoon. We're not really seeing Seru in. Not that I've personally seen. I know where she is in my head. She will be in the southeast sky for most of the day, and then at sunset, she'll be in the southwest sky, but way far in the back of everybody.
Let's see.
And Sarah was green blue with a bright yellow base core. Or it's been yellow lately, but that might be yellow moon refraction onset.
Did you see that one, Sam?
Yeah, that's Nepacity core.
Oh, is it? Okay. I need to make a file of just Nepacity core because
The illumination, the illumination is the actual bottom of the yellow is the bottom of the planet, but that's the base cloud effect of the cloud atmosphere below planet Nepacity.
Okay, let me get a drawing for that. Let's see. I think.
And there will be 3 rings above it, but we don't see them in this picture.
Like this. Uh-oh. No. That was strange. Hang on a second.
We've got tons of Nepacity pictures. Yeah, there's a good one. Yeah.
Like that.
I'm still weighing between, are those the big 3 or are they the 3 separate ones that we've never cataloged? But I know that there are generically 3 moving asteroids to the lower left, and you can see it in this picture above the handicap parking. There's little asteroids right there above the trees. And there's 3 of them, and we've seen them and seen them and seen them. And I've never been able to say, okay, those are the big 3, or no, those are not the big 3.
Okay.
So I never went there because I don't want to exclude, but I don't want to include if they're not accurate. So I sometimes avoid talking about things that I'm not fully convinced of. I mean, which is keeping the science pure. I really have to. Gee, I got that Coke. I think I'll open it now. Here I am thirsty and talking anyway,
Freezy Peach is with us, and they said hello from the UK. So hi, Freezy.
Glad to see you back again.
Yeah, they're a regular. Let's see. Oh, did you see this one? Look at that.
Yeah, I saw that today too. That tells me there's other objects creating that refracted line. Wow. There has to be. I don't know how else you could create that.
Like
other body edges,
illuminated objects, multiple.
Yeah. The light's going around, a stacked up group of planets. I don't know. And this is back focal. So
you see in the top left corner, they have the dark blue is like curve in it. So there's something looks like right there, it's kind of a dark blue.
Well, we know that the planets are all around us at any given time, pretty much during the day from morning till night now.
Yeah.
With minor exceptions of out view at night. They'll be up above us, moreover, than away from us at a horizontal view out. So it's points of view. And that could have a great deal to do with the aurora and the illumination that's going on. We could be seeing the auroras of the other planets. That is the ion drop tail off of Atu.
I would not have guessed that. Okay. So these clouds here are specific for Atu, that particular look. Okay.
And Uri is the patchy, bright, illuminated behind it.
Uh-huh.
And that's the ion drop tail for Atu. It does that.
It does that. Is that kind of like
does that? Yeah.
What how Atu has its snail foot?
Yeah, that's the prelim to snailfoot. When snailfoot comes close or meets our outer atmosphere.
Right, Jesus, and it clicks now, doesn't it?
Then the snailfoot will develop when it's lower and it meets our outer atmosphere band. Then that snailfoot occurs from the ion drop tail from Atu.
So it's like a okay, I see. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get a snailfoot picture so we can compare. I don't have any loaded yet.
I still chuckle over some of the names that have been attached over the years to everything, like snailfoot.
Is that your creation, Sam?
Yeah, well, it looked like a snailfoot, so I called it what it looked like, for new members, because everybody kept going, Mr. Hofman, would you please dumb it down? You're talking about, ion drop tail, and we don't know what that is, and, and backlit crescent flares and crescent illumination, and, you talk about tidal locked planets or concentric orbits and things, and they don't know these things. So and I take this for, granted and just, spout it off like it was, candy bar, no problem.
There was some talk about the snorkel cloud in the Pesari when in the early days for me, and that always confused me.
Well, when it comes down and meets okay, Nepesity is a smaller planet, therefore it spins faster. Okay, and it comes walking up to us, and it meets our outer atmosphere, and its open core, quick rotational ion connection creates this downspout tornado, and that tornado sucks up moisture out of our atmosphere or whatever.
Hence
And
the
then
snorkel name.
that's the snorkel, and then it reaches down, and it's 40 miles wide, and everybody goes, "Oh, look at that supercell." No, excuse me, and this is where they say bomb cyclone, and this is where I say bomb cyclone my ass. That snorkel is sucking up atmosphere and moisture and all sorts of stuff, and then when it starts to pull away and break apart, that's where we get Nepesity rain bomb. Because all of the stuff that it's sucked up and is holding in that rotational vortex, when the vortex breaks connection with our outer bands of atmosphere, and then it just drops all that stuff. And that's
Okay,
how
let's see if it's ready.
that's how a rain bomb is born. And if you look at that storm, what was it, with over Saudi Arabia? As a matter of fact, there's some Saudi Arabia footage, and I wish I'd written it down because I thought about it. There's a video in some Saudi Arabia flooding pictures this week where it shows the onset of Nepesity snorkel cloud, storm from hell. And I mean, it was blowing people and everything, roofs away, and cars flooded away. But I mean, it was ripping up lawn furniture and chairs and tables, throwing them and people everywhere. We're talking high passing winds. So I truly believe, and it was onset Nepesity. You couldn't argue with it. There was the three bands: the snorkel, the storm, the green, and then it hits them and just dumps all that rain on them. And in the desert, they don't see that kind of rain. And they get 50 years worth of rain in one day. Yeah, there's a snail foot, and that's where when that ion drop tail reaches down, and it has something to
Starts a
plane out on.
baby.
Yeah.
There's a baby.
And then when it gets close enough, then you see that flatten out.
I did not realize that was like
probably thousands of miles between the bottom of that cloud and the top of Earth.
There you go.
There's no way for us to judge that. We know that 35,000 feet is where our cumulus nimbus normal puffy cotton-like clouds go to. 35. If you're looking at a supercell, maybe 40,000 feet at the most. After that, we have different thinner gases. There's no way to tell how close that actually is, even though it looks like you could reach out and touch it. And that's what blows me away still. And people say, "Well, how far away are they?" I couldn't tell you. To be terrible.
Well, and it's because they're always moving too.
Yeah.
You can't really put a number on it.
And we know that there's asteroids in this mix, and we know that there's Atush moon is in this mix, and once you learn to start looking for the smaller stuff, you start going, "Oh my God, it's real," because it happens over and over again. And of course, we've never seen weather patterns like that ever. I was thinking that was like ion drop tail core from Nepesity. I don't know. I looked at that. That could even be a ship.
Okay. Yeah, there's a closer pic there.
Look for the conning tower. And there appears to be on the right-hand side, there appears to be conning towers, but they're vapory misty.
Yeah, it's like
that
destroyer.
looks more like ship to me as well.
They come out of the cold space. And then that's it's like if you pull a piece of dry ice out of the refrigerator and you put it on the counter, or you hold it in tongs, it drops those gases come dropping off of it. And if you are a star destroyer and you just came from deep space, it's minus 440 degrees. So yeah, that'll cause that.
Right. Strange.
Well, I just see clouds. Well, the clouds are around that because shit comes in and it's ice cold and then it warms up. Like that's base cloud of onset of Uri. We've
There's
seen the
like
shape, and we've seen the shape, and we've
yeah.
seen the shape.
Let's see what other videos I had.
Is that today?
No,
That
they're not. No.
no, that see that
They're
I saw
pretty recent, though.
the one before this.
Due date,
Can you go
a week or
back?
so ago. What's that?
That looked very familiar, like what I saw today. That one before this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, a whole lot of things huddled up by the sun. It was so. I can't wait to go through the stuff I recorded because it was very interesting stuff.
What's cool is it also has that perfect curve, like for Isatum, too. You know, you got Uri on one side, and I guess what?
Yeah,
Isatum
well,
on the
yeah,
other?
the cross reach. There's that cross reach cloud between Atu
I
and
gotta let my
Uri.
cat in. Hang on.
And I hadn't even looked at this as to think that was a Saturn's yellow moon ion trail, but it's the shape of it is there. So where do you draw the line? You know, I mean, and that's what Andy was talking about last week. It's like you separated into two different pictures of sky. Hello, David.
Okay.
Well, everybody lulled it for a minute there.
Here's Skinny. I'm getting the camera. Anyway, he can sit in my lap, I guess.
A gray tiger.
I know. He truly has 9 lives. I mean, he's had so many close calls. It seems like I don't know why, but he's a lucky
The good
cat.
ones too.
That's what his name caller has, Lucky, on there for. His name is.
And I would call that necessity.
Oh yeah, yeah. Isn't that something? Those stripes.
Yep.
It reminds me. I was going to show a video about those stripes. Let's see. One of my favorites. I got my little bed over here right by me. It's cute.
My skies are starting to light up pretty nice.
Sorry. Oops. Sorry, I need to take the video and get the audio off. But this is one I, downloaded from YouTube. But you can
I
see
love this one.
those stripes, and you can see the rotation of Nepicity.
Yep.
It's perfect. It's like perfect curved, dark blue shape, spinning as it goes by. I just love this one. So,
And that, of course, is when Nepicity was over there.
right. This is 2018, so it is
Right,
older.
Right after that, Isatum and Nibiru came out from behind that area, which is why we didn't generally see Nibiru for a great deal of time, because it had gone up and then to the back of the group, and then we were staring through Uri for a lot of years in our out view, so it blocked everything. And then we went through the Isatum, and then the Nepicity was predominant for the last 2.5 years up close in our face. Of course, she's small, so we got to see her a lot, and she moved. And then Atu is, of course, somewhat close to Nepicity, but Nepicity is behind Atu in a central kind of way. And so we saw that on the onset changes as Nibiru started coming in on our right shoulder, and then Uri started going out on our left.
That is so cool. That is such a cool.
You see
video.
what I'm getting at? I mean, we see that heliocentric model, and then we see this video, and there's like, well, there's something spinning by, just like that model shows us. So it's pretty
And see,
ideal.
even the sunlight. See how the sunlight conforms to the bottom.
Right. It's like
curve
something's
of
dragging across the top of it. It is something.
And that
dragging.
those
Yeah.
and the flickering too is just so you have to think that there's a spinning planet, and
Right.
as that sunlight is reflecting off of it, you're gonna have.
What
a lot
really
of that
sealed it
back
for
and
me was when
forth.
I started first seeing Atu and Atu's moon discharge on Earth. And then you in the live action, and you got to watch the planet rotate and then discharge onto the planet. And it just, it blew me away. That it was like, how the hell could they be this close where they could actually reach through space and have a lightning bolt that connected between this planet and that planet. And I thought, my God, I mean, how big is this lightning bolt, and how many hundreds of thousands of miles is this thing traveling through space? And it argued with me forever. And that's when we came to the conclusion, of course, 2012, 2013, that we weren't dead yet. So I went, okay, I guess the planets repel. Then you got to take into account that this goes on cycle after cycle every 3,654 years. So of course the planets don't crash into each other.
Hey, Sam, is that something that you when you knew they were coming? What was your premise of it? You didn't really understand that they repelled at that time? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I didn't see it that way. I didn't believe that they were going to be this close. I thought we'd see them look through a telescope. Oh, there's Saturn and the rings, and there's a planet, and there's a planet, and oh, there's a planet over there, and we'd pass and cross each other. And then also I really wasn't even focusing on the planets themselves. I focused on the larger ones, of course, and then the second star was my whole premise for believing that the atomic structure of our solar system had to be more than what Einstein and Newton had laid out. And I knew that gravity well idea didn't work, and I wasn't comfortable with dark matter, and so I wrote what my own assumption was, and I just believed we had to have a binary solar system, and with a second star comes a second group of planets. And so I went, okay, and then I attributed the possible planet count. But then you have to take into account that man and the human idea of planets, what actually a planet is completely inaccurate. And then
absolutely.
And there are smaller planets than Pluto that are planets in our solar system that they're not even accounting for and telling us about, and how small they are. And yet, do they repel? Do they have a magnetic liquid core? I mean, how do we judge the core value of planet Mars that has a very low magnetic inner core, and yet it's still considered a planet just because of its size? So our point of view on what really a planet or a positively charged body in each solar system value is much, much greater. And that was part of the premise of my paper was I knew we had to have more than what we have, than what man says or sees or knows about. So
often what you say that really got me in the early days, Sam, was and I never thought about it because prior to you saying that, but the fact that our bigger planets on the outer part of our solar system, that makes absolutely perfect sense. That it makes no sense if you're going with the gravity thing. They wouldn't make absolutely no sense. And when you mentioned that, I was like, it hit me. I was like, wow.
Right. Then why is
never? How do we not address this? How does nobody?
Yeah. Why isn't Neptune? Why isn't Saturn? Why isn't Jupiter closer to our star?
Well, the closest, the smallest planet is the closest one to our star, which is Mercury.
Right, and that doesn't make sense according to gravitation. And
I never, I think that really put things into perspective for me in the early days. Was that?
And then he was saying, well, the sun has
that's what really got me thinking and got me like, okay, there is a lot more to this.
The sun pulls us in, and yet there's this dark matter, this unknown that keeps us in our station keeping. That we, and yet we orbit here, and we're sort of on this spiral inward, and yet we're not. And that one always I just sat there and went, that's no, I'm sorry, that doesn't work. And of course you go with the spiral model, the spiral helix model, and static charge, and us following because we're connected to our star that is traveling, and we're following behind according to our placement and weight value. It would make more sense for some of the bigger, fatter planets to be in the middle to end fringe, because they're harder to pull in the static spiral. They would be farther out into the back. And the smaller planets would be closer in because they were easier to spiral in a placement.
Yeah.
Centrifugal force.
Yeah. That really got me thinking when you first said that. When I first came across you saying that, I was that actually it had never crossed my mind. But
Well,
when
what
I
they
heard
were
you say
handing
that,
us in
it
school
just in
didn't.
my mind it just made perfect sense.
What they handed us in school didn't fit.
Yeah, yeah. And after that, I just started questioning everything, and I
Sorry.
became even more fascinated with this whole thing. And wow, that is a great cube shot.
Yeah, folks, the Texas Cube and the Longbox Cube and the Empire Orb and the thousands and thousands of Star Destroyers that are here and the thousands and thousands of smaller craft from multiple different factions are here and are flying around left and right. There's captures nonstop, and nobody's doing anything about it.
What could we do about it? I mean, what do you mean nobody's doing anything?
Share the information so
Oh,
everyone knows, so those the people
that.
who have
Okay,
the
sure.
ability to talk about it are forced to talk about it.
Damn,
And
wow,
then
that's
the benefit would be for what? I mean, like people to move out of dangerous areas. Is that what you're saying?
Some pre-knowledge of upcoming events, or even just an awakening to show you
Being
there's so
aware.
much more going on.
Right.
And
Right.
we're not alone. And you know, to think that we're the only creature within billions of light year or hundreds of tens of light years even is preposterous, arrogant, and insane. I mean, we're not, you know,
arrogant. Yeah, yeah. In such a vast universe, just for it to be us, that is as arrogant as it gets.
you know, and we've been receiving messages from space since the 80s, and they're not talking about it. You know, real radio waves from real other cultures.
I don't know what to think about that. I mean,
It's real. It's well, shit. I mean,
I
we got,
wonder
you
what
know,
they're saying is what I'm thinking.
we have multiple factions of an entire. I'm not going to say invasion force, but a delegation of many thousands of ships are here right now, and people need to realize there's, you know, a very large thing going on here, and we're being drastically lied to. Now, it doesn't really affect me too much because I don't have a great deal of the commodity that they seek. So there's a lot going on, and of course, this is part of the system too, and the system works for the system, so it's gonna, of course, work as the system goes on.
Well, I think that's big. That's one of the biggest parts of all the lies is that they kind of what I noticed, Sam, is that they really our lives are really basic. You know, as far as knowledge goes, they really keep it really basic. Even new science that comes out, it's just very very small, and just it's like they want us thinking really simple. They want us thinking worldly stuff. They don't want us with our minds out there. You know,
Go to
again,
any
and
7-Eleven and ask any person that walks in or out to pay for gas a general uh, question about anything that we even basically discuss on a daily basis,
yes,
and they won't have even the remotest clue. If you even, I asked the guy across the street the other day, had he seen the flooding in France, and which I had seen probably 30 to 40 videos over in a 2-day period. And I knew about the storm. I told people 3 days ahead of time that the storm was coming, and he had no knowledge of it whatsoever. And you know, and people don't know about the Libya freak dam bursting and killing all those thousands and thousands of people in their sleep in one night. And look what happened to Saudi Arabia, and look what's going to happen again here and again there and again here and next week and the week after. And it's like we were talking on the show last week and the week before that every 2 weeks or so it goes on that side of the world, and then it gets us on this side. So any day now it's going to be our turn again.
I'm not sure what David means about harvesting invasion. Do you know, Sam? Harvesting invasion.
They don't need to, David. They've been harvesting with licenses and permissions since the 40s.
Harvesting what? Like what?
Probably genetic material is probably referring to, being it didn't expand
Okay.
on it too heavily.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we don't own us either. We don't own Earth. We don't own us. We are a patented version, like the iPhone 14 or whatever. So they have a lot more. That's it just amazes me to this day that everybody says, "Well, I'm gonna fight them back," and it's like you have no idea how little control we actually have. They they come and go as they please. They turn the switch on, they turn the switch off. They do what they want. When they leave, they're done and they're gone. And the wake eddy is that which it leaves behind afterwards, and that can have many ramifications as well. So if you're ever thinking about going against ET, I don't recommend it. I've had little scuffles with them myself over space, and I didn't win, although they didn't bother me much after I managed to get my 45, but I wasn't rude either. So you have to be respectful of any visitation, because if you're not, then you don't go home, and you just sort of aren't there anymore. So when it comes to harvesting and stuff like that, it's been going on. It's going to go on. The modeling of the human genome, it belongs to them, depending on which faction you pay attention to.
Do
But
you think we'll ever reach our independence, Sam?
well, that's part of what the plan is. There is a plan in place, and it has been in progress for about 2,000 some odd hundred years, where some humans are going to be allowed to elevate in Federation society. Now, whether or not they're going to get longer lives, I don't know.
Can you be more specific, Sam? You mean like, because as you said before, we're leaving everything behind that is a big deal. What do you mean by being allowed to join the Federation? You mean, what does that mean? Giving
and that it boils down
one?
to it exactly. Question is, do you want to leave Earth?
I don't think I could say no to that one. There's just personally me. I don't think I could say no to that one.
Well, you get on a ship.
For me personally, there's nothing on Earth.
You get on a ship, and they take you away, and you don't get to come back.
I don't like a lot of earthly. I don't like society very much. I don't click with it. I don't.
But you'd be amazed what tradition and societal upbringing that you have that you would ultimately miss in seconds.
Is that yes? Even though I'm somebody who doesn't really fit in society, at the same time, this is all I know.
True. I mean, it's an enticing what if.
What would you do, Sam?
I would not leave, thank you. I will stay right here in Montana.
Okay.
And I will go. They can make me a little healthier. Take a couple of these years off this old carcass.
Yeah.
I sure earned a few in the last decade doing this.
Beds. What about med beds?
That reminds me of the movie Elysium. I recommend watching it. I believe that I would like to have one of those. Thank you for a little while, and then I could go back to work and do my thing.
Yeah.
Which has to do with teaching source and.
Because what would be like? I know, maybe you know a little bit. Like, how would your life change if you did decide to go?
Well, you wouldn't have any of the things that it's like you couldn't go to the 7-Eleven for a 6-pack of beer. I can tell you that.
Okay, everything.
You'd have to literally, and it's these social things that we as humans do. I one time had a really excruciatingly strong dream where I was walking through a mall on another planet amongst normal civilian aliens. And I experienced a level of discrimination and finger pointing like I was a monkey in the zoo. And everything I looked at was foreign to me, and it had very little social value that I could share. And I became more of a pariah than a participant. Now that was how the dream felt. So and that long ago it brought me to the thing that, okay, what if I want to buy a pair of blue jeans? Well, I can't I have to then settle for whatever is being produced in this new world. And there, there's no Christmas, there's no Halloween. They have different holidays, they have different practices, they have different speech. You'd have to learn all these completely different new things. And I thought, well, at my age now, I'm in my 60s, I'm be a little more comfortable just staying here. Thank you. You guys have a nice time. Enjoy yourselves.
Yeah.
How about just taking a job and then coming back every other week or so? That's kind of what I would like.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not like they're handing those. If they handed me a cool role, like here's your ship, you can go, go take this cargo to Epsilon 2 or whatever, and then come back and we'll give you 3 days off. I might. I don't like being cold. Space is cold depending on the temperature of your ship. I don't know, technology, but I'm sure, and I'm sure space is far faster than we can imagine. So in transporting commodities or doing whatever. But of course, I'd have to hear the offer. I'd have to see,
I agree.
The writer, as they speak, show me the job description, then we can discuss it. But so far, I don't have those job offers.
But I mean, that would be a cool thought, though. Because,
we're gonna take the Millennium Falcon and then deliver, some lettuce to Tatooine or whatever.
The appeal to me isn't so much leaving everything behind, because I know I would, regardless of how I feel about current state of the world, society. The appeal for me is just to see a solar system. Bird's eye view of all this. That's really what I would love to do.
There's the flat plate of Saturn. Bring it back if you can.
Okay,
that
sure.
That is absolutely amazing, too. That's wow. But the appeal for me was just to get a bird's eye view of this. To just kind of see
that's the flat plate of the Saturn's yellow moon. And one side of the ion.
So this is, sorry, Jesus. This is like crazy. A couple of years old. So...
absolutely awesome.
See that flat plate? It's like a little shield, but it sits there in that circle, and that's Saturn's yellow moon.
Third eye cam.
Now I understand what you mean by flat plate. This is a perfect example. Wow.
Gillian says she wants to see Earth from space. We need a spacecraft.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. Yes. We just need a spacecraft.
I would love to see the entire solar system from a distance.
Well, you can actually look that up.
Look what up.
Carl Sagan has a movie. It's pretty much one of the last ones. You can look Carl Sagan and the view of Earth. Type it into YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And you'll see how itty bitty micro small to Earth is compared to, a few thousand. And because people don't even realize how far away, for instance, like Jupiter is like a couple 100 million miles away from our sun. And we all think in terms of Earth being 93 million miles, and then our planets are just behind us over there. But they're so far away from each other. It's unbelievable. And once you start looking that information up, it never dawns on you the vastness of stuff between everything else. And like the asteroid field between Mars and Jupiter and Saturn, and nobody, it's called the Kuiper Belt. Nobody takes that into account, and that's vast billions of rocks out there. Is it warning you? Your door is ajar. No, it's a door. Your door.
No, I'm losing light here, so I thought I'd kind of brighten it up a little bit.
Okay. So you turned your key on. I see.
Yeah, you can really see it good right there. You can just see it.
That's that flat plate in front of Saturn's yellow moon that it pushes. It has a push flat plate, and from the side it looks like straight lines, but when it rolls like that, it looks like a small shield. And of course, we saw that for the first time, 2019 and 20, on Dr. Phil's pictures.
Yeah.
Remember those early and for wherever Dr. Phil is, you should contact us.
Yeah, I missed his post. He had some really cool stuff. He was a regular for a while, and then
for a good while.
It was spelled Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
Huh.
But hey guys, I'm gonna have to hop off here now. But
okay. Well, I'm
you
happy
know,
you were able to hang out with us.
yeah, it was fun to do a Saturday show. You know, hopefully,
Makes it
Right. Yeah,
hopefully
you'll
the
be back.
views reflect. We'll see what the views on this are compared to Tuesday, and then see how
That'll
that
be
goes.
interesting. We'll compare,
Yeah.
right? Because,
Yeah.
but I was just going to let everybody know that you will be back. Well, we will be back Tuesday night.
Yeah.
You know, all three of us and Zane Berry. I'm not saying we're ending the show right now. I'm just telling people that we, all of us, me, Sam, Jesus, and Zane Berry, will have a show together Tuesday.
Oh,
This coming Tuesday night.
did Zane actually confirm he's gonna
Yeah,
be in GW?
yeah.
Awesome. I can't. Okay,
I
I
know,
can.
right? I know it's finally
Yeah, I've
happening
been,
because
as I said before, me and Zane Berry had talked about doing this because we both wanted to kind of put it out there, you know, and talk about it because, you know, it's to both of us, we're really fascinated by this, you know, great sky watcher, Zane Berry. I love his posts as well. So yeah, I
right.
can't wait. It's going to be awesome.
I know, me
It's gonna be
too.
awesome.
It's because he has some of the best captures
Yeah.
for my area. You know, he kind of, I noticed whatever he does for occupation, he travels in a tri-state little region, so
Yeah.
he's all over. But sometimes he's right here in Tulsa where I am. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, he's been a lot. He's been there a lot lately, you know, in your neck of the woods. But yeah, we'll see you guys Tuesday.
Okay,
Everybody,
Carol said,
thank you for
Drive
being
safe.
here. Love you too, Carol. You know,
yeah,
nice
she's
to-
telling you a message.
she's been on just about every one of our shows, so it's.
I know.
She's a
I
regular.
know. She's
a
very
regular.
supportive.
A true
Yeah,
skywatcher.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
that kind of stuff that, makes it all worth it, really. The people
Yeah,
that appreciate it
yes.
and are
Why
supportive.
we do this.
Absolutely.
Right.
And yeah, thank to everybody that was here. You know, thanks to everybody who joined us and stuff. But yeah, we'll see you guys Tuesday.
Okay, cool. See you later.
Talk to you guys soon. Well,
Okay.
I'll be listening in as I go back to work now. But
Right.
all right, guys.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
See you guys. Bye, guys.
Everybody say bye.
Do you have those? Do you have those older Attu pictures?
I do. Yeah. Let me get those.
Attu and Attu's Moon 2017.
All right.
And then you can run that one that I sent you
Uh-huh.
today after we use all of those.
Okay. Let me get it lined up and ready.
No problem. I just thought we'd bring that up for the rest of the
Right,
show.
because this is one of the things we were going to do for sure. We wanted to do. So hang on. Let me get rid of a few things. Okay, and then I'll add that video back.
And for members and new people and new folks out there on YouTube and stuff that are going to be listening to this previously recorded program, but yeah, you could start it with the other ones, but that works.
There.
Yeah. We have members around the world. We talk to people around the world every day. UK, India, South Korea, Japan, Australia, France, Holland, Sweden, United States, Scotland, Ireland, Canada, Mexico. We have quite a few people in South America. They have a little trouble with the language barriers. But we talk to people regularly around the world, and we're not just 6 people who come from a chat room. And here's 2017, and this is again when we started really screaming about it, cited worldwide, because it was cited worldwide, and everybody back then was seeing Attu and Attu's Moon come in. And this was the crossover in 2017, 2018. And that's when Attu was in the middle. That's why I referred to it as when they went from 2018 over to the other side. But during the transition, they're either in the middle, like Necessity has spent the last 2 years riding in the middle over the top of us and doing a close pass, including last week in the flooding of Saudi Arabia. And it's still awfully close to Earth on a cross pass.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to pull the drawing for that.
Moon, and you can see objects in front of it, around it, and smaller ones. If you look at the blitz, you can actually see lead asteroid at that time is much smaller, and just above. Okay.
Oh, sorry, Sam.
Oh, no problem. No problem. You can see lead asteroid and the bunch just in front of Attu's Moon at the center, just above the S, straight up, and Skywatcher. You can see the small illuminated area. And we have repeated patterns of these going back years and years and years. And this is how we gathered all of this information, is from around the world, members every day sending their stuff in. We get stuff from Japan, like I said. We get stuff from South Korea. We get stuff from Malaysia. We get stuff from Australia and New Zealand. And this is how, of course, we end up drawing our drawings, and me seeing years and years of this, and then teaching the patterns to everyone else. And in the early days, we tried to get people to listen, and we had information and we had proof, but it wasn't as easily. There you go. There's Attu's moon sitting right next to Attu, and Attu's in the left side of Attu's moon, and then our regular clouds in front of us. And you got to take into account that we watched this for over a decade, and we have taken the time to catalog and prove all of this. And folks need to really get on board with this and join this, so that you can take the time to learn it and see it too, because it's all transitioning. And the greatest part of the show might be tomorrow, and you may miss it. So you have to get out here and do this. And
I was telling you earlier, Sam, I was trying to find your most recent drawing, because I am so not used to seeing Attu's moon. Now, how old is this picture? Is it old or recent?
This one, well over a year.
Okay. Here's
well over a year
most
old.
recent drawing. And I mean, I'm used to Attu's moon just being way bigger, so I have to keep reminding myself to look for something small.
They've all stepped back and they've stepped up higher. They started, remember in 2019, 20, 21, how immensely close Attu's moon kept coming, and always see these just massive momentous clouds. And there's an example of Attu's moon. And when that got close, it was so unbelievably huge. And then they did the pass, and then they started from that point on, from 2021, they started rising up higher. And then now Attu's moon does get bigger currently from what the last couple of shots that we've been looking at. But that's on the intro, when it's coming in and going over us. Then it gets really close, and then it goes in our western and northwestern sky. And like that is, the asteroids and Attu and Attu's moon interacting in the ion drop tails, just about ready to form the snail foot. And you can see the bodies in there. You can see all the individual smaller asteroids. I got to check something. I'm smelling the oven. I'm wondering if the kids are cooking.
Go ahead. Do what you got to do.
Push on another picture.
I told Sam I would have not have guessed this had anything to do with Attu's moon even. I had no idea. But you can tell whatever was happening is like layered. It's like one thing in front of another thing in front of, so it does make sense. Asteroids in front of Attu's moon, in front of Attu in the back. So, like the darker.
You can see the darkness,
Yeah, that's what I was
thinking. Go down and look at the horizon line, and it's light blue, and then you look up there, and that's Attu and Attu's moon behind it. And, on the right-hand picture, and even in the left-hand picture, if you look, I think up to the left corner there, we might have the Skull asteroid.
Oh. Say it one more time, the location.
To the upper left.
Yeah.
Blob with the two colors on the right hand and left hand picture is probably the Skull asteroid.
Okay. I have trouble finding him.
Well, it's always on the left hand side of Attu.
Right.
And in between Uri and Attu, slightly more on the side than behind or in between, is the Skull asteroid. And it has a group of it has a very large asteroid with it, plus a whole bunch of smaller ones, and medium-sized ones, and micro-sized, and it has a whole conglomerate of stuff behind it as well that does extend between in the middle hemispheres of Attu and Uri. But we rarely see that unless you're looking directly up underneath it. And that was visible, just at, I'd say, June, July, August. If you look straight up to the northwest, but straight up, you'd be able to actually see it, which I did see it.
Really?
And then when they pass over, I don't know exactly when they're passing over during the day. It's probably in the morning that Attu goes over us. I'd have to go out and spend a couple of days to recatalog it in my brain because it's all changing so fast.
Is it? I mean, I'm anxious to see the new drawing.
Yeah, sure. Remind me. You all of a sudden vanished. Okay. Well, yeah, these wake patterns, these little ion bleed, or I can't even call it bleed off, but these trails show you that motion and connection. And you look where this on the right-hand picture, the connection is reaching up to Attu's moon. Wow, I'm the only one here now. Hello out there in TV land. We're seeing all sides of Attu's moon. No, we pretty much see the one side. I think it's pretty much tidal locked. I don't think Attu's moon rotates that much. I think it's pretty stable in the attachment to the side of Attu. I never. We do see the same crater patterns over and over again, the same shadowing. And Attu's moon has on the lower left-hand side, it has a sort of a flat, oblong, off, non-round, flat spot to it. And we've documented that going back to 2018, 19, 20, when the close-ups and there were some actual space close-ups. Hi, you're back.
I'm back. I don't know. It was weird. Just happened random.
Just had to go out to the.
I don't know. I looked down and I heard you say I was gone, and yeah, I could not get back in. It said my mic and my camera were not connected to connect it, and it wouldn't let me. I don't know. But I have learned that even though
when you recircle, of course, if you had a computer, then you could just recircle like I do. What happens if I get a bad link? I just hit the circle button up here in the left-hand corner.
Yeah.
I
have that. Okay, I'll try that next time first.
Recirculate the thing. It brings me back to the site, and then I log into the show, and usually, like it happened to me this time too. When the first time I turned on your link, I had trouble with my camera again. So what I did was I went back to the basics rather than playing with any of the buttons. I just recircled it, and it came up, and boom, there's my stock footage picture. Because my camera and the microphone will not feed out through this site at the same time, which for new members and listeners is why I don't have a moving picture of me, because I can't get the thing to work at the same time. I stall out and then I go so
yeah, right. That's no good.
It can't handle it. Can't
because picture.
Well, the kids are in the other room playing on their, video games too, and some of them are online games, and so.
Right.
Feed, and I have a crappy internet system, so it's expensive but crappy. And we were talking, we're going to get you started about money.
There's not many options out there.
No, there isn't, and it's sort of a monopoly going on here too. So.
Right.
Well, hi people out there. Everybody's got to get and start.
I was going to say, these are pictures. I don't know if Gillian is still watching, but if she is, these are her pictures. The file I have for her.
Purpley Attu like.
And I think this was just, last night, as far as I know. She just sent those to me.
Very much like Attu.
Doesn't it? It's just kind of eerie looking, these two.
Now that Attu's moon is smaller, we're seeing more of Attu than we were seeing of Attu's moon, because Attu's moon was always blocking Attu. So now that Attu's moon is higher up and smaller, we're actually seeing more of the bottom of Attu.
Like, let me look again. Like right above the trees where the color changes from dark blue to,
purple and bubbly.
Purple. That's where Attu starts.
And I'm sure everybody's, looking at that going, oh, those are just clouds. Yeah.
I know.
Right. Wind, a lot of people believe purple clouds exist.
Right. No, I know. I told you earlier, like I said, all it takes is for a meteorologist to discuss it, joke around about it, normalize it, and nobody will think anything of it because, they would tell us otherwise.
And we never had purple clouds until 2012. There were nor purple lightning for that matter. We didn't have purple lightning either.
Purple lightning.
And people, and anybody, in their early 30s go, well, because as a teen, you don't look at the sky much unless you're a sky watcher. And and then when you finally grow up, you start looking around the skies and the clouds. Well, it looks normal to me. Oh no, this is not the sky that we used to have. We used to have a thing called high noon in Montana here. The old westerns, where when it was noon, the sun was above you, straight up. Not anymore. It hasn't been that way since 2011,
Yeah.
when the planet tipped, and when we got the second star, and our star went to their star, and all of that. And the sun's been coming up in the northeast ever since, and setting in the weird arc all the way around the afternoon into the southwest by west. I don't even see the same sunsets anymore. There used to be a period of time where the sun, in the end of the summer, would shine into my window. I haven't seen that in years.
Oh, really? Well, I
Yeah.
do notice in our window, the angle of the sunlight hits in different places.
I knew it was bad because it always bothered me when I was trying to watch TV at
Each and every
sunset.
day, right?
And no matter how I hung my curtains, I couldn't block out that one little edge that always just, shaft blinding came in and bothered my right eye. And I thought about moving my TV, but then where the only place to move the TV, the light would have been directly shining on it. So I figured it was better shining on me than the TV. So I just tolerated, and a lot of times would watch TV with my hand up, and I haven't had to do that in many years. And I watched where the sun was, and the Earth tip, and the magnetic north, and we've documented all of that. And a lot of people don't even barely know about that, or the trumpeting in the skies, and and all the other stuff, and all the asteroids cataloged. And I mean, I could go on and on and on forever. And there's so much information that people aren't even aware of, and haven't even got a clue that we've spent years watching. Question.
Yeah, for you. It says, question for Sam, please. With all the photos collected from all around the world, can you collate enough data to track where the planets will be at any time? Can you create like a graph or your model?
Not an orbit model, but I do that monthly with Montana Skywatcher drawings. I give an out view and the location and general size and proximity to other objects, and where what is, and we've gone through a progression of a couple, like 150 drawings over the years.
Sorry.
That's interesting. Well, that's a good one.
What
I like
did I do? Oh my gosh, I'll fix it.
It worked for me. I like the drawing.
Right. Okay. There's that.
Yeah. I basically have, go back to that.
Okay.
That years ago, and that was 2018. When the planets were smaller, I was still cutting out paper cutouts, and I could use the size of the cutout for long periods of time. And all I had to do was move them in the out view of the picture I took. And this is a really great example that if you go back to a lot of your photographs, even from people who have dates on their photographs so they know when it was taken, we can go back through our old site drawings and find out just how exactly they still match. And that's part of what's really cool about the documentation that we've done. And I know where they are in my head. I've got this plotted. I've been watching this for so long, and that's why I do the drawings the way I do them, and how I know, and part of my far seeing skills, if you want to call it that. And I have a mind for this, and this is that one thing that I do. And Rebecca, of course, can attest to my accuracy over the last decade. So, and a lot of people call me a charlatan or a cult leader or whatever, or a con man or whatever. And my record is absolute. I don't have to even defend it, because we've done this for so long, and the development of the information and the extent of the information that we've developed that has matched time after time, year after year after year, that we can even go back and reference and look up and cross-reference, that it's absolutely proven, without a doubt. And I still chuckle about it, because I still argue with it in my brain, which is perhaps a really good idea, because that way I keep the science fresh, and I still work at it rather than take it for granted or relax. Because site drawing time is coming up again, and I sure like this paper cutout. I hadn't thought about that. I may go back to that. That's so attractive. But anyway, it's simple too.
Right, the cutouts. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to do one, if you felt up to it.
I mess
know,
with people,
Might be something
I gotta
unique.
tease them once in a while.
I know.
You
Do
know,
it again.
how much do you love Montana Skywatcher, and how much do you take it for granted the information that you get for free? Ha ha ha! You know, go kooky on them. You know, tease them a little bit.
Right. Oh boy,
Pay
that would
me,
be
or I'll never go
interesting.
back to
Yeah,
pencils again. You know, I'm joking.
I know. So
Well,
has
I
it always
was
been pencils, or has it ever been crayons ever?
when I didn't have a red or something, I once in a while borrowed one crayon, but I've never done crayon drawings. They were always out of colored pencils and
Okay.
permanent marker. Other than that, we did these. I did a paper cutout, and then I'd lay it out in the out view, and the sun was the sun.
Right.
And then when there was changes in the sun, I would change the shape of the cutout or add to the yellow or whatever. And then over time, I started placing all these minuscule, small, little tiny asteroids. And then that got to be a huge pain in the ass. While I'm talking and doing a video, I'd exhale, and the lead asteroid would fly underneath Saru, and oh shit, So I went to drawings because the cutouts started getting too complicated and too many small pieces of stuff on the same page in front of me. Well, I had to talk closely, and yet it's directly in front of me while I'm pointing it out with a pen or a pointer stick, which I had actually some really fancy pointer sticks that I never really used a lot of, but I did enjoy them. Anyway, I did go out and buy myself a nice stick, chopsticks that are really nice. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah. I was thinking, I remember seeing some of your older videos, like 2017, maybe.
The Understanding the Sky series.
Yeah, exactly. There's a few that you were using sticks for, I thought.
Well, I was using my finger a lot of the times, and I'd move stuff, and I'd go, no, and then I'd have to straighten it out and put my hands in front of the camera again. And then I had people coming, oh, I love your hands. And I went, okay, thank you. So I started being a little more aware of what I put in the frame. And, there was that Halloween. I kind of chuckled. I actually reposted it. There's that like 2016-17 Halloween video for October. That's why I reposted it. And, here I got all these little Halloween statues or whatever, Halloween memorabilia stuff on the counter, and I start pulling them off, being silly. I watched it and I thought, man, you're stupid. I don't like to go back and watch my old videos.
Really?
Well, I do, but I don't. I watch more of I watch Radio Wasteland stuff, and every once in a while I'll be listening to myself talk, and I go, okay, I can't listen to any more. And so, because sometimes I come off a little silly or stupid to my own self, and or embarrassing or whatever. And so
I think we're all like that. It's like you can't stand to hear your own voice and watch I don't know why that is, but I know
I've gotten past listening to my own voice because I've done many commercials and stuff and TV.
Yeah, I haven't. I've never done all that.
Yeah, I don't hear that part about it anymore. But when I go off and then I lose topic or I start rambling off on another topic altogether, and I catch myself at it, and I go, "Boy, are you, whoa, where are you going? Come back." That little extra talking to yourself, and it's kind of funny sometimes. Other times it's just downright embarrassing. And there's a few shows that I'm not thrilled about, but I do tell everybody, look up Radio Wasteland. And we're still missing where they went to. We don't know what happened to them.
Not at all. We do not know at all, do we?
Yeah.
Well, wait. Now, someone a few shows back stated that
that he got sick, but
health problems with Chauncey. Which is the main person, that did the show. So if he's not able to do, it's too bad they can't update. Just an update video.
I'd love to. Yeah, I sent them messages and they've never written me back. I talked to a couple of the producers, and I don't know where the co-host went to, but yet a co-host, I haven't talked to them in a long time. And I know that there was more to the production company. Yeah.
Sorry, I need to
that's all
go
right.
through here and get rid of the audio on these.
It
Just
wakes,
get rid of
it
it.
catches everybody's attention.
That's
They go
alarming. I
sit up
know.
in their
Sorry.
chair. Hello. Okay, I'm coming back.
I didn't even
Yeah.
want this one, but that's what came up.
Yeah, realization that the sun is shining underneath, and what we look at a normal sky and we think it's a normal sky, and it's not a normal sky. You're looking exactly at that, and this is where the drawings match year after year after year, and we can. I'm gonna toot my own horn a little bit. I draw stuff ahead of time that happens exactly all the time. And that has to do with my efficiency at doing it for a long period of time, and my efficiency for this being my one job, or the thing that I do, or my far seeing skills, or you come to use your skills as if you were born to them, and that's how it works for me. I know this stuff. We've proven it, and it matches time after time, year after year, document, and this is what we do, and we try to be as clean about it and as rural factual as possible to make sure that we don't impinge on science by pulling in a bunch of garbage or any of these, photoshopping or rumors. And this is why we've been very, very strict about Montana Skywatcher citizen science, to have people acting, like adults in adult manner, and share adult science issues and topics and submissions. And anything beyond that is pretty much either removed or asked that you not do it again. And we get some new members all the time that want to post all kinds of crazy stuff about a mule walking out of their village or something, and that's just not the place for that. So we have rules, and our rules have gotten us where we are today. And now this is your time where you get to say, yes, stuff that Sam draws always turns out, and it just does. And I even amaze myself all the time.
With which part? Which
Oh,
part?
the drawing. I'll do a drawing.
The drawing, right? I
And
know.
then-
I bet.
And then with anywhere from 2 hours to 2 weeks,
have
there it
to.
is, an exact copy of it, like I literally copied it from a trace paper, and so, excuse me for just a sec.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, can you show a video? I'm going to be real fast back.
Yeah, that's what I pulled up here. It's rolling as far as I can tell. Yeah, it is. I don't remember where this is. I didn't have it marked, but I saved it for a reason. Obviously, we'll find out here and see. I don't remember it being dark for so long. Let's fast forward a little bit. I don't think I'd save a video of just nothing but nighttime. Here it goes. Yeah, that's Atu's moon. Kind of like what we were looking at earlier today. All of those ripples. Very repetitive for Atu's moon. And Wendy is here. I just seen that. Hey, Wendy. Can you share any photos of Saru? You're the second person that has asked that in the last 12 hours, probably. Not long, since yesterday. I don't have them on this computer yet, and they are on my old phone. I'd have to, didn't mean to do that, but it's a long story. My old phone got water damage. I'm sure they're probably in my Google Photos. Anyway, I'm going to have to go and resave them and then add them. So by next week, we will work, because I don't even have very many. The ones I have are from Sam.
I'm back.
And hey, Sam, we're talking about photos of Saru. I was telling her I don't have them on my new phone yet. They're in my.
There aren't that many available either.
many.
There's only about 24 or so, and I'm sure I could come up with far more if I actually look in the old files.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And I had to go cut pizza for the girls. They don't want to handle the hot pizza, so I had to cut it for them. Yeah, they on podcast nights they do pizza, and it saves me all the work.
They look forward to podcast night then, probably, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Anytime they get to have pizza, they're happy about it. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
Dad, I didn't want to have green beans. No. And
Yeah.
actually, my kids actually eat their vegetables very well. They do like their green beans, but I know
Right.
how to cook them. Anyway,
I know you always talk about. I mean, what a good cook you are.
well,
You do.
I used to cook for Red Lion. It's a hotel chain, and I got promoted up, and I got sent to other properties and managed restaurants. And I even know the secret 11 herbs and spices from Kentucky Fried Chicken because
You
I managed
do.
2 of those restaurants, and I actually
Wow.
made the spice for the state of Montana. And I had signed a 30-year non-disclosure agreement over knowing that the spice recipe even. So that I'm sure is expired by now.
I just want to
One
say
of the
bye to
secrets
Thunder.
One of the secrets is white pepper and a
White
whole lot of
pepper.
MSG. Yeah, white pepper. It's not a
And
commonly used spice, and all the normal chicken spice that you put in, poultry seasoning. There's a shitload of
yeah,
MSG in there. I mean, it's unfortunately a large amount of MSG, which is unbelievable. And I mean, just dealing with that stuff in a large, if you mix a couple 100 pounds of that spice at a time, I tell you, your mouth and your nose hate every second of it. Anyway,
well, I was going to say there are copycat recipes for stuff like that because
yeah.
I've tried a couple KFC. You know,
Yeah, well, they've got techniques, and
close.
it's a
It's
very learned
close.
process. Boy, I think we're looking at that was literally Saturn's yellow moon in the Saturn.
Oh,
That
just
last
this right
picture.
here.
Yeah,
Is that
see
what
that
you're talking
round?
about? Oh, I didn't even know. I thought it was over. It's not even over. Let's
See
go
that
back
little
a little
round thing
bit.
at the horizon there? That's sort of orangey yellow.
Yeah,
That could be
here's where
Saturn's
it
yellow.
was. We backed it up a little bit. That's what I was saying when you were gone. This is like very well. Let's just back it up. You didn't get
That's
to
what we
see it.
try to teach people to look at the stuff that you don't really see, the stuff that that's there, but it's not, but it is, but it isn't, and there's shapes, and this is how the patterns come through, and you learn them. You see, we're looking at a sunset that's yellow there,
Okay.
and that white
Well,
area was an illuminated bottom of a very large planet, but everybody generally probably just saw clouds. Because once you realize these planets are that massive and that close to us, it's just beyond your imagination. I know it messes with me every time, even a decade later. I still have to argue with my eye and go, I know better because it's the illumination.
it's touchy. It's like I barely move it a second, and I'm trying to get the very beginning.
Same thing
There.
here. You look down at the horizon, the orange is the real sky. The illuminated area above to the right is the bottom of a planet. That's why it's illuminated. And we had a series going all the way back from 218, 219, when Nibiru started rounding into our pattern again, viewably. The refraction light off the sun kept the sunlight all the way until almost midnight, where it was light out. And everybody went, wow, it's amazingly light still, and it's 11:30 at night,
Like a glitch in the matrix or something. It's
Yeah,
like,
and we went through that too, and that's the refractive light of illuminated
yeah.
object that's nearby. And that also affected the tree ring growth and everything else, and plant life and heat and temperature retention of the planet, and refractive light.
All right.
It's all part of and I always chuckle. They talk about how we have much higher, 70 some odd % higher UV rays than ever before. Well, how do you think we got that? Not through some ozone layer hole, which is supposedly getting better. So that means that doesn't work. And it's because we've got a larger second body there putting off more sun, which is also elevating our temperature, which is why the National Oceanic Aeronautical Administration put out the world record temperatures ever recorded in October, and now they're going to add to that for November.
Like, what is their explanation? I haven't heard.
Oh, they call it climate change, and of course it is climate change. It's just what they're blaming as climate change is different from the reality. And we know that we know that CO2 gas emissions do sequester heat. Moreover, yes, but we've got a boil off going here. We've got a major drought in all of our major rivers all over the place. We have flooding everywhere at the same time. So we also know that, the second star, they're got a nice little whistle when I speak. The second star is causing the Earth to heat up faster, and that's why there's scales on Arctic melt off and Antarctic melt off and calving of ice, and they're all warning about all in the desalinization of our oceans due to polar melt off, and all of this stuff is all intertwined. And we also know that for a period of time in Antarctica, it was illuminated when it was supposed to be pitch black for many years. And we kept pointing that out and kept pointing it out, and nobody bit into it. They went, oh, whatever that means, and it's like, hello, all of our systems that we rely on for our finite climate no longer apply, and they were all the variables are different. So no wonder their models aren't working, blah blah blah. And of course they're all talking about a climatology model that they based from something they got from somebody that stacked equations upon other equations, and that's how they work nowadays.
I see. Right. I just wondered what the official.
Oh, it's the second star. We're heating up. All the planets are heating up. The second star is heating us all up. We're going through a hotter solar system. That's the bigger star than ours, and so of course we're heating up. Be glad it's as limited as it is. I mean, be glad we didn't go up 40 degrees yet. I don't even know what the extent of this is going to be. We don't know if the temperature is going to increase when they separate. We don't know if which direction it's going to go. We don't know if there's going to be solar events. We don't know if there's going to be CMEs, ejecta. We don't know if, X-class flares, Carrington event, or any of that. So we don't know what's coming. But I mean, it's all within the realm that we know it's all attached. And we have seen new solar activity that we had not seen before, and it's acting a little weird. And I don't pay as much attention as I used to it, because I'm trying not to A, terrorize myself, and B, we haven't seen any major class flarings. They've been sort of teasing me for so long, I'm paying less attention.
I know. I don't know. I feel like it will happen, something significant in our lifetime. What do you think?
Oh, well, it's happening right now before our very eyes.
It's already happening. I get it.
We're seeing mass destruction all over the planet. I mean, people are losing their homes. It's not just war that's wiping this shit out. I mean, we're seeing massive climatological changes right before our very eyes. I mean, have you gone to the bread store recently? Have you looked at the price of a loaf of bread? Holy cow. $6 for a loaf of bread. You're kidding me. And
it's bad.
Yeah.
I do know.
And there's
I went the other day, and the little compartment in the front part of the buggy where you put your kids or whatever, I just had items right in that little space, nothing in the bottom part, and it was just under $100.
Oh yeah.
I didn't get much at all.
I spent $35 on one meal the other night and stuff that I had to prepare. And it was just like, wow. And that used to be 10. And this, of course, is a planet over the top of us. It's very possibly at 2 or Nepacity or both. And we don't have skies like this. And everybody's driving thinking, oh, this is normal. This is normal. Normal is what's at the horizon. That light blue, green, yellow. All that orange, purpley, deep vein thing. I mean, that could even be Nibiru. It has the base cloud pattern.
Yeah, it's Nibiru. So massive. It's in the right location for Nibiru.
Right behind that building, there should be sort of a plate-like thing if it is Nibiru.
Yeah, look at that.
It sort of does.
It looks like
most likely Nibiru. And then as we turn, we could be looking at the side of Nepacity here. See how the base cloud.
You can even tell how it overlaps, like this atmosphere overlaps that atmosphere, and they kind of just merge together.
After it go underneath, and it's weird how they fold into each other. It's just odd.
Yeah.
And that is because they're rotating and they're folding and they're oddly close to each other, and I don't get that. I just don't. But then that could be all just our out view, from our little fishbowl. It sure is. They're there. They are there. And when you see repetitive over and over and over again, like, right there, that looks like the bottom of Nepacity.
It does, doesn't it?
And that looks like the bottom of Nibiru. And as you turn, so, we're in the middle of them. And Nepesity and Nibiru are very close to each other, but they're on different parts of the orbit wheel. But yet, in out view, they're within opposing of each other. We're just like we just diametrically saw from right to left, exactly where they're supposed to be.
I was just going to say that green glow, also that really white.
Right,
green.
and again, if you count the little base stripes, you know, we're looking at the 3, and there is the 3 above the tower there. 1, 2, 3 little bands of stripes, although they're not fully illuminated properly, but they're there. And then you got the semi-core at the bottom. And then, you know, the white sky and the light blue sky is the real sky. The rest of everything above that is planet. One planet or another. Nibiru blending into the facial view of Nepesity, even though they're nowhere close to each other.
I was looking, I think I have something similar. I was going to compare. So something else that
it sounds absolutely preposterous. It does. It really does. But this is what's going on.
I know. It doesn't seem like we should be sitting here talking about this even. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but you can see them and it really is happening.
Yeah, and you know,
that's crazy.
Well, how come everybody else hasn't put this out by now?
Okay, so what about the question about, well, what about all of the amateur astronomers? How does that work?
Well, you have to ask yourself, what happened to all the observatories? They
closed
them down. They locked them up. They classified all of the information. So they're, you know, and they're giving you computerized telescopes now where you type in where the coordinates where you want to look. And if you can't see it, well, gee, tonight I can't see it for some reason, but then you don't ask why. Oh, there's a planet in the way, so you don't even know what you're looking at, you know. So, and we know that the planets are between us and the sun. And so at nighttime, we're looking away from them. So, and I'm in absolute awe to this day that we haven't heard something from someone else. Somebody had.
Right.
How
come I can't imagine
the info.
Yeah, I can't imagine there hasn't been other people.
Well, a lot of people didn't have the years that I have.
And say they're seeing these curved and the shadows. You know, that's something that's real simple that anybody can pick up on.
If you understand the level of trouble you can get into by talking. I, of course, had my 30-year non-disclosure agreement, so that gives me a little level of leeway where I can, and I tiptoe between trying not to talk about classified things that I know of, and I may actually include it without even realizing I've said something wrong, because I try not to. But I went through my 30 years, and so, you know, I did my time, and now I'm talking. And I mean, that's been a nightmare that no one will ever even understand. So the fact that we've taken the time to prove this, and we have proven it, and we have documented, and we have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures, and thousands and thousands and thousands of members from around the world is important. And it is. Citizen science is working. And it is coming up with, you know, the premise that we've gotten to, that we can come here and sit and have live podcasts and have this conversation, which is weird that we're sitting here and having this conversation.
I know. I feel like that is that way every time we have a show. It's, you know, like Jesus and I was messaging back and forth how we never imagined in a million years we would one day be on a show with you. It just never, you know.
Well, if we look at this picture that's in front of us here,
yeah.
If the body on the left, that purplish striped thing, wasn't striped, we wouldn't go, well, we automatically know it's Uri. And if that blob purpley thing on the right there didn't have this downward angled little traily stuff that's illuminated with a sort of a yellow face to it there, we wouldn't know that it's the yellow moon of this atom and the ion trail leading off, and the flaring and the pinching and everything. And we've come to learn all of this stuff. And when it's so repetitive over and over and over again, you can't argue with it. because if it didn't have the Uri stripes right there, well,
Yeah.
that would be a picture anomaly or something other than this.
Let's see.
But
Here's another one that's Uri.
and we've documented the stripes of Uri over the last decade plus, all the way from, our best pictures of her was in 2013 when she was small. And in 2012, she was actually very small compared to Nibiru and Saru. And I couldn't believe that either, that turned out to be a gas giant. And then the gas giant was suddenly massive. So I don't know if it was location or it just suddenly got up and the whole thing moved differently or beyond my knowledge in a spiral. But the whole ball game changed. And then all of a sudden, Uri was huge. And
That's
then,
a good one. That
yeah,
goes
and
with
there's the stripes theory again. And
those stripes. I need to
we
put
see
those.
the yellow moon of Isatim just above the second mountain on the right. It's
So
in
it's
there in
number-
that light little circle.
Number
And that was
5.
back when. And then, there. Yeah. And if this didn't happen over and over and over again, we would go, okay, it's a light anomaly and we're full of shit. But no, this happens over and year after year, and we've documented, and this is how we do it.
Yeah.
Because we get the sightings from around the world every day, and then it's like
no way it could replicate so perfectly. There's just no way or be a reason why it would do that.
You, me, and Jesus, we get together on the chat on the podcast here, and did you see that today? And okay, and I sent that yesterday, and and this is how we do this: is we're constantly exchanging information and asking each other if, hey, did you see this? This is really cool, and this is how we have acquired all of this information for years. And this is why we're also trying to include this to all the new people like Daryl, Calhoun, or Freezy Peach or whoever, and we want you all to learn all of this stuff that we've taken, over 13 years to prove. So
I know. I mean,
I can't believe that there's not other people doing this.
There's not. I know. That's why I tell people when I'm on live other places like TikTok, this is kind of foreign mostly to most people there, so when I go live, I have to explain how this is like nothing else out there. There's nothing else like this because this is it. If you're going to find this information, it'll be from me or you, or that's about it. Very rare.
Our citizen science sister group. I'm shocked that we haven't seen anything similar.
Yeah.
Now we've had a bunch of people that have clipped out of our realm and thinking they know all that, and then they've gone and done their own show to no real avail. Nothing that they produced, and we don't see any. Well, you did, and then Jesus did, and I can't say we don't see any because you guys are an offshoot. So
that's
we
true.
are expanding.
There's a few, right? A few.
If we have any new ones on Facebook that would like to add to the sister site scenario, both of Rebecca and I would probably spend some time to teach you, your admins or whatever, what we can, or send stuff accordingly, depending on our availability, of course, because we're both highly busy. We both run many Facebook sites and then doing podcasts. And there's a lot of people out there we have to talk to every day. And
Sherry is saying that people, I think she's meaning like people on YouTube, people mention it, but they don't go into the details like Samuel does. So I'm sure that's true. Nobody else knows.
It does. Yeah, A, I expected them. B, I had an idea of the planetary count. An idea. I didn't have a full summation. C, I became an early repository for this information because I was trying to find it for myself because everything I looked at was weeks old. And so I wanted to create a centralized place where people could send their pictures. And then we had the opportunity to compare on a daily, real-time basis because everything being so old, then you'd have to date everything, and then you'd have to do the comparative, and then you have to go through back search to search your older information to cross-reference everything. And this way, with Montana Skywatcher 1, we were able to do real-time discussions and disproving and debunking and in the early days we had some chaotic runs with a lot of spooky people. Well, I can't say spooky people, some really wonderful people who were occasionally misguided.
Okay. Yeah.
And we had some spooky people too. I went
Yeah.
through a lot of them,
They're
and
out there.
they're usually the ones that talk first. Oh, hey, this happened to me, and okay, thank you, Trigger.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and we went through all of this stuff, so you don't have to. For one, we went through the grinder mill, the pepper grinder, the coffee grinder before you did, which has gotten us to this place that this is absolute citizen science, and it's quite real. And I don't know how everybody's missing this. I just don't. I mean, it's so obvious to me. But then I've spent almost April, it'll be 14 years.
Wow. That's. I mean, I just wonder, like, when you first started talking about it, did you expect people to right away, just take a hold? Or did you think it'd take a while? I'm just curious because I always feel like it should be more, bigger by now. But
I had really high hopes
yeah,
that it was as obvious to everyone as it was to me.
right.
But then I had like 2 decades of expectation that said there's more planets than we know. And to open that, envelope on that day and then look at the invitation to looking at, multiple planets day one, I'm sure that's a little harder journey to the ballpark, as they say. A bunch of metaphors tied in there. I also had expectations that probably no one would see it. Because it is a hard topic to prove to anyone.
Right.
And I had some close friends, and I got to watch their behavior and how I don't even talk to them anymore. And, I've lost a bunch of friends over this because they think I'm out of my mind. And I don't blame them for a second on one hand, but I mean, this is so factually time proven, and drawings and the matching pictures and the years and years work and the hundreds of radio interviews and the fact that this has gotten already to the stage that it's at, better or worse, I think that, we have a place. I don't know where it is yet. I don't know how big it is yet. I would hope it would go big. We need it to go big because it's the truth. And
Right.
I don't even know if I had any expectations.
I feel like, okay, I keep getting this reminder. It's like, well, I do believe it goes big, just don't know when, because why else would you be in a history book, a future history book? You were in it.
Yeah,
Well, you
I
had to have
was
done something pretty, big to be in a history book, right?
Well, it just blew me away. The Pleiadian comes out, and I'm sitting there waiting in my captivity, shall we say, waiting outside the ship, and then he comes out to talk to me, and he says, well, we looked you up. And I was like, huh? How do you do that? So, and then I got the rest of the story, how I'm going to change things, and I was going to do something miraculous, and then I got all this other side information about the realities of what Earth is versus what we're told on Earth. And that took me many, many years to deal with. And there's parts of it to this day that I still, nibble on and trying to swallow and understand better from different points of view. And over time, what it does is it teaches you a whole different outlook on life and the realization that, there's close by planets and people on them. But then I've known that since 1980. So, I've had a lot more time to contemplate the ramifications where other people are just opening up the
So
thing.
what happened in 1980 that made you find out about 2 planets being inhabited? Why at that time?
Well, that had to do with Major Ed Dames. Sorry, I'm eating pizza.
You're fine.
I try to sneak it in a fast bite. I was told by Major Ed Dames that there were people on these other
Okay.
planets.
Someone just told you. I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's one of the earliest informationals that I got. And then later on,
I'm surprised they told you that. I'm just surprised they'd even fill you in that much.
Well, part of that was the draw to draw me in to want to work. That was part of the sales pitch, to take our job. And by the way, there's people on those planets that you know about. And that's why they were interested in my paper and my work. And I'm sitting here writing a paper that got their notice, and plus my ASRAP military test scores I was very highly rated. And then I got government rated IQ later on. And then I went through a psych eval with an actual gray, which was also something we've discussed in past shows. So, and I don't go into a great deal of that detail. A lot of that past tense stuff has a tendency to bring on PTSD scenarios, and I get very sweaty and very nervous about discussing it. And you probably already hear that in my voice. Anyway, that starts to tighten up and you go to places you don't want to talk about.
Wow.
So it's beyond me to look at how other people see this, because I'm coming from a completely different ballpark and just been holding my breath for the last 40 years waiting for this to happen. But I never expected it to be this close.
No.
Not for a minute. And it allowed me to see it faster than everyone else, I guess.
Like when it got this close, like it is right in this video, you knew right away what things were. Like, how did you know what was what?
Well, when we first started seeing the major bodies come in, God, that goes all the way back to Neumayer Station. What we were generically looking for was Nibiru. Because everybody at the time, that was all anybody ever talked about was Planet X, Nibiru, Nibiru, Nibiru. And so I didn't even recognize Saru per se until literally about 2012-13. And I saw other bodies around, but I didn't have the opportunity to tag the names to it because I didn't have any cumulative documentary proof to tell me who was what was who. And then we did use the cross-reference from that Pleiadian message internet YouTube video that described the planets and gave a graphic computer and design movie created, Photoshop created.
I need to get that and put it on here so I can.
Yeah, I've got a copy of that anytime you want one.
And
then it got banned, and then that took notice. Like, why would they ban that? And then it started matching the planet colorization. And then when in 2014, when Atu became way more visible in front of Uri, and we could actually see Atu's facial coloring, and it was purple and it matched the movie. We just knew, and so we'd been documenting, well, that very large green-blue planet versus the very large blue planet eventually all fit into reality, saying, okay, Nibiru is dark blue because deep oceans. Saru is, a different color, very large, less deep oceans, and that matched everything. And all the, going to the Colburn Bible and all the other Sumerian information, and cross-reference this, that, and the other thing, and a little bit of Egyptian theology thrown in there, and it all started matching. And we've done research all the way around the boat, including crop circles and stone carvings, hieroglyphics, you name it. And so it all led to its growth. It wasn't a summation immediately off the bat. It was something that we worked and acquired.
Let me see.
That looks like the base of necessity.
I'm just going to pull this video up. This is that one that you're talking about? Is that right?
This is the Nibiru movie, and I believe that you call the big, huge body that holds both stars Nibiru, and it'll show you here the big round. Yeah, here's. Oh,
so this isn't the Pleiadian message.
This is the solar system right here. Yeah, this is the Pleiadian message.
This is it. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and it shows you 1, 2, 3,
is what helped
4, 5,
you And so you take this video as possibly a direct message from a Pleiadian meant for you through a YouTube video.
No, I don't see it as it being directly for me. I
Okay.
believe it as a generically important message when the early Pleiadian videos first came out.
Yeah.
Because anyone with any hardcore metaphysical and religious studies can see a charlatan in about 5 seconds. And the Pleiadian messages in the early days were quite accurate as to the off-world story that I knew. There was, some here and there, and you get a little flub from, but not every 10 seconds in the sentence where you're chopping it into little cheese pieces. But there, every 20 minutes in the segment, there's a small part that you may not agree with. Human information slightly mixed in. And so over the years, I gained a level of trust in my ability to judge, okay, here's big red blob, which is behind our star, our second star, and our star. And that's why there's that big red blob. That is Nibiru.
Yeah.
Now, I don't agree with their planetary count, the way they give the names and the titles of the 6th planet, the 5th planet, the 4th planet, the 3rd planet. I've never seen that it actually fit in my model from what we see and what we draw. And what we draw is because of what we've seen. That's why we have the orbitation model laid out. And it also matched some crop circles that we had. Now, this is where you could call this a brown dwarf. This is a massive electron cluster, gas giant, brown dwarf. Brown dwarf, unlit star. It's a gas giant. It's massive. We could fit 40 solar systems on the face of that thing. It is that big. It is so big. And it holds the 2 solar systems.
Like it holds our 2 solar systems together at all times.
Right. And that's the leading object of the spiral. And the 2 stars spiral behind it. And they oscillate and oscillate and oscillate. And then every 3,654 years, they trade sides. Something like that. It's an assumption. I don't have fact on that, but that's my assumption. Okay, here's tiny little Isatum, red planet. They may be showing us. I haven't watched this in a very long time.
I haven't either.
Here is purple Atu. Oh, they're showing purple Saru. How interesting.
Kind of a grape.
It's a green blue.
Purple, yeah.
Green like blue. I haven't watched this in so long.
Is that Nepicity? It looks kind of little, yes.
Yeah, that's Nepicity. See, and then they're calling it the 3rd planet.
I can see that. Look at like Nepicity. Yeah, is the colors right? Kind of muckledy.
We even know there's a shadow on the side of Nepicity in the upper right-hand corner that they're highlighting here.
Yeah, I see that. Huh. Uri.
That doesn't match Uri. It's only got one little stripe in the top.
And these more stripes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. But when we got to purple Atu and everything, I just went, oh my God,
There's little Matim.
Yeah, and that looks very much. I have a picture of something I believe is Matim, but I've never been able to prove it, so I've never posted it.
Is that Nibiru? Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like Earth a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got lots of peninsulas all over the place, just like Earth.
Man, wow.
And we've got tons of photos of close-ups of that, of actual space pictures of Nibiru. And there are 2 binary moons, Nana and Amel Saru, eccentric orbit. So, and we're waiting for the last one.
You can see its clouds. It looks kind of
just like Earth.
Squiggly clouds. Yeah, it looks.
Nana rotates and Amel Saru orbits Nana clockwise. There's that answer. Clockwise. Okay. And they're going around the back currently, and this is rather elongated. But that's how I saw Nibiru and Nana and Amel Saru. in 2012. It was, you know, big, but it wasn't what we're looking at now. And the two moons were closer to each other.
I'm so curious who made this video. Like, who was
Yeah,
it?
and
How did they
you know,
know
I
all
watched
this?
it and I kept a copy of it and I watched it. And
Yeah.
it was so, the names were so familiar to me, and I just, you know, it was like on the tip of my tongue. I could taste it, and that's why I kept this video. And then when they'll probably throw @2 at us next, which is why I remember it probably the most, because it's at the end of the video. But
because to your knowledge, there's nobody else that knows about.
I haven't, and well, you know, we've seen all these other names where, you know, they started pulling out the Dr. Harrington information.
Yeah.
And that was the SETI Alpha group and all of that. And that's, you know, reaching into a classified area where those people didn't live very long. They all mysteriously ended up not doing well.
Right.
We avoided that because they were human names and it was distracting. And they were giving single pass orbit models where it just happened once and then they were gone. And I looked at that and I just went, no, these are multi-rotation and we're going to be here for years. And we knew that, you know, going into watching the pattern from 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. And then by 2014, I knew that the other orbit models they were showing, the ones that were supposedly leaked from so and so and so and so and so, were not matching, and they were just one-time single event pass, which is orbit through Earth, which is not correct either, because they orbit on their own orbitation and we are separate of their orbit. They really didn't go to @2, did they? I wonder how long this video is.
No,
I can't scroll on it. Darn.
I'll move it up. Well, what's that?
That's one of the concentric moons.
Oh, okay. It finally is.
They're messing with our heads, going, "Yeah, we got that."
I know. I was like, "Why does it stay on Nibiru forever?"
Nana and Amel Saru.
Okay.
They're showing the orbit around where the one concentric.
I don't think we've done them. There's @2. Back it up a little bit. Here it comes.
And we know that @2 does have stripes also, and it's actually vertically tipped the other way, and has been. And they go down to the left, not to the right. And once we saw purple @2 and it matched, and then @2's moon, you know, was on that picture as well. And we just didn't know it until we saw it by eye, and then there it is, and there it is, and there it is. And this could be the orbit model. But
I'm just impressed that you were able to recognize, you know, because it doesn't look like a planet. You know, it doesn't look like what you would think a planet should look like.
Early @2 and the early Uri were really small, and they were round. And they were literally the size of one of our closer big full moons. And so you couldn't miss them. They were there it is. And look, you know, look at that color thing, purple with, you know, angled stripes, and there's this white one with the horizontal stripes, and there's that green and really deep red smaller one. And when Nupesity and Isatum were first visible, they were so bright, it was unbelievable. They were brighter than any of the lens flares or any of the other pictures, stuff that was coming out on the pictures, etc. And then we started watching them progress. And then that one picture of early 2015 when Nupesity comes in for her first close pass, she's the size of a pool ball if you were to hold it in your hand at arm's length. And we got definite pictures of it, and it was undoubtable. You couldn't argue with it. And that was immediately right after we went through the @2 thing, and it fell into place. And then we saw the coloration models match, and so we ran with the names after that.
Right.
Because it was way better reference to anything, because the Harrington model, I don't even think had the planet count right. And I never went back to look on the planet count, because they may have had more information than I'm actually carrying. There might be many smaller planets that we're not accounting for. And I've tried to keep that in mind all these years. You know, I've questioned if the Tan asteroid was actually a small planet. I don't know.
Okay. Wow. So there could be more planets.
Oh yeah, we know about Cirrus and Makemake that are literally positively charged bodies that should be listed as planets in our solar system, and they're not, but we know of them, and they're calling them this or they're calling them that, and they're not necessarily fully smooth, round, new planetoids that are growing water on them, but they are planetoids that have a positive charge.
Wow.
And they may have a rough exterior surface that's still being rounded down.
Man, it's just crazy how big just some of the asteroids are in this. They're just so huge, way bigger than you picture.
Beyond belief. Well, I mean, how big is an asteroid to compare?
I don't know,
to a
500 miles, 1,000 miles. How many miles do you think wide?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I mean, who knows if these are okay? We know that like Jupiter has like 30 some odd or 40 some odd moons. So some of these major asteroids that we're calling the blue asteroid or lead asteroid could actually be moons. And, I've wondered about that many, many times. And we know that the debris around them could be the asteroid field around a moon that just follows in a certain close orbit path, because we are talking about a debris field around a gas giant. So, and I often wonder about that. And I think, okay, have we correctly identified these bodies as asteroids, moons, or planets as well as possible? And I sometimes cringe at the thought, like, oh boy, I hope I've done it right. But we have, of course, done our best to catalog what we see. We know that Attu's moon is a moon because it has craters. We know that the lead asteroid is smooth and metallic-like, and we know it discharges a lot. We don't know if it's a planet or not. It would be a rather oddly shaped planet if it was.
I forgot.
We know there's no growth on it, no nothing, no water, no nothing. So
we didn't get to that picture. This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what you.
Yeah,
this is possibly Attu's moon.
Yeah, and we've had no way to prove it, but we do know that on the lower left-hand side, there's an odd shape to Attu's moon, and we've got hundreds of pictures proving that. So when I first got this capture, I was going, oh my God, that really looks like Attu's moon. And it could be just an average asteroid for all I know. But the shape was so overwhelming, I shared the picture with her today, with Rebecca today, because it matched the shape of what we've seen of Attu's moon many times. And this could be just, any asteroid that NASA popped up a picture of, but I don't know for sure. I just saved it because it intrigued me, showing that there are flat sides to very round objects.
And I remember you saying that Attu's moon isn't perfectly round.
Right.
It's kind of a odd.
And we saw that from, years when it first in 214, 215, and then all of her close passes and all the way running all the way to 2019. And we saw some really unbelievable. Yeah, there's a good example of it. That's the earliest. And that is, believe it or not, here in Montana. And that is this might even be one of my photos. I don't know. And that doesn't look like my sky scene, but it is Montana. And it has that flat edge. And that was one of the earliest 2016-ish close Attu shots, because she was much smaller and more clouded in with Attu in the early. Well, Attu in 2015 was really small. And so
is it like this? About that same frame?
Yeah, it's right. 2018, Attu's moon started getting more prominent and separate and visibly, where we could actually see it from the side, separate from the face of Attu, because usually you'd see it right next to Attu and then it would be clouded in and reaching. This is where it's on the side view, and Attu at that time in 2018 was farther over to the left, because we were getting a side view of that. And yes, we captured, back at this time, we captured thousands of Attu's moon at this size.
Like this.
And there was this big, huge thing, and it went all the way through Japan and back, and there was a big to-do on the internet about it, going, oh, it's just a cloud. And we went, no, and this is where, when we started going, we know that this is not a cloud because it's over Germany, it's over Japan, it's over Montana, all at the same time.
Right. It looks like a cloud, but it's strange because clouds don't normally just have a round shape.
Right. And then there was the big argument, is it the lead asteroid? And then we finally had to compare where the lead asteroid was in comparison and size. And then at that same time was when the first crossings of the lead asteroid went across the sun. And then we knew that Attu was over on the left and Attu's moon was over on the left. So it couldn't be lead asteroid, even though it was very huge. And it had that weird flat side, which ended up panning out to be Attu's moon.
Hmm.
And then the closer passes revealed that all the way through the next few years.
Right. I know many times I've, thought this was the lead object. So it helps.
Oh, I did too. I had to sit there and there's no path trail. There's no ion trail behind it.
Oh, is that it? Okay. So I get it now. Because, the lead object has a trail behind it. You're right.
Yeah, and other small micro objects around it that leave these pathway trails.
Okay.
And and that's it. I argued with it, and then I realized, wait a minute. And this is at the same time that we first, and you've got quite a few of them. Even some of the drawings where the lead asteroid went crossing the sun for years, and then we went through 2 suns. We went through that with people for months and years.
Right. I got some of those here.
Having to remind everybody, no, this is lead asteroid. We've seen this before. It does this and it does that. And we went through that in 2017, 18, 19, 20. And you kept having to rein people in and go, no, it's not 2 suns. We need to, like that one. Yeah.
Those trails. I get it.
Right.
So when you see it just a circle by itself versus a trails behind it, those are 2 different. It makes sense.
And if you go back to that video of the live one with the rotating clouds and that thing that sits stable in one place.
Let's get it.
You'll notice that the asteroids are underneath it, but there's no ion trail coming off that centralized object. But if you look below it, there is. It tells you those are the asteroid groups underneath Attu's moon, and then dark blue Attu in the upper left corner. And that's why you're seeing its side-faced illumination right at the edge of the sun.
So that
is Attu's moon.
And this is the same thing.
Yep.
Right.
Only the moon in the live video is a little bigger still.
Right. And then the clouds, you can see, these behind. I wish you could see my cursor, but behind it, you see, the blue area, and it's perfectly curved.
Yeah, that's Attu.
Seems like.
And you can also see the light shining in between the 2 bodies as well.
Yeah.
Because it's illuminated at the backside, which is why it stands in one place and everybody's seeing it so well. And that's a great still shot right there.
It is. That's a good one.
And if you look underneath, there's the asteroids. And the dark cloud that's behind Attu's moon that's being shadowed by the sun from that. And that's why they're there. And if you look over to the right, there sits a large cylindrical circular thing with an ion tail. It's literally the same size as Attu's moon. And that we know is this Saturn's yellow moon. And there again, the patterns match. And there's a central blob or 2 in there as well. And those are asteroids. It's probably the blue and the green. The blue is slightly larger than the green.
I'm always amazed how you can just, the asteroids.
I look at them and I see them. They pop out to me.
Yeah.
Like I'm here.
Nice. Right.
Because I've looked at the patterns for so long that they just, boom, there it is. And of course, I know what's where and what's, on what side and what's on. And sometimes I'm a little bit wrong here or there. Like, there's a good example. Illuminating lead asteroid.
Man.
Both of them. That's the light rounding the entire smaller object. Less than planet size.
I was going to say, I wonder how long they were this perfectly illuminated. Probably a minute or so, not long.
Micro, you can see them. They illuminate partially on one side, and they get brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter, cross into your viewpoint, and then they fade back into the darkness. I've seen it, like that time I watched the Skull asteroid come out of darkness, and then all of a sudden this, giant football stadium sized freaking skull flying in the sky comes around the corner with these cold gases running out of the mouth and the nose and the eyes, and starts to illuminate, and it's just, oh my God, and it's that one in a lifetime moment you catch it.
I'm going to get a clip real fast. It just reminds me of something. I'll show you, because that's how I am when I watch it on time-lapse video, how quickly It's just here and gone. It's like fleeting. You
Yeah.
just got seconds.
And that's why a lot of times I do prefer single shots, because you get that one capture that you have to sit there
Right?
and analyze, because you've got the opportunity to do.
One.
And then okay, the light's doing this, but why is it doing that? Why is it, and why is it cut off here? And why is it, focaling with these little orange lines that go that way, and then it looks like the bottom is cut off on the sun, and why? And then with that single shot, you could stand there and ponder it for 5 minutes, whereas with the live feed, it's gone and changed so fast that you don't know what you just saw. And I like them both, but I still actually single captures. Especially if you know the progression, and then you can get a single capture out of there and look at it.
Right. Well, I'm almost got this. Hang on. It's nice to be able to just go grab a clip and share it pretty quickly. It took me a minute to figure out how to do that, but
Am I hearing music in the background?
slight.
Yeah, it sounds like Valkyrie.
I don't know. It's something.
Well,
very
okay, I
slight.
was just making sure I wasn't hearing things. It's like,
But
I
there's
like
a
the
to-do
soundtrack.
list.
Where am I hearing that from?
I know. I'm looking for. I'm very picky on music. I'm having a terrible time finding music that's non-copyright. I don't want to have trouble. I don't want our videos to get strikes and all that. So I'm careful. But anyway, I'm trying to find good background music that.
While you're doing that, Sherry Monday's talking, Sabrina's talking. Leah was
Right. I need to go back to the comments too. I saw
lives these days for me. Yeah. Just the best advice I can give you is trust you, and you'll use your own bullshit meter. And if you trust it, then it should be mostly correct. Now, don't go diving into all this crazy shit, because there's a lot of crazy shit out there, but there is also a lot of real crazy shit out there too.
Sorry.
Okay, everybody, wake up. Yeah, this one, I love this video. I love this video.
Yeah.
The sun
Me
is
too.
on the far left. This illumination that is beginning, that's the faceplate of Saturn's yellow moon. And my ears just started ringing.
Your ears started ringing.
Yeah,
now?
really bad. Just now. Of course,
Wow, just now.
there's planets going off over the top of us right now, and it's probably getting dark by now.
You can feel them.
Oh yeah, you can hear them, you can feel them, and I'm getting. And this is illumination of the ion tail, and the transition is sometimes just really short.
Yeah, you can see that. I don't know how long. You can see the counter up there. You can tell it's only like a few minutes. See if I can get a starting point.
Yeah, and that's not magical. That doesn't just grow out of nothing. Things don't illuminate in space like that unless they're there, and between us and the star, because the star is on the far left. It stays in the same place the whole time.
Here is from the beginning to here is about 1 hour. So this is an hour and 20 minutes from start to finish, all of that.
It's a brief, short time that sometimes that side angle of where it sits is what gives you that crescent illumination on the side. And that, that goes back all the way that, a show or two ago, we were showing that one picture of Atu, the early 2014, 2015 picture. Side illumination of Atu. It showed Atu's moon, it showed the asteroids, it showed Uri behind it. Unless you go searching in that picture, you don't automatically see it, but they're all there. And we've learned all of this because of repetition and the fact that we know that where one is, the other one has to be, and it has to be this way, and all that transition changed and changed and changed, and we learned it and we've documented. That's why I've got that one entire file of my drawings where they all go from start to finish. Which reminds me, I need to add November to that and repost it again. And that way everybody can have a copy, sort of like, I don't know if everybody can see it. I think it's only my friends. I'm not sure if the settings on that specific posting is available
you have
to everyone.
Be a friend to see it.
Yeah, well, I had to chop a lot of that out to public because, and I don't even, you also need to go back into Facebook and recheck your settings all the time, because they go in there and change them on you from time to time, which is why we were talking about shadow banning and everything. And so I think we all need to go into our thing and see what we're sharing with whom. And they might have micro gone in and changed our shit on us without us knowing it. Because I know that, we don't get 13 likes. There used to be thousands. What happened to my thousands of
I
likes?
have. It doesn't
And
add up, does it?
seen
It
by
doesn't.
9 people. I mean, what? I posted this a week ago, or Jesus's post. He seen by 13 people, and it was posted 5 days prior. And then I get it on newsfeed 5 days later. Excuse me? What the hell's going on here? Why didn't I get it?
Conversation last night with Alan. I was just
It
like,
should have been posted that day on my
what's going
newsfeed.
on?
Why wasn't it?
Nobody-
And
It's like nobody's out there or something. It's just an echo
yeah,
chamber.
I've been wondering. It's like, did everybody vanish? And I don't think that's what's really going on. And we need our
They're just not getting it. They're not seeing it.
well, we need our members to write us letters or call us on the phone or something. Because
Yeah.
I mean, whatever's going on, send up sky flares. Let us know. We're here. We're here. Get the Who's down in Whoville all together and have them scream, "We are here! We are here!" I don't know what's going on, but I know we are working for it and we're still doing our job. And all of a sudden, the rules have changed, and it's like, excuse me, what's going on? Because it's different. There's nobody. I keep having to go. Is anybody out there? It's like, hello, and even submissions now, and I hate to bring it up, but donations have dropped off, and we need those donations to keep going. We can't do this for free forever. And we've already been doing it, and
we've already been doing it for free. But
yeah, there's been great people that have helped keep us going, because if they didn't, we wouldn't be where we are.
Right.
And we do get by on donations, and that's the only way we can ever upgrade our shit. I mean, I'm thank God and knock on wood, and I'm knocking on my desk. I promise. Thank God I've got a computer, and it took a very long time to acquire that through a lot of really nice folks and a lot of me saving. So,
you definitely need a computer. You can't use a cell phone so easily.
Yeah, I can't use a cell phone, and and I have to have a larger screen, which is partially how I do what I do and how well I can see everything, because I have a 43-inch screen, and it's an HP. Those aren't cheap. It's like a $300 screen just for a computer only. It's not a television. It's just a computer screen. And, you limit what it does. It won't go on smart TV or anything like that, but it does computers only. And so it's cheaper. But I mean, this would normally, if this was a TV, it'd be $500, or they're cheaper now.
You said, what size is it?
It's 43.
43. Wow.
And you guys, and most people are running off of a 4-inch or a 6-inch screen, and or a tablet, an 8-inch tablet. And if you're serious about this, go buy yourself a smaller PC. They make some really cool non-hard drive smaller PCs now. You can get for about $300, and a great monitor to go along with it for a couple $100. And there's $500, but you're looking at a way more informative experience on Facebook, for one, and through the videos on YouTube and selections, and being able to do multiple tasks at the same time that you can't do on the Facebook experience on a cell phone or a tablet. It's a completely different ball game. I was trying to do Facebook on my tablet, and I just absolutely detested it. It was like I could go 3-4 posts down, but I couldn't go any farther. And I mean, my God, I have to go through 60 a day on each site, going all the way down for, of course, that's gotten smaller recently because we've had less people posting. I don't know why.
Oh, I was going to say, it's interesting. I didn't think about it like that, but I guess it depends on what our, all the members, what devices they use as to what they see possibly.
Right. And I have to go through all of the comments all the way down the page until I catch up to yesterday or the day before, or whenever or whenever the new stuff gets moved around and the old stuff gets moved around and gets re-upped to the top sometimes. But I have to go through all the comments, and unfortunately I do have to hall monitor more than I used to because Lucinda's not here. And I don't know what Deb is up to, and I need to contact her to add to the Christmas fund, because she usually does really well through PayPal for us. and I
Cool.
hope she listens to our shows. And I didn't want to bother her because I know she's been quite busy. And I haven't seen. I know she's around, but and it's funny. We don't even hardly ever talk anymore. I rarely talk to Matthew Wee, and I rarely talk to Deb. I mean, half the time I rarely would even talk to Lucinda unless she had a problem with somebody that she couldn't block because they blocked her first, so she couldn't boot them out. So we went. That's the only time I literally ever talked to Lucinda half the time. But everybody had their job and they did their thing, and they all got good at it, and nobody had to even talk because we all just did our job.
Right.
Yeah.
I always
But
thought it was cool because Lucinda lived close enough to you, like you all met in person,
right, she lived
multiple
about
times.
35 miles south of me, and she was
Yeah.
a regular visitor to Missoula, so she was going by a lot. And we helped some folks out with some food and some clothing, and we traded information and we did stuff. And she helped me out with my rummage sale, and she handed me, oh, you can get this here and you can get that there, and it was really informative because she was always making tinctures and always finding sales on this, and you can get this for cheap here, so you should go buy some. And she was always sharing with, and we helped some folks out with food because I had a little extra during the pandemic, and because I'm a careful shopper. And I lost you. So anyway, apparently I gotta change the subject. My 8 Plus worked better than 15 Pro. Yeah, different machines. We're talking about Samsung and that. Yeah, and I can't even see using a phone because it's just too small. I wouldn't get any information from that, and maybe that's part of the large information block between us and actually fully getting out, is that most people do exist off of their phones, and there's a whole different experience going on. Hi, you're back.
That's
If
weird.
you get a home computer, the Facebook experience is completely different than on your phone, and you'll have a lot more options, and you can hop between stuff, and you can play music and do all sorts of stuff while at the same time as reading your friends and talking to them, and hang out in the science room or Montana Skywatcher Music Room, or Nibiru Followers Anonymous, or Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, or Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2,
We're busy.
or
It's a
Nibiru
lot.
Followers Anonymous Off Topic, which I have not been to in a
I
long
haven't
time.
either. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I got a
I
group out there I
noticed.
haven't even taken care of.
Well, Montana Skywatcher 1 has sort of fallen into my library deposit, where I put stuff
Yeah.
that I want to know I can find later, because I have so many less people posting there than they used to, because everybody moved over to Montana 2, and
Yeah.
and because there was a lot more traffic and a lot more people and a lot more information, and Montana Skywatcher 1 is more scientifically based, and I allow a little bit more leeway in Montana Skywatcher 2. But because Skywatcher 1 is my library, I'm a little more strict, and I can post stuff in
Well,
there and actually scroll down a week and find it.
yeah, I need you to add me back to that group because back when I had to create my new account, I haven't been added yet
Okay, I can do that.
for one, but I haven't told you about it either. I just hadn't.
Well, I hadn't even thought about it, and I don't
Yeah,
even ponder how many people are still on
I
Montana
know.
Skywatcher 1, but it kind of moved where I spent more time attention on Skywatcher 2 because we had more newbies, and I don't add new members on Skywatcher 1 hardly at all, because that's where the older members are, that they get a
Yeah.
little more guarded about their group, which is okay. I'm glad, boy, if somebody else posts something wrong, they're telling me right away. Oh, Sam, somebody did this on Skywatcher 1, and I, like Mary Greenler, she was posting stuff like, you
Yeah.
shouldn't be having that topic, and they're defensive of their site, and I don't blame them for a second. It's their website too. These citizen science members,
Right.
they like
Sure.
and some people get mad when we add a whole bunch of new members and they screw everything up, and then we have to sit and tolerate their crazy question, and there's of course different levels of anxiety, good or bad. So,
Right.
and we've had to tippy toe through many, many different waves of newbies, pardon the expression. And oh my
And
God,
it
we've had
seems
them.
like, I don't know. It does seem like I don't battle that as much as I used to. I mean, used to it was every day. Mundo and I would just, left and right, people up and down, and now it's not too often where I have to, you know,
Wow, I added about
forth
40
with
people
somebody.
last week, and I think I had to throw 10 of them out.
Now, maybe there's people I don't know about, like JD. I have helpers, maybe there are people I just don't know about it.
Right, and Deb and Lucinda and Matthew were all doing that for me a lot of the times too.
Yeah.
And they were, and I got to the point where Lucinda was just adding too many wackadoos, pardon the expression.
Yeah.
And I finally had to say, would you please stop adding members and let me look into this first, And that's when the membership ads slowed way down because, I'm not adding 40, 50 people a week. I'm not doing it.
No.
I'm 10, it's 15, 20, if they're all look good.
Yeah.
But I've just received recently a whole bunch of absolute, you couldn't deny it because they got the same code on the request when they're answering my questions. The same code over and over again. And on the secondary question.
Right, word for word, dot for dot, letter for letter.
And then they're actually putting an actual code in now with that. And I saw that, and every time I see it, I go, nope, denied, nope, denied, nope,
easily,
denied.
If not blocked. Yeah, I mean, it's fast to block it, but I do.
The other day, I cleared all of the requests. If you requested in the past, I had so many I couldn't even scroll down far enough to get to them.
Yeah.
So I cleared them all, and now I have like a couple hundred now versus like 4,000.
Only the persistent will get in. Only the persistent.
Well, it's hard because we do have to wade through the new folks, and they can be an absolute, pardon me, but they're a pain in the ass. And I love every one of them, and I like to spend the time I can with them. But when you repeatedly repeat yourself over and over again for 40 new people per week, it gets old really fast.
Right. Well, that's why it's so handy. All the videos I've made, I just share a link to something. It's way easy now versus, trying to just, where do you start? Square one again and again. But now I just share a link to something, whatever it applies to. It's
I start people off lately again with Symbols of an Alien Sky Thunderbolts project. That's a good start. That's a really good start. And of course the Imaru video.
Really
the Imaru video is kind of informative yet boring. And that's why I don't share it all the time.
You think it's boring? It's not boring.
It's longer than it needs to be.
It is long. It's what? How long is it? 2 hours? 3? Somewhere in there?
No. We just watched it. It was only 15 minutes or so.
What? Maybe I'm thinking of something
else. The Imaru, the dramatization. You put the video up.
No, I'm talking about Thunderbolts.
Oh, Thunderbolts. Yeah, there's not a minute of Thunderbolts that's boring. No, it's many hours.
Okay.
It's many hours. That's why I suggest it. The Thunderbolts project is probably 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, 6 hours long. I don't know. I watch everything I get my hands on that they do. And
it's so good, though.
Sometimes the newer videos lead into some of the current Earth sciences that they're developing, which is also informative if you're interested. But I like to, I'm currently still working on the planets, and so I like to focus my attention and my time. But I do watch their material all the time, even the new stuff. So it's always really good. And they of course are dealing, one of the few people. Now there's many people out there that believe in the electric universe. It's highly underrated. And even a lot of real top scientists in India believe in it. And I've been approached by people in India at the India NASA. And I don't know how credible this approach was or not, but I didn't take a job, although I was offered one. I don't know how credible it was. But I frankly do not have any wish to move to India, thank you.
Oh, the job offer to India.
Yeah.
Wow.
Me and my kids moved to India. And,
man, talk about another world.
Is that a one-way ticket? And am I going to be living in a little roach motel or and they didn't really go any farther. And I just said, I don't think I'm going to drag my daughters off to India. Thank you. So,
no,
but that was in the early days around 2013.
It's not for you or me.
Exactly. Yeah. I wasn't planning on going anywhere. And I do have my knowledge and plans to stay in Montana for a reason. because of the climate change issues and that.
Right.
And I'm up in the mountains. Thank you. Very
I
few
do wish
people.
I was
Thank you.
another location. I do wish I had the ability to just move to a better location.
Well, I would really like to someday get a whole bunch of people together with real money instead of talk, who actually want to do something and it's a very large step to put out a shitload of money. And
Right.
I I have experience in managing things. I'm not a real estate agent or anything, but I've run restaurants and hotels and bars. And I've often thought about running a small inn someplace where people can stay, and we develop from there. Most communities around don't like you to have a bunch of move-ins, because then oh, you're homeless people, you're hippies or whatever. And
Right.
some principalities, cities, townships, whatever, will actually shut you out, shut you down, deny your permits, all of this crap, because they
I figure
talk
they don't
about,
want that
yeah,
anywhere.
and that's why I would have to find an absolute philanthropist that would give me enough money to set to that kind of a foundation where I could actually accomplish something at a level above just buying 30 acres of land and then crawling up there, up the side of a mountain with a truck that dies by the time you get to the top, that kind of thing. And so
Right.
I've never, and I worked at it for years to try and get people together to understand that, Montana is going to be a semi-different place than the rest of everything else if we go through any major climate change. And I can't guarantee that's going to occur, but I'm pretty sure things are going to go that direction. Otherwise, I wouldn't be thinking about it constantly.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I
You
mean,
think, okay,
well, I spent years trying to study to learn how to
that
do
would be
everything.
nice.
I learned houses, how to build this, how to build that, how to make this out of
Yeah.
that, out of this, and what you need then, and old hand tools and all this crap I could cram in between my 2
Man,
years.
that'd be awesome.
Well, I even learned Roman architecture and Roman
Yeah.
skills and how to mix your own mortar out of making your own cement and all of that. And clay and how to fire good pottery and all of this. And how to make a good metal sword
So
and how
it'd
to,
be in Montana, right?
well, yeah, I can't think of any better place in the world. And there's far less people up here. Now, land up here is ungodly expensive,
Yeah.
but
Right.
it has to do with population. Anywhere else, if you try to do that anywhere else in a populated area, they'll drum you out. The good old boys don't like move-ins, and they don't like them up here either. So, I mean, it's a temperamental subject.
I mean, but
And,
they have like little like tiny house communities. How is this any different?
well, that all falls under, incorporation townships and all of that. If you could find, and I've often thought about it, but there's nothing even left in it. They called it paradise in Montana for a long time, and there were little towns that you could move into, and et cetera, et cetera. And
Yeah.
I have a couple in mind that could be moved into adequately. Being that I'm from here, it would be okay. But we look at shit. People move up here. We could say, don't Californicate Montana. So it's a touchy scenario, and there's even some people up north of us here where they had a hostel where people could stop in their travels and stay,
Yeah.
and the land use permit for septic tanks was not permitted for more than personal use for the landowner and his family. And being that they had 25 to 35 people living on the property staying at any given time, excuse me, the county took that ability to say that they weren't septically approved for that many people pooping and peeing on that piece of property, so they shut them down. So that's stuff you've all got to take into account, as well as if you're septic.
Is it because it was one house? Was it one house with like
one house, a nice little ranch, a nice little
yeah.
farmhouse and a barn and this, and he started building small cabins for tourist young people hostel, where they stop and then they pay a small fee, $7 a night or something, and they sleep in a little shack with a pot-belly stove that's 10 foot by
Yeah.
8, and then they stay for a couple of days and leave, which
Yeah.
they do in the Alps and skiing tourist areas and all over the country in certain areas. But no, up here in Montana, they're going to take away their property rights or their licensing ability or their ability to have guests on their own land purely because of septic tank,
Right.
rules.
Rules.
I
Yeah.
can see that. I could see that you should actually store that rather than running a septic tank. If they did haul it away from a larger tank facility, then and they went industrial. Question is, could they get the permits to go industrial? And then the local area residents apparently didn't want that, and whoever was in charge of that county or that township or whatever, whoever
Yeah.
had
And then
authority, they put a kibosh to those poor people that were just coming up to visit Montana, which was stupid. It was.
something that was really simple and not hurting anybody, just
Oh, it
letting
was a
somebody
really
sleep
cool
in a
idea because it was
bed.
a great stopover point between Flathead Lake and Missoula, and these people who were traveling on a shoestring budget, and young hippies, young adults, whatever, you know. And
Right.
this side of Western Montana is the hippie capital of the world, as far as I'm concerned. And take that, Kentucky. Or I'm teasing. I was thinking of the concert back in 1968, 69, Woodstock. I can pull Woodstock out of my head for the world. Yeah, take that, Woodstock. Yeah, Western Montana is almost Haight-Ashbury back in 1969 in California. But anyway, we have the liberal side over here in Missoula. Missoula used to be fantastic, and now it's just been beaten to death by money. So the
What does that mean?
millionaires moved. Well, the millionaires moved into Montana all over the place, and they completely
Yeah, I
changed
know.
everything. And then
Well, I know only because Lucinda and I used to message back and forth a lot about looking at housing in Montana, because at that time you possibly had to move, right? You were looking
Right.
for somewhere to move to.
Right, and you need $2,000 a month to live
It
on
was
just paying rent.
insane. Oh, the
Just
prices
rent.
were just out of this world for just nothing. Little
Yeah,
shacks, or $1
we
million.
couldn't go anywhere. We couldn't find even a house that we could
There
even
was
walk
nowhere
in
for
day
Sam
one.
to go he could afford other than an apartment, maybe.
Oh,
That was
I could find some rotten little rusty ass trailer home with 2 bedrooms and a broken toilet and a leaky roof for $1,000 a month, but you can't find anything anywhere. I mean, there's actually a waiting list to
I think
rent
the worst
apartments
was
and
you could
buy
have,
houses, and
yeah.
it's so expensive here, and all that, the turn of the COVID, and it just went nuts, and everybody decided, oh, we can charge whatever we want now, and then it's like I said earlier, $5 a loaf of bread, and $5.99 for a bottle of steak sauce. Are you out of your mind? It probably cost you 36 cents to make, and you're charging me $6 for a bottle of steak sauce. Well, where'd we go? I mean, what the hell? I mean, look at the cost of beer, look at the cost of cigarettes, look at the cost of food, look at the cost of, and we're currently supporting one of the lowest beef stock counts nationwide that we've ever had. We have less beef right now than we've ever had. Less chickens, less turkeys, less hogs, less grain, less corn, less rye, less wheat.
I mean, I know. I wonder at what point it'll be, because right now I can still go to the store and get pretty much anything I want, pretty much.
Oh yeah, in mass in a lot of cases, but it's the cost.
I just wonder at what point it'll start becoming obvious.
I used to go to the gas station and buy a 12-pack of pop and a couple of candy bars, and it'd be $15 or so. And now I go to the gas station and I walk out of there and it's $37. It's like, what?
Yeah.
And of course gas did come down up here again, which is nice. I got a half a tank for $20, which was great. Usually it used to be 50, 60, and I went, what? So I can now fill up my tank
It's
for
like
$40.
$2.90 here.
Yeah, well, that's actually cheap compared to us, but we get the worst gas in the country. Ours is always, they got crap in their gas anyway, so we can send that up there. And we have refineries up here too, but we still get crappy gas. The spooky thing is up here, if you got water in your gas, it freezes. And fortunately, with fuel injection, that a lot of
That's
that
not good.
hamper as much as it used to. But yeah, if you go over Montana to the Idaho border, be sure you're going to have gas line freeze and that kind of thing. And I always, before I ever go over the passes, I always put the ice stuff in my tank before I ever go in anywhere in the winter, because otherwise your tank freezes up and your car shuts down. Then you got to wait and wait and wait until it'll restart again. or blow hot air into the gas tank and all of that crazy shit.
Wow.
Well, it gets really cold up here.
I was getting ready to say, like,
Yeah.
what's the average winter
Well,
temperature
it gets
like?
averagely it gets down to 40 below.
Wind chill or
No,
temperature?
that's not that. That's temperature without wind chill. And you add a wind chill,
What?
it can go
40?
60, 80. Oh yeah, just about it used to be. Now, last couple of years, it's been oddly early timed. We had an oddly early snowfall here this year. But usually about January, right at the end of January, early part of February, we would always dump down to about 40 below. Always.
I was not aware it got that cold.
Oh, it gets nasty up here. I mean, you
I
know,
don't know if I could
what
deal with
shuts
that.
down the East Coast, they get 3 inches of snow in New York and they're shut down. That's every day for us. That's normal. It doesn't shut us down here. We just drive through it anyway. And everybody's got snow tires and chains, and we all know how to do this up here. And I can't even imagine how electric cars are going to fare up here. Not at all. I don't see that battery, unless you have if you can afford electric car, you can afford a heated garage, I guess. Because without it, your car ain't going to start. No way. Not going to happen. And up here, you got to have that gas engine. And the guys that have these big ass diesel trucks, it just blows me away up here in Montana. It's like, are you kidding me? You expect to start that in the cold? Yeah, okay. If you got it in the barn, yeah. But if you got that thing parked outside in the middle of February, no, that ain't going to start. Because last year my battery froze rock solid.
Really? Wow.
It was a block of ice, and I had to take it in the house for 3 days to thaw it out and recharge it. And fortunately, it didn't crack. It didn't break.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, because in Oklahoma, the winter, it's like at the coldest, it'd be like 5 degrees or something.
Oh,
It's kind of average.
Last year we had a week here where it was like 20 below for a very long time. It was really, I don't know how deep
really
it got.
cold.
Yeah, it was really cold for a long time.
Well, 2 winters ago, it did get really cold, like 15 degrees, and it would stay that way for about 4 days. It just went on, and I was freezing. I mean, there was no way we could.
There's a new Arctic blast that's coming down. It will be coming in just before Thanksgiving, and then it will literally reach you. You're going to see right the onset of the hot. And there's also a hot bubble coming from the Gulf of Mexico, and it's an oddly hot bubble. And so you guys right at your line, literally over the top of Oklahoma City and all of that, are going to see a squall line of hot and cold that are going to be superstorms bashing into each other. And that will be probably on the 22nd or so. So be ready for it, everybody. And it's going to stretch all the way up to Maine, where that dividing line of hot and cold is going to smack into each other again. And they're even calling for a superstorm effect.
Tell me what day that starts again.
Literally the 21st, 22nd, 23rd. It should be coming in from over the top of Montana. It's an Arctic blast that's going to skim into the eastern Montana. Hopefully we won't be affected. It does show the models that we're going to get the cold air, which we call the Hellgate Canyon winds. But it's going to go pretty much on the eastern side of the Rockies, on eastern Montana, and then head into also Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. And then it's going to head your direction. It's going to go angled down through over Colorado into Oklahoma and Kansas, etc., and where it's going to meet the squall line all the way through Arkansas, Tennessee, Virginia, New York, New Hampshire, Maine.
Man.
Yeah, it's going to be I watched the weather report.
Right.
I'm doing my homework.
I expect it to get nasty at some point. It's been really nice here the last few days, like mid 60s and sunny and pretty. So
there's also a tropical storm coming up from off the Yucatan Peninsula and just at the northern end of South America and going to go past Cuba. They don't know yet how that impact is going to be, but it's literally going to go near Florida, so it'll be very wet and very moist and very hot, and that whole system is going to meet literally over the top of corner of Texas, over the top of you, all the way up to Maine. So how far that is going to come in, the moisture thing off this tropical storm, I don't know, but it might reach, Alabama, it might reach Georgia, it might reach, South Carolina. I don't know how deep in it's going to be, but we'll see. But it's a very hot, warm, moist thing going to meet a very blasting cold north southbound thing. So it should be a very big storm for a lot of people for a couple of days.
Right. I can see, yeah, I mean, it usually does start around where I am, and then it works its way up to northeast.
It'll rain. It'll probably heavy storm. There might be flooding. There might be snow. There might be lightning. Don't know. This could be a Nepenthe Pass for all I know.
Right.
Because those storms that they say are jaunting in, they don't say why. They just say it's an Arctic blast and here it comes.
Here it comes. Hang on. I know.
Yep. And I need to go get another drink. Oh, hey, there you go. P.O. Box.
Yeah. P.O. Box. I know. I was thinking everybody should send Sam a card. I know he doesn't get any mail. So I feel like it would be nice if everybody just sent a little card. I'm not a Christmas card person. I never have been. So it's not standard for me, but I do try to pick up a few cards for a handful of people. So, but it'd be nice if everybody sent you a card just saying hello. And if you have your gold business cards, you could possibly send one back if you have them. That's always a treat.
I do try to answer people with mail.
He does. You do. Talking like you're not here. You do. But
I feel it's important. Get one of my special gold cards. Has no value,
I know.
Donald Trump. I shouldn't even say that's joke. Bad joke.
I have mine hanging up. I know Jesus has. He has your card. He has one of your drawings. He held it up like a trophy the other day.
Yeah, and I actually meant to send you a hat, but I didn't think you'd wear it.
Right. I would.
I had those hats made up, and I went through them. I couldn't even really sell them.
I know. I've never felt comfortable wearing a ball cap. It's funny.
I didn't think you'd wear one. I thought Alan might want one, and I thought,
yeah, he has a big collection of caps. He's bald, mostly.
Yeah, I've got my monk thing up on top there, my monkey butt. A little balding patch on top. I can help. Right. And I can feel the rain, and I sure feel the sun the moment I go outside.
Right.
So, that's hot up there. I got to put a hat on.
That's what he has to do. We have.
Hello, our skies today.
I was getting ready to say that too. I was like, we have.
I know. I'm ahead of you.
Saying hi to us, and
I usually read you at a good time.
Yeah, I think
we know that happens.
With everybody.
Brag again, going, Sam, see shit ahead of time.
Do what?
Oh, I'm just being silly. That usually I usually know when you're going to turn to the comments. It's just like we're reading the same thing at the same time.
I know, really, very true. But
and I have a tendency, and you can ask Mark about that. I answer people's questions before they ask them all the time. But
I know. I mean, it's
that's
been
me bragging.
I'm I know, but it just lets you know how you're really more connected than you can understand. Maybe
and we've had many events over the years where I've seen things in people's homes, even though I've never been in their homes, and then I've described it to them, and they went, "Oh shit, you can do this." And then there's been people that have accused me of doing attacks. Remember that? Where
yes,
Mr. Hofman attacked me with far seeing, and it's like, oh shit, yeah, okay.
I remember, and I'm like, how would anybody know that? How would you know if somebody looked at you far seeing you from around the world or wherever it is?
It's entirely possible they might have connected with me doing one of my many things that I do.
Well, then they're far seeing and looking at you. Isn't it the same?
Well, it's entirely possible because everything is connected. I mean, nothing is separate, and we're all connected. And it just depends on what you want to think about and where you want to go with your own mind. And you can connect. An example is ghosts. If we sit here and talk about ghosts, we are going to drastically increase the possibility that one will be walking through the room.
I
And that's
see.
absolutely proven. That
Just
goes without.
talking about it.
Yeah, you because then you're opening that area, and there, humans, and we can talk about some of my background knowledge in the mysticisms and the arts and alchemy and all this other stuff, and Egyptian magic and Hebrew magic and druidical magic and Wiccan magic and Roman magic and all this other shit. There is a lot to that, and part of my skills and my far-seeing abilities does come from my bloodline connection. And we were talking about that uh, with Jesus about, he was asking about, the transition where we're going to upgrade. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that have gifts they don't even know they have. And only through trust and balancing and use and understanding and reaching for those gifts do you become aware of them. It's not something you're going to stumble, or you might even stumble over it. But you have to understand that there is a lot more to that, and that's why that, of course, existed in all the lore. Where there's a hint of lore, then you got your level of truth and proof that there is something real to it. For instance, the Teutonic Knights, for example, the Rosicrucian Society, for example, the Masons, for example, Egyptian Sixth Dynasty. I mean, there is so much reality to the fact that or the Ashkenazi Jews and all of these people had levels of magic that actually functioned. And the Raiders of the Lost Ark and all, you go through. There is a level of reality to magic and to mysticism and to alchemy and to knowledge of the sciences and far-seeing and stuff. And I've grown enough in knowledge to believe and find out the benefits of it, because, like example, Gillian and I, when we first met, I could look into Gillian's living room and we would have conversation after conversation, and I kept seeing the same thing over and over again in my mind, and it just kept tapping me on the shoulder, and I'd look at it and notice it and go, okay, whatever. And then I just finally had to ask her about it. Come to find out that was an extremely important thing to her, the reason that I had seen what I'd seen and that I was accurate. And that's happened with Lana. When Lana and I would be talking on the phone, I would know there were people coming to her door, and I could see it ahead of time. And I one time talked about a deer knocking over her umbrella in the dark yard at night, and I just went, oh, a deer ran into your umbrella. I didn't even know she had an umbrella in her yard. I just saw it, and so I expressed it to her, and then she found out the next day that, lo and behold, a deer had knocked over the umbrella in her dark yard. And so, we've got dozens and hundreds of these occurrences where there's been thousands, and I'm not trying to brag here, I'm trying to explain. There's been thousands of people that have told me that I have literally visited them in some form, or the moment that they saw me, they had to contact me, and it was overwhelming and they couldn't do anything and it kept bothering them. So they finally got hold of me. And a lot of people are really shy, and I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Hofman, I don't want to bother you, but I just feel I have to communicate with you. Well, go ahead, please communicate with me. Write me a letter. I don't care. Send $1 or $2 in that letter. Write me a letter that you have to talk. My P.O. box is available all the time to everybody. That's why I have a P.O. box. I also do need donations, but by all means, if you want to communicate in ways separate of internet or people watching you, not that I'm going to go into crazy conspiracy theories or classified information, but I do know a lot, and you can ask anyone. I did my homework. I've spent a lifetime getting to where I am. Rebecca spent a lifetime getting to where she is, and she's earned her place. And we've discussed that amongst ourselves because she's taken the time to learn all of this, and she's worked really, really hard. And I think we should, up the viewership so that we can get some monetization for her and her channel, in which case then we can foundationalize and hopefully somehow get to a larger, even slight gain. I'm not asking for a lot from people, but I'm saying that we, because the time we took, we do deserve to move forward, and we can't do that alone. I mean, this, marathon time, we have to have a monetary marathon to raise enough money to do better, to keep going, to move to that next step. And
Right.
the only way that we
I
can
mean,
go any
like we were
further
saying earlier, if we had a production team or something, along those lines, helpers, put it that
right,
way, because I was telling Sam earlier, I was how much time, I have to do this and that, and it's taking away time from other things, and
right,
it's
right.
time. And if I had helpers for example, a team of people, we just think, I mean, if I had people helping me make videos, I tell them this is what you got to do, how you got to make it, whatever. But otherwise, I don't know. The potential is there because this is such a big story. I mean, they're
Oh
just
yeah, and I don't think people are even seeing
grow.
half of it. I was doing laundry this morning, speaking of time, and then I realized, oh shit, it's Saturday. And I went, oh, I have a show at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Although we were a couple
Yeah,
hours
we're
late,
running
we're an hour
late.
and a half late because
Yeah,
the schedules cross, and it wasn't anyone's fault, but that's just the way it panned out, and we're here now. We're doing our
yes,
thing, and I'm glad some people are disappointed that we almost missed the show. We want you to keep going with the show. We want you to share, like, smash that subscribe button and all of that, and
it
and
makes a
and help.
difference.
And if please share it to at least one or two of your friends, that, or even a stranger. I don't care, just as long as we can hopefully get another view for Rebecca's count. And please, by all means, write me a letter or send my kids a Christmas card. We would like to make enough money to give the kids a better Christmas. I don't have
Yeah,
a lot of money. I have to save months ahead of time. And after we just a couple of weeks ago, I had to call a plumber, and there I went, $350 I didn't have. And so we sank the boat on that one, and then so now we're down, and like we've talked about, donations have fallen off, and I do need donations to keep going. Rebecca needs donations to keep going. We'd like to get Jesus a bigger laptop or maybe a
yeah,
computer. I'd love to get him up. If I had the money tomorrow, I would send him a computer. I
a
would.
computer. Yeah, man,
I
he
would
would
send one to you
love
too,
it.
Rebecca, if I had the money. So come on, people,
Yeah,
shell out $5,
I mean, I'm
$10, $20, whatever. It's marathon time
right.
here. We want to upgrade, and we want to do better. And we can't keep our shows going if we don't have that support from people behind us to show us that, hey, we're interested, and you're not being shut down, you're not being shadow banned. I mean, shit, for the cost of a pizza, you go to Pizza Hut, it's $20. Mail us a card, mail us a letter. I want a Christmas card so I can mail you one back. I mean, and this
Right.
is how this works. And we do better when we know that there are people out there and funding us and helping us move forward and progressing. I would like to go to some kind of a handheld GoPro. And I just had the crazy idea recently that maybe I could be stupid enough to buy one and wear rubber gloves and not fry it. It never crossed my mind to ever think about doing that. But if I hold a camera with rubber gloves, maybe I won't fry them. And I never thought of that. And it's a little weird. And it's,
That would
and I,
be right. It's worth testing and
and I,
trying, just to see that
and I
what if
call
it
myself a scientist, and the idea of rubber gloves never crossed my mind.
right.
Sometimes the silly shit gets by you, airplane over your head. So,
I
and
that's
we have to drive, and we get a lot of crap for when we ask for money from people, and we're not asking for a lot of money. I mean, Christ, you buy a cup of coffee for your friend all the time, and mail
I
us a
don't
card,
understand.
50-cent stamp, $25 postcard. Just says, hey, we're out here, we're thinking of you, or hey, I have a question for you, and if you do, I will write you a letter back. If
I
I
mean,
get it, because sometimes mail's messed with, I'll write you back.
yeah,
So
I don't know why we get such negative responses.
I dare you to give me a workload
Anytime,
I can't handle on that one. It's like, oh, I got so much mail, I can't write everyone back. I wish,
yeah,
it's all dropped off. I don't know what happened. We had, between the two of us, between our two Facebook sites, we used to have 230,000 members. And what happened, And then when they went back to privatized and from public, and I lost 30,000 members in one day. I mean, how the hell did that happen? What happened? Where did they go?
right.
You know, so people, you have to ask yourself, how far are we going to go for this subject? I mean, am I going to be an armchair quarterback, or am I going to get involved? Okay, yes, $20. And, you could say, hey, I'm investing in Montana Skywatcher. I'm investing in the Citizen Science. I'm investing in Nibiru Followers Anonymous. I'm investing in Nibiru is here and already here. I think that's Jesus' site. I have
Right.
to write that down. I have to memorize it better.
I know.
I apologize.
Me too.
And invest in us, and we can do better programs. And that's just, we are just people, and we are on a budget. And Rebecca and I are both paying, a couple $100, just under a few $100 a month to do this for free for everyone. And we've taken over a decade of doing it. So if you really add up the cost of that, it's astronomical.
And Sam and I both are like on the most minimal monthly income you can have,
Yeah, we're both on fixed incomes. Mine, through a forced car accident where I can't work anymore. Of course, I'm 62 now, but I can't work because of car accidents. So, and I have children at home, and you can't pay out enough child care money that you pull in to even get a job, and babysitters cost more than you make. And that's what
it's very high.
Yeah, well, if you have one kid, it's one thing, but when you have two, it doubles, man. It's more expensive, and that's why I never ever spend a lot of time away from my children. And I started doing this as my basic job, and this is my job because I've known about it for 43, 44 years now, and there ain't nobody else doing it, so I damn well better do it myself. Shuckins, man. Anyway,
I was gonna say you sounded country for a second.
Well, shoot, I can go there, but
right.
I lived in Minnesota for a while. I've lived in Oregon for a while.
That's how they talk. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well,
so that's normal here in Oklahoma.
Well, Montana has very sharp pronunciation, and we actually have a very clear, and I'm going to say very perfect English, although we do say howdy. That is every other word. Howdy. How you doing?
Howdy. Okay.
Yeah, and that's one of my mega go-to, catchphrases. I just walk by some howdy. It's automatic.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we are cowboys up here, although I'm, a mix of all of those and something else. And
I was gonna say it's similar to here. What you're describing, it seems kind of laid back and country.
Yeah, we're farm ranch, and then it depends on the inner city, and then your Seattle Sound and New York and Paris. But
right.
It depends on which part of the town you look at, and we've got from bluegrass to jazz to classical in Missoula. I mean, we're an educated, but we don't have an opera house yet. I think there's one being built, but they sure haven't got there very fast. I think they bought the land about 10 years ago. I don't think they've ever developed it. But yeah, and whereas Eugene has a really great opera house, and I used to go to the opera there in Eugene when I was a night manager of the Red Lion Hotel in Eugene, Springfield. Anyway, back in the late 80s, I think it was. God, that was like 3 lifetimes ago. Wow.
It flies by. I know. I was gonna say, it just decades can just roll by, and you look back and you're like, how can it be 30 years have gone by since
I can't even believe we're doing citizen science here today. I think about that too, and when I know it's podcast day, and my brain goes there, and I'm going, wow, I can't believe I'm doing this. And then it's like, and then you watch Jimmy Kimmel, and he says everybody's got a podcast, and I go, yeah, I guess so. When I'm doing it.
Well, yeah.
It was a good thing and a slam at the same time. Thank you, Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah.
And everybody's got a. And I have seen some of them lately where you have some rather scary individuals trying to do a podcast, and I give them kudos for doing it. But some people are hard to watch, and God bless them. Bless their little hearts,
Their little heart, right?
You can insult anyone as long as you say afterwards, the guy's a crazy jerk, but bless their little hearts,
Then it's okay.
That's okay. Yeah. That's the good old Southern miss being able to insult somebody with prejudice and then yet cover their Christian ass. Pardon the expression. Bless their little hearts.
We have Avengers checked in with this. They popped in, said hello, hope all is well. So
Avengers Captain.
I haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, well, I'm glad we're part of the gang. I'm glad you're part of the gang. Thank you for listening. Please share a copy of this with your friends. Like, share, punch the subscribe button, donate to Christmas Fund for everybody because we want to get Rebecca a computer. We want to get Jesus a computer. I mean, if we got 5, 6, 7, 10 grand, which would be great. If 10,000 of you people send us $1,
That's, I know, I keep
that's the
going through
thing.
that in my mind. How
Or
easy
mail
it
me a
could
damn
be.
Christmas card, and because I share, if I was to get more money here than what is allocated for the wish list, then I will share that with Rebecca and with Jesus because I share. I don't hog money because
No.
everybody. Well, we've had other people rob us in the past, but Deb has always handled most of my money because I could never collect from PayPal because of my blocking. I don't know why. I have been able to collect from Western Union, etc., but never from PayPal. But I share, and if you guys out there would help us with a great Christmas, we could also upgrade this show, and that's what we're shooting for. So please do not disappoint us. I mean, goodness, it will affect
I
my
know.
ability to work. No,
It really, yeah,
I'll be
right,
so
right.
disappointed. I won't know what to
But that's
tell
just,
you.
it's true. I mean, I said the same thing. I mean, even if, let me see, what did I have? I had it figured out earlier. I think if it 20 people, I can't remember now how many people it took to get to your goal. It wasn't many, and it wasn't much per person. Like
I just got a troll
$2.
message. I just got a troll message on Facebook. Let me look it up again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he says, oh, it's our dear friend. Yes, some guy with a fake name. He says, "Ha ha, you sad man. All your lies are eating away your soul." Well, thank you. I'm glad that you shared your opinion with us.
Huh.
Bless your little heart. um,
I have
Yeah,
not
well,
seen
I'm
that.
glad that we've occupied your mind so much that you're listening to us, or either that or you're just intermittently posting that just for the hell of it, which has been your normal routine. Fake person with a fake picture with a fake profile who has absolutely zero credibility. Ha 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 back. Thank you. Have a nice day. Anyway, I just saw it
Yeah.
popped up. I figured I'd share that. And this is kind of crap I go
Where
through,
did you see that at?
My Facebook is also on, and I'm on my computer, and so I get pop-ups that report to
Yeah.
me what's going on Facebook. And
On
when I get
Facebook.
emails, I still can't open them. But when something like that comes up, or if I run across, if I open something that is a virus, my computer warns me and stops it and all that sort of stuff. And I've got some pretty good McAfee virus control stuff still going, although my computer did expire recently, the warranty anyway.
Right.
And it always pisses me off when you're supposed to have a multi-year warranty and you buy something off the shelf and it's got a 6-month warranty. It's like, what? Because it's been sitting
Right.
on the shelf for a year and a half,
I don't know
That's
how long mine is. It's been a year since I got, almost a year, almost like within a couple of weeks of being.
And we've experienced that my computers usually last about a year and a half, if I'm lucky, 3. And we've been doing this 14 years, and I've gone through 15 computers. Several of them were fried by other means. And
right.
so
Outside
that's
computers.
hard to, outside influence. Yeah, they were. I got hacked a couple of times, and then I had a major 1 or 2 where the computer got absolutely fried, and then there was a takeover by hackers and all of that. And then I also had some hardware issues where the computer just died because it wasn't a very good computer to start with, and they don't last longer than a year in some cases. And so now I've upped my game, and I only stick with HP, and they last more than anyone else on the market, and that's why I buy HP only.
Well, that's what I have. I'm glad to hear that. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch an Acer if you gave it to me for free.
Right. I know the Acers. Yeah.
Well, that's all. They're good at office equipment, but they sure don't make a decent computer.
No, I know. They're not.
And I've had quite a few Dells, and Dells last a year and a half.
Okay.
you know. And after that, I stuck back to HP, and they've been the strongest working computer I've ever had. And they tolerate, and you don't have to clean them as often, and all that, I mean, blah blah, you know. Although I go through a keyboard every 6 months.
Let's see. I was looking at questions.
So much I go through keyboards fast.
I sent.
Yes, I am from Montana. I was born in Missoula. In the
So
60s.
it sounds like he says, "Were you born here? Are you?" It sounds like that's where he's from too.
Yes, sir. I am from planet Earth. Although there are people that would question that.
And then he said, "Who made those CGI pics of the binary solar system in front of Earth?" I don't know what he's referring to.
Yeah, I don't know of any CGI pics of the binary solar system.
No.
The early ones, he might be talking about the ones where James made a bunch of the stuff off the information I gave him in the early years. And James made a whole bunch of CGI planetary pics, and those are outdated, and I wish people would stop using them. The only time that
it could be those, yeah. Okay.
And they still pop up from time to time, and
it could be his, right.
They're misleading. They're great. They're beautiful. They're informative for at that time, but it's like even you got people on Followers Anonymous complaining about you using older diagrams, drawings, and sometimes we do that for similarity comparisons that best match. But generically, we don't use old diagrams. We try to stick with the current information, because that can be very misleading to the newbies. And we, you know, pardon the expression, newbies, but they are the new folks, and it can be very deceptive. And that's why we try to always put out a monthly drawing every month. And more than that would be a waste of time. So once a month is enough to show the changes. And oh God, I've got 4 days.
4 days. 4 days
no.
drawing.
May the force be with you always.
Captain, I always want to say it the other way around, but Avengers captains confirmed that was the time frame. 2018 is when he saw those drawings, probably from Jamie.
Yeah, James. Yeah, James. I would tell James where things were, and he would try to draw them in, and I would also include my cutouts at that time.
Yeah.
And then he would extrapolate from them, and he wasn't always accurate, but he was pretty good at it. And he was, you know, he went to school for that stuff, so that was part of why James and I joined forces, because he was also editing my stock footage from Understanding the Sky series, and then he added pictures in between while I was talking, and he also added other video clips that matched, and he did some extra editor work for me, and then we published it. And then he got mad at me over a couple of, like 2, and I'm not kidding, 2 pictures that he thought were photoshopped, and one of them was a screen capture of a screen capture. It was a photo where they took the camera and then they took a picture of what was on their screen, and it matched many pictures that we'd had of the big 3, and it matched and it matched and it matched, and he argued over 3 of the pictures that no way were those real. And then he got all in a huff and just off and vanished, and then started a campaign against me, like one of many people.
I remember, because I was so new in your group, and he messaged me on Messenger to, you know, talk about you. I just remember him, you know, reaching out to me, and I was so not in the loop at the time. I don't even know why he reached out to me. I was not anybody.
Well, he was really, I don't know what his idea behind it was.
He did that with several people. He reached out to a lot of people personally.
Yeah, and quite a few people, and a lot of gals and a lot of guys, and he's trying to down talk you. And then they did a campaign for about 6 months where I kind of had to ignore their crap that they were posting, and after that it just kind of faded out, and I just, you know, ignored it, like, because I had other troll groups after me at the same time. And
what sucks is when you feel like you have somebody that is helping you, you know, and then they kind of take a turn.
The
turn
big thing
against you.
was the thing that bothered me most is he made 2.5 years worth of videos disappear, and that was a lot of work, and it was important work. And those are captures. That's why we made them, was we could look. There's a few of them left. There's 10, 11 of them left, but we had 30 or 40 of them, I think. And I don't know what happened to them all. And he cut the YouTube channel, and they vanished. And only the ones that were circulated by other people who saved copies of them are back around. And then there was a couple of people that were really into that for a while, and then they turned against me and said, "Oh, he's full of shit, and he's a con man, and he's doing this." And it's like, wow. We've had dozens of, not a lot, but we've had dozens of troll groups around us. And it usually formulates every time we ask for fundraisers. But this is, excuse me, how we do better.
I mean, well, it's like, I don't know why they are so irritated by it, but I think it's just because they're trying to look for anything to,
Anything to pick at us, any way to.
And so they try to put a spin on it that is negative when there's nothing negative about it. We're just, trying to.
And the example is this guy that just typed in on Facebook calling me whatever he just called me, and all my lies and stuff. I mean, it's like, excuse me, have I been lying today? I don't believe I've said any lies.
I know.
I'm just speaking my opinion. If you want to call them lies, well, then I think you're a very short-sighted, petty person. And if you were lying, I wouldn't come to your Facebook page to tell you. I'd just ignore you and move on. Just that easy.
That's the best part. Right. I know what you're saying. I mean, I've had to just block most of those people.
Well, if you're that bored, I mean, come on, find something better to do.
Yeah, I'd just rather not.
I don't know what brownie button you get from picking at me. I'm not going to say picking on me. You're like fleas at my heel. I know that my 14 years worth of work is a whole lot bigger than your fake name, fake persona, and whatever Facebook fake page you have that you're not even brave enough to put your own face on. Speaks volumes. Anyway, and I hear him going back to it. I'm just tired of the trolls, and it's silly. It's like, okay, you go ahead, talk all you want. We know where we are. We know what we've done. And,
on which part?
Oh, the trolls and everything.
On Facebook. Oh, well, obviously on Facebook. Okay.
It's probably on my personal page. I didn't even look where it came from. I just looked it up because it went through my messages. I
am trying to find a message from Avengers Captain is talking that he sent me a message on Messenger. A name starts with U. It's not here. I don't know. I don't have any U name appearing at all. So I'll keep looking, but it shouldn't take but a few seconds if you send it, right? Because I don't know. He was wanting to send me that picture. So I'll be on the lookout. All right. Not sure what's going on there. You still there, Sam?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here reading.
Yeah. Ever since Facebook data breach. Yeah, I agree. I know there's a lot of reasons.
I just got another Iceland evacuation notice.
You did?
Probably. Oh, yeah. It was sent in from somebody, and I just was reading if it's any new information. I had to find the time that it was announced, and I'd already seen newer since this. But I had to read it. Somebody sent it to me. I wanted to make sure.
Something. Okay.
Yeah, Iceland is really getting ready to have another gnarly eruption. And wow, Matthew Wee sent something in an hour ago from November 2019, and it's of course a Texas cube picture. So
I wish I could see. What's funny is on if I go live on TikTok, it's set up to where they can see whatever my computer screen shows, and that's pretty nice because they can see
right,
my
yeah,
cursor.
that's what Showmore does also.
Yeah,
Whereas
I
me,
can go to Facebook. I can do anything my computer screen shows. Whatever I see, they see.
I got Facebook running on another page, and I can just click back and forth, and you'll still talk.
If I can figure out a system that does that, I would switch from this to that.
Yeah,
I would.
look up Showmore, and
Okay, I
because you
will.
can actually show on your screen, including your cursor.
Yes, that's what we need.
And then
That'd be way
it goes
better.
into the stream, and it's not that expensive. See, the thing is, I can't bank online, so I had to mail them a check, and I don't think they ever got it, or they got it and didn't credit me, and I wasn't going to mail money twice. So I filled up my service, and then I had to pay more, and now, of course, it's telling me still to this day that it's full, and it's my OneDrive, and is who it's through. OneDrive and Showmore.
What's OneDrive?
OneDrive is the cloud.
Okay, I'll write that down too. I think I'm familiar with that. That sounds familiar.
And OneDrive allows you to get Showmore. It's been so long since I used it because it failed on me that I stopped using it. And I wish to heck I could still use it because that's how I produced my early videos. And then when that quit working, and we had to go to something else, and then we had to do this and we had to do that, and then we worked off of Skype for a little while, and that worked for about 6 months, and then it quit working. And then I couldn't open my YouTube account and post anything on that anymore, and it's like, okay, don't know why, and I probably should just go in there and re-sign up for it, but for some reason it's not recognizing my IP address.
On Showmore, does it let you go live, or is it recorded only?
It's recorded, and then you post it. And
okay.
Then it goes to the cloud, and then you take a copy off the cloud, and then you can post it.
Okay.
It has to be placed in a format that you can click on and pull, get a copy of.
That's good to know. I mean, that would be good.
It's in the cloud forever.
And
my OneDrive, I got my OneDrive on my computer, and I can click on it, and I can look at all my old videos from a certain file or two of the early Understanding the Sky series. I got a few of them on what's available, but they're not the finished videos, so I don't post them. But I've got another bunch of other stuff on there as well that I haven't even been in there forever, and I could probably find a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't even know was in there, along with my back files and my personal pictures as well, because we got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures. And I often want to go back and then refile a few of them in this file or that file. I just never find the time. All of a sudden, I'm the only person here again. Okay. Memory cards. Yeah, okay. Well, I am not great at loading my own memory stick because it takes forever. And I'm down for like 2 to 3 days the last time I loaded my picture hoard. And I need to do it again. I need to put that all. But people out there have got to learn this stuff. They've got to identify the planets because it is the coolest damn show that ever was. And which is why we've been doing it as long as we've been doing it, and every day stop. And there's days that I do miss because I'm unfortunately busy doing something else at the house, but I am literally going through stuff from the day before. It's not like I clear stuff up and don't pay attention to it. And Rebecca does the same thing. We have a huge workload of all the people that are contacting us. Bobcats. Oh, boo. Okay, good for you. The Bobcats have won for the last couple of years. I'll give you kudos for that, Avengers captain. But, I'm a Grizz fan because I'm over here in Missoula, and, I'm wearing my Grizz coat all day today. So, Oh, I'm glad our skies today. I'm very glad that you see a lot of what question is, or do you understand it? Are you learning from it? Do you see what we see? And that's the idea, is that we want to share this with everyone so that they can come up to a point of actually the realization is, if you find that dark area in the sky, it's a freaking planet. If you look across the horizon, it's light blue everywhere else. You're looking at a dark, dark planet. And yeah, you went for a vacation again, huh?
I know the internet just interrupted again. That's what it did the other night. Except
Well,
I
be
didn't have
glad
to
you're not
move.
Loki and hopping in different universes and time zones.
You can do that.
Well, no, the movie Loki. I wish I could see.
Oh,
There's a new movie about the Avengers and the
oh boy.
the demigod Loki, and
Yeah, you're talking about Thor.
yeah, Thor's
Yes.
half brother, step brother
Yeah,
Loki.
yeah,
Right?
yeah. It's
They
like,
just did a series on some movie channel I can't afford. Um,
yeah.
it's like I haven't got to see the Yoda thing with what's his face, the Merovingian. No, what the hell? Anyway, I haven't got to see any of the new Star Wars stuff because it's all on paid per view, and we don't get that because we can't afford it. But I don't even have cable. I mean,
A
what
TV
TV I
show.
do watch usually
Okay.
comes off YouTube.
Yeah. That's
Avengers.
what I'm saying. I haven't watched TV like since 2014. It was like a pivotal year in all kinds of ways. But that was the year I stopped watching TV pretty much.
Yeah,
So
and I wish I could afford Disney Plus. It would be great, but
Disney
I'd
Plus,
rather
yeah,
eat, thank you. And that's what it boils down to, because we don't have a
right.
lot at the end of the month. We just get by, and that's what we're always just getting by, and why we keep doing what we do and the way we do it and why we do it. And I'd like to change and get better, but I haven't been able to afford it. And then every time I turn around, there's a new catastrophe, in all of our lives as well. And any moment now, the our troll ought to complain about that. Oh, what? Nothing? A little quiet all of a sudden. Every time I make these comments, somebody wants to come after me. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
you run with that, Skippy, and see where it gets. And I question why they even bother,
I do too. I mean, it's a little alarming, that how there's people that don't really know. They don't know us, obviously.
Jesus told me it was my
Another
last quest
state
to make sure
somewhere,
you pay. You'll go
going out of their way to
8222.
come at you. It's kind of disturbing in a way. It's weird.
Well,
But in another way, though, it's flattering. I see it
well,
different angles. I can see it because it's kind of like a flatter.
well,
Flatter.
you're there when you got trolls.
When you got trolls, yes, you've made it. We've made it, Sam.
Yay,
Gosh, we have
trolls.
our own hate groups.
We have
Yeah.
trolls growing off our barnacle. Our barnacle's growing on our ass. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Strange.
Well, and I just and the stuff they spin, and especially our favorite YouTube troll.
Yeah.
Just the stuff they spin into something out of nothing, and just oh god, like. And it shows you how dwarf, tiny-minded they are. It's just such a small concept, and you just sit there and you wonder why. Why do you even bother?
I know. I do. I think that too.
Okay. I guess you're forwarding your YouTube channel. All right, no problem. And then view counts and all that. Wow. Yeah.
No, I know.
Our skies today gets trolled too. Well, yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of people do. When you're doing something for other people, there's always some naysayer coming out of the woodwork going, you can't do that, or you can't park there.
There it is. Yeah, I feel like, trolls are just a thing for every social media platform there is. It's to be expected because they're just.
I wonder why they would publicly. Of course, they've got a fake name and there's fake pictures not up on there, and so they can say whatever they want and be as rude and think, all
those accounts, all those fake accounts that you get, Sam, that are asking to be members, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's those same accounts are also a lot of the bot trolls. I think they're one and the same. and they communicate, they answer questions, they comment in the comment sections, but I don't believe they're real people in a lot of those.
Well, I imagine it's somebody that might run 5 or 6 names or 8 or 10 personas and then regularly just sweep from one to the other.
Right. I think it could be like that.
I've seen that kind of behavior pattern where
because
they talk to you, but then they're not quite connected with what you talked about last time.
Right. Like, for instance, I got many big groups, 60 some odd thousand people. And a lot of times, say whatever the pictures or video look like, say it looks like trails. Okay. Well, out of nowhere, deep in the comment section, a person will just randomly comment sea trails, right? They'll just out of nowhere, and I'll look at the account. They've been a member for 2 years and they've never posted anything to the group. They've never been a active member, and then all of a sudden they're going to appear in the comments about talking about sea trails. I just feel like it's a bot pushing the agenda into the comment sections on every, platform, every kind of, comment sections. I really do. I think that they're intermixed with fake and real accounts are just mixed together.
Oh yeah. Well, they have 4 or 5.
This is what I've seen it so much by having all these groups that I have, and then I'm on TikTok and I see it and I'm like, man, we're covered in fake accounts, and they a lot of people don't know that, and they're communicating. It's weird. Like, what if it's AI or something? It could be really complex. I'm sorry, my cat is very strong. He was just clinging. He wants up here so bad. Anyway, but yeah, I feel like it's more to it than we understand as far as why are they making so many fake accounts? What's up? Because, and then like they tend to push these things right here. Typically, that's what they're doing. They're trying to push it on into the conversation, trying to persuade people into thinking this is what's going on. They're like, oh, I seen this, and you look at the account, they've never been a member up until that very moment, and now all of a sudden they're here to talk about this. That's what they're doing. So
I try not to focus on it. I just try to.
I don't either. No, I don't.
Back to work and do the stuff that I'm looking up and what I think I need to know, and then share it with as many people that I do know. And I don't talk to everybody as much as I used to. I used to try to reach out to just about most members, but a lot of the times I'll like and tell them thank you and this and that and the other thing. And if it's something good that they've done a good capture, then I'll type something, give a couple examples, and I just run about my business sharing, and I don't focus in on the negative people anymore, because we've been doing this for so many years and it's so accurate and it's so completely compiled with so much information. I don't even worry about it.
Right. No, I know. You're like, once you are as confident as you are about all of this, there's really nothing anybody could say that would change anything. You can't undo what you already have seen and is there. Right. It's like, it doesn't matter what they say, even, because they just don't get it. They just don't.
No, they don't get it. And it's they're going to do their darndest to make sure that, they rub it in from their point of view and their opinion. And I just sort of go, okay.
I don't know, man. But
yeah,
Sherry is wondering if we take live calls. I guess, someone can call in. I would, if I could think of a way to do that. It's not like that is a feature on this service, but I could just bring you onto the show. I could send you an email. I could email you the link, and you just click on the link and it takes you directly, and you can be on the show and ask a question. You can, that's a possibility. That's one way you can speak directly, so, and you can be on camera or off camera. So, and this is for Sherry or anybody else that wants to join us and wants to talk directly to Sam and be on video or audio at least. So that's one answer, one way of handling that, So I'd love to do that.
I keep thinking the more people that we have that, from around the world that talk and join, even just for a brief minute or two. I handed out a card to one of Montana Skywatcher's members who never, ever reads his PM messages that I send him for years now. And I see him regularly in Lolo on a regular basis. And, I never got to it. So I handed him a card with, Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube on it today and told him to watch the series. And it can be a busy thing, but it's also important to get to this. And the troll spoke back again, calling me a liar again. And it's like, okay. And then he wanted to talk about some other facts about his soul and his ability to be a parent. And I typed back, who cares? And then I just went away.
Yeah.
Who cares, man? Who cares?
I know.
Okay, good for you, Skippy. Who cares? Why, thank you. You bless your little heart. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I was just going to tell our skies that yes, that's what I am using is StreamYard. So I didn't, know it existed just till whenever this show started. I just heard about it. So I'm glad I heard about it. I didn't even know this was a possibility.
How does one get into the coveted Montana Skywatchers? Wow, that's a big question.
Oh, Montana won. Okay.
Yeah,
wow. Is it possible even? I don't know.
That's pretty rare. People sort of kind of earn that spot.
Yeah. Well, that's how I feel for our group. Sam and I have a group together, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, and I'm that way in that group. I feel like I'm going to make sure, I know exactly.
And I know who's in there when I go to post there. I know it's the deep regular.
Right. It's
right. And whereas Nibiru Followers Anonymous is the circus train. And
right.
You have a lot of members in there, and unfortunately, there's so many that they're not guided in a coherent path. They're sort of more hit and miss. Although there is a decorum that does exist, and your people do run it well, because you don't go amok. You're not those 87 other sites that Jesus visits regularly, because you and I both run easily regularly 4 to 5 sites each, and then he runs his stuff. And we filter in a segment of the populace, but there's so many other sites out there that they're just barely scraping the flour off the top of the bread, and it's spooky.
Yeah.
I
know that's most of the information out there for Nibiru is wrong.
And I wonder how we've gone a decade without them folding in to the to the time proven information that we share as much as we've been allowed, and including Facebook jail over and over and over and over again.
I was going to tell Avengers Captain
there already is.
Yeah, it's already taken, unfortunately, by the hate group.
We don't, by the hate group, and we don't want to promote their site.
I know they took that and made a spin on it, and now
made a spin joke out of it, and they've been running for about 6 or 7 or 8, and they've very few members. And I'm blocked, so I can't even see what they say, and it's kind of petty that they don't let me see what they have to say because they don't want to talk about it, and yet they always spin it like I'm the bad guy that blocks them, and I did this wrong, and I do that wrong, and I'm horrible for this, and I'm horrible for that.
So I'm supposed to just take it. I'm supposed to just deal with you. For me blocking you, they're just going to bash me for blocking them. So I'm supposed to just accept their abuse and take it. I'm like, that makes no sense, people.
Well, but they blocked me right away. I was actually, on there for like a week.
Yeah.
and then they blocked me from, and then there's this shadow religious group that broke off from the early days of Montana Skywatcher 1, and some people off of your group, I believe, as well, and they just sort of filtered into a clique. And I don't know what their membership group is, but I don't think it's more than like 30 or 40, or I don't know.
They
But
do.
Mark would have that answer, but of course we're not asking those questions.
I know.
And
It's
so
crazy how much drama is in on all this. You know, there's like a lot of drama.
oh yeah, there's drama around it, and fortunately, I think
drama.
a great portion of this has to do with religious aspects where they can't and don't and won't go there because it affects their religious beliefs. And I think that's a good portion of where we're running into trouble with these folks. And it's, I'm terribly sorry that their religion is being harmed by it in their own mind, because I do not down religion. As a matter of fact, I'm highly religiously educated. And I have 4 full college credits in advanced world religion. And a high, literally straight A's through it. I don't think perfect straight A's. I might have had 1 or 2 D's in the middle of somewhere. But anyway, turning in homework, whatever. But I really think that it's a good portion of religious people who are struggling, and then they turn it into a hate. Sorry to say, but that's where a lot of that comes from. Because God is on our side.
Because of religion. Yeah, this does not mesh with religion at
How many
all.
people have been killed throughout history over that exact statement? Billions.
Yeah, Captain. A lot of Christians do post in the group, which
I mean no ill will toward Christians at all. And if you can incorporate your religion and Jesus into all of this, great, good for you. I can help. I even know information. I even know, the question is, people don't even ask where Abraham comes from in the old texts. I know this stuff. I'm a very good history student, thank you. And people don't even, and unfortunately, and I'm not trying to down the Southern Hemisphere as far as the United States goes, Southern religion is not very well taught, and it's kind of manipulated and mixed. But anyway, and then of course we could even talk about the Reformation of Martin Luther in England and all of that, and going back to Rome and the Spanish Inquisitions and the Spanish papacy and the German papacy and all of that. I know about all of that. So and the finding of the one true cross and the wife of Constantine in Rome at 535 AD, I believe it was. I could be wrong on the date. So, and I'm all for having as many Christians that want to be around, or Baptists or Mormons or hell, even a few Scientologists if they wanted to stick around. I doubt they would, but Buddhists, Hindus, Taoists, whatever.
I mean, I have
Methodists.
Long history in many different denominations. I've been there and did it.
Yeah, I went to a Catholic high school
for 40 years. I mean, it wasn't like a couple of years. It was like it just went on and on and on. Trying this, trying that, trying.
That was a weird experience being in a Catholic high school when you're not Catholic.
Yeah, well, Lutheran is very close to Catholic, and I almost did convert.
I always forget Catholic. Lutheran. They're so Then there's Methodist, and
I was Methodist, Baptist, Assembly of God.
Oh boy.
I went all over. I really did. All over.
Excuse me, have you 5 minutes to hear the word of Jesus today?
Oh gosh, yeah, I know. And then a lot of non-denominationals, which do, this one, he was very Assembly of God still. You can't hardly break away from that. But
I have the Mormon young people come by walking through the neighborhoods. We have a Mormon church nearby, and they regularly, I think I scare them. I haven't seen him since. You know, I told him about, you know, that there's more planets, and I asked him, well, you ever thought about the part of the prayer where it says, "Thy kingdom come"?
Right.
And I said, well, it's here.
It's here.
And then
It's,
you know, people immediately go, "Oh, it's the apocalypse.
so what's thy will be
latter
done?
day. It's the
What's
you
thy
know,
what's the rest? How does that play out? What's thy
our
will be
Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it
on
is in
earth
heaven.
as it is in heaven?
Forgive us
So
this
what's that
day our daily, you know,
like?
give us
What's
this
your
day our daily bread, and
interpretation?
forgive us our trespasses, you know, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I remember it all. I just, you know, haven't uttered it in a long time.
I
Yeah,
know,
you know,
but what's
we had to go to church, and you do the kneel down and the wafers and all of that shit. You know, when you walk up to the altar in the Catholic Church, and there's all this stuff that they go through, and I learned it all. You know, it's like, okay, you know, I was raised Mormon and all this other stuff. No biggie. You know, I studied Buddhism since I was 9 years old. My dad would hand me books all the time, and I learned about Taoists and Hinduists and Om meditation, and I was exposed to an ashram as a small child all the way through my life. So I've had that all involved in, you know, my studies. And so, you know, I even spoke to Hopi Indians and the American Indian tribes, and I, you know, learned from them as a child and a teenager up here in Montana. And we had regular vacations to parts of the reservation where normally most white people didn't go. And so and we lived on the reservation for a period of time when I was a small child as well. So I'm exposed to all of the shamanistic religions, etc., and I've learned a great deal about it. And I understand some of the, you know, the Buddhist abilities and chants and shamanistic behavior, and
so that's something I was never exposed
I've
to.
looked into a lot of alchemy and a lot of great deal into advanced chemistry and astrophysics and theoretical physics, and I'm quite good at geology, and or as my daughter calls it, the oleologies.
All of it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I don't
Good, all of it.
I study every day. I can't get enough, and I just eat it up, and I have to. It just won't let me go. Yeah, because if it crosses my mind, I've got to look it up. Otherwise, I'm not going to be comfortable, and that's how I do it.
Get it? I mean, that's kind of how it is for me with this other stuff I work on. I just can't stop thinking about it. I gotta get to it. I can't hardly sleep at night. I mean, I sleep fine. I sleep well, but I don't sleep much because I just want to work on it. I just stay up late,
Yeah,
and I have to make myself go to bed even at 3 in the morning. I'm like,
yeah.
okay,
I wake up clicking my
have
pillow,
to.
thinking I'm
If I
talking to
could
people.
stay up all night and just keep going, I would. But then I'd be too tired and miserable, so I forced myself to go to
That's
bed.
why you get
Yeah,
Live Stream Central, Skywatcher Central, Citizen Science, coming to you from the high rock of the Rocky Mountains of Montana, and we're
yeah.
delivering to this private message to the fighters of the revolution of science. You know, I can just see it.
I like that. Yeah, for our
Well,
opening.
it is a revolution of science.
One of these days,
We've got to get everybody to realize that there's a binary solar system, and it's not what they're telling us. And you know, we're not handing them a cookie. We're handing them the whole damn bakery. And
oh,
you know, it's
true. It's all been
huge.
done. It's all been figured out. It's all been, put together, and anybody can just pick up and start, and right away, be learning
Well,
quickly what is what.
to this day, you know, I mean, it was
Identified.
I chuckled because all I did was write a little stupid little term paper that said that I believed that we had to have 2 stars. And then, you know, naturally with 2 stars come 2 solar systems. So I included what I thought was the atomic weight count for this binary solar system and turned it in. I gave 3 examples of what I thought we could be. And 44 years later, here I'm still having to deal with the ramifications and discuss this. And yet, you know, the little fleas in the sand are slinging rubber bands at me. You know, God, it kills me because of the years that, you know, I've known this shit, and yet they come out of the woodwork at me. Poor little mind. I'm terribly sorry. This just makes you uncomfortable. It's hilarious. Wow. Yeah, and here we are. It's like, yeah.
So when you wrote that paper, you, what was it called again? The Electric Universe? Is that what was
Well, it
paper?
was based on electric universe theory because I didn't even expunge on that very much. I may have written it in passing.
Yeah.
It's one of the subtitle or the ending heading to the paper, even where I
So
believe that I think we're electrically connected in an atomic structure. We're not rocks floating gravitational. We're compounding in an atomic structure of how we know that the rules of chemistry and subatomic chemistry work. They're really simple. And compounds join in certain patterns. And then they have atomic structures, protons, neutrons, and electrons, and they build together in certain shell structure. And it's really basic, simple math. And you add this and you add that, and then it becomes a compound out of two natural elements, for example. And I knew that we had to be that same set of rules that exists in the tabletop in front of us as it does in space. And Einstein and Newton separated us from space, and they put us in this finite little Earth spot that was separate of our solar system and in our environment, and set up this set of rules that they didn't understand a unification to. Why it works the way it works out in space, and yet it works this way here. The apple falls from the tree. Well, that's centrifugal force and electrical thread connection because it's of the Earth, and of course it's going to connect to the larger force magnetically, electrically, because there's water in there. Earth is a magnet, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we're all made up of these chemicals and compounds that drastically connect to each other. And we're from our Earth, so we're connected to it electrically on an atomic level, not just gravitational. There's so much more. And that goes the same thing with Earth and the star and the next solar system and the next solar system, and the next galaxy. They're all connected because they're all part of each other. They're not separate. They're not gravitational. They're electrically connected in their place. Now, there are negative bodies, rocks that fly around that are separate, but they are part of an overall whole, which makes that same chemistry equation possible. Because you have to have so many positives, so many negatives, and so many electrons. That's how a compound is structured. And when that changes, that's when you have degradation or a radioactive decay or the decline of a compound into separate elements, et cetera, et cetera. And I knew that space had to be that same set of rules. And that was just in passing.
it just come to you like that.
Well,
I say,
it can't not be.
right.
It has to be connected. I mean, we're not living in a box in a non-existent dark room that we can't tell what's outside the box in the dark room, although we are, but because we can see out there, and we know that stuff is going on out there. We've seen galaxies far, far away, et cetera, that, like that happened a million years ago because it took that, or 500,000 years ago because it took that time to travel that far across space. So we know it's far more than what we're actually seeing. And they're talking about how space is expanding, and we know that universes grow other or solar systems. Universes create solar systems constantly. So it's a growing chemistry equation. I mean, it's blossoming. And the Big Bang, and there wasn't one Big Bang, there was many. The universes and solar systems are all different ages. They're not just the same age. And everybody assumes it just went bang. And if you're an arc believer of the Southern Baptist thing, you think that Earth is 6,000 years old, which is insane. I mean, that's not even good crust on Earth's underwear. I mean, hello. And we're talking 6 to 8 billion years old. And then there's shit out there that's even older than that, beyond our wildest imaginations.
Right.
What grade did my teacher give me on that paper? I got a 2-year A.
Oh. Didn't see
I got
that.
an automatic A for my senior year that I never got to have. Because I got, when I didn't take the job from the government after the first approach, they did not allow me to take her class anymore because she was under a non-disclosure agreement as well. And they took my paper from her.
So you never saw her after that, I guess, right?
No,
After that time.
she fearfully slammed the door in my face and said she was not allowed to talk to me anymore. And I shortly left that school after that.
And that's when you went on to finish your education yourself.
Well,
Right.
I had early graduation also because I'd already done some of the classes needed, and the only
Yeah.
thing I walked into the high school equivalency board in that high school at that time, right after, and they wanted me to study for the high school equivalency test, and I said, well, can I take the test today? And they said, no, you can't do that. And I said, why? And they said, well, the school has to pay for it. And I said, well, how much is this test to administer? And I slapped my checkbook down on the desk and wrote them a check for the cost of that thing, and I sat over in the corner of their front office alone by myself and took the test. And they kind of broke the rules, but I actually I got my diploma within a matter of a few weeks, and I aced it. I was rated third year junior in college, and was way beyond high school equivalency. So, and
Yeah.
I was 17 at the time, and I mean, so it was a breeze for me to just go, screw you guys, and I walked away.
Right. So then I guess there's a period of time between then and when they showed up to talk to you.
Yeah, and then I had my secondary approach and stuff, and then I was approached in the 80s for where I had to work. They kept me. They wanted me to work for the federal government only, and I was supposed to keep them notified where I was, sort of like parole, literally. And then Reagan came into office.
Right.
Yeah, I had many people. I had many lawyers around me regularly, when I was going through these government job applications, far more than your average, hiring practice would be, including other lawsuit issues I had where I had way too many lawyers in the room for normal. And I even had airport security come back and surprisingly ask who the hell I was because of how fast my clearance went through for airport tarmac clearance, which is a very high clearance. Because the guy came back to me and says, who the hell are you?
Right.
He said, most people, their tarmac pass takes 2.5 years to come back, and yours came back in 2 weeks. Who the hell are you? And, so I have a clearance level, and, I am known of. I don't know what happened after Reagan, because like I said, that was literally the last government contact I majorly had. I've had a few out of the side, sort of almost I could attribute warnings.
Yeah.
To keep me, blissfully fearful, not to say too much, including of half of my house being fried on one occasion right after I downloaded some Library of Congress information proving my story. But I don't need to prove it because there's far more documentation beyond that now, including my track record of how I can draw stuff ahead of time and how my far-seeing skills, and the fact that the Far-Seeing Academy, the Far-Seeing Project is now declassified, and we can talk about that, and Major Dames, et cetera, et cetera. And so, Project Looking Glass, yes. I don't know too much about that. Mine was called the Far-Seeing Project. The new Looking Glass may have been a further project after I left. I don't know. But you don't get a lot of information down. It only goes up. You never get anything. You're sequestered and told what to do, not asked. So
I can't imagine people wanting to work in an environment like that.
Well, apparently, they treated it like it was supposed to be an honor and a duty. And to me, it was a sequestration, and I didn't want to be part of it. Well, I saw more. I didn't like the people I was talking to.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't going to stick around in an environment where these people were insulting me to my face, and especially after, Dr. You-know-who, I could say his name, but I don't want to publicly down him. He's retired now anyway. Was a senior climatologist as of late. where he was screaming in my face and literally spitting in my face. And that's why to this day I remember as much as I do, because it was an anagram that was laid in my brain that made me remember shit that I believe, messed with. So that's why I remember portions and large pieces of what I remember. Not that I want to admit too much, because I don't want somebody to come after me for it, but I have pieces. So I haven't seen anybody, and I'm being excruciatingly overly honest about this, but I haven't had my door kicked in a very long time. Thank you. Although I have had ET visit in between.
Dang. So did you ever meet Dr. Harrington?
No, but I was through the grapevine informed that my paper was used in the basis of setting up that group or therein. From what I understand through the timeline, and I'm not trying to brag too much here, but from everything I've learned, they didn't kick up their major base projects on this topic until over 3 years after they had my paper. So there's a missing piece in there. I could make some minor assumptions over, but I believe they had some basis of information already ahead of me. I'm sure they knew stuff ahead of me, but I don't think I told them much, but I don't know what I told them. And maybe I gave them a mathematical equation they didn't have before, because that's why the attention was paid. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, Sabrina says her mom was military and said the same thing as you, that it was supposed to be an honor and for the country to work in the military.
And they got really, really mad at me when I refused to work for them. And, this is, you're going to, it's your duty to, and then they turned it into a threat. And anybody that knows anything about indigos, you can't threaten an indigo. You can't threaten me. I do not blackmail. You're not going to win. And they say, well, no one will believe you and you won't fit in society. You go ahead, and then, your family's on the line. And if you say one word, we're going to deport you and your entire family back to Holland, and which actually probably would have been a good thing. I wish they would have.
Right.
And instead I asked to go back to Montana. They brought me back to Montana in handcuffs. And then I didn't exist, and I had to re-sign up into the world when I got back here, and I was missing for quite a period of time, and no one missed me, not even my family, and I couldn't believe it. And it was like, okay, very interesting. And that experience alone told me volumes that I'll never forget as long as I live.
Yeah, because you said, what was it, that you were gone for months, but they thought you'd only been gone a few days. Is that right?
No, I only thought after when I got back, I
Or was
thought I was
vice
only
versa?
gone for a short period of time.
Okay,
And then
you
when
thought it was a few days.
Yeah,
Is that-
my roommates in the apartment that I was living in, my roommates had emptied my room and put all of my stuff in this back storage area of that apartment and let someone else move in.
So it'd been a while. You've been
Yeah,
gone for real.
yeah, I was gone 3.5, 4 months. I don't know. I mean, and then I came home thinking that everything was normal when it's not. And then they said, oh shit, we rented out your room. Where you been? I went, what are you talking about?
It's only been a few days, and it was really months. Wow.
Yeah, it was quite a while.
What
And
in the world
if you
is going on?
piece together some of the projects I remember working on and the stuff that I do remember being part of, that makes more sense, because I got these little pieces.
Yeah.
And the rest of it's been messed with somehow. So
It makes me wonder if it was like Men in Black, the little flasher.
yeah. I absolutely believe that. Well, I know for a fact that humans have an off switch. But it doesn't shut off your brain. So I'm sure they have a brain memory removing ability too as well. And I think it's been transpired to the American higher ups classified scenario. And I don't know. And it could very easily be in a pen size. It could very easily be a flasher. And the human brain does have an off switch, and it is light associated. So, and tone. There's a tone that they use also. because I've experienced it more than once.
As
It's not
far
fun.
as
It sucks. It's like you don't even want to go there.
no,
You don't want to, and it's affected some of my friends when it happened to them, and when they attempt to deal with the realization that it's real or it's not real, or it's real or it's not real. And they fight with it emotionally. Some people break. Some people become highly paranoid. Other people become completely ignorant and bliss of it and just completely forget it. And it's the people that are fearful of it that scare me, because they overreact and they'll panic react after. And I mean, every time it occurs to you, you roll the dice of what the hell you're going to do, because the best thing you could do is not panic and then try to get along. And although it's not a pleasant experience, the less you experience, the better.
yeah.
And
After you explained that earlier about why you wouldn't go if you were offered to ascend out, it makes sense.
I would rather be aware and facilitate and be part of it than actually do it. Unless I'm, if I'm going to live for 300 more years, yeah, you bet. Okay, yes. Then, if they say, well, if you come with us, you get to live for another 500 years, I would say yes, if that was the case.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that is the only way. If I could live longer, yes. Because I mean, I'm in my 60s now, and the years are not that big anymore in front.
Yeah,
And
I
you think
know.
about this, and when you're getting out of your chair, or you ate, a turkey dinner, and the next thing you know, it's 8 o'clock at night, and you wonder how the hell you fell asleep watching the football game. You go, uh-oh.
Well, you're right. I'd want to feel better if I was going to take on a whole new planet, world.
Yeah. If I could live excruciatingly long and become wise and
Yeah.
better than I am now and learn more, oh my God, yes, I would. I would take that chance. It just depends on who and what you leave behind. And that's the thing. Once you leave it behind, how do you ever connect with it again? And nostalgia and fear and loss, and then you got all of that. And I like back to that dream where I was walking through a mall on an alien world, and it was highly disconnected, and I was a pariah that, like a monkey in a cage, and you just everybody looked at you and you didn't understand what they were saying as they walked by. And it was like, wow. I imagine if I was to go to Zurich and stand in the mall, it would happen the same way. But well, that guy's from Montana. Look at him. He's a monkey in a cage. It's like the time I walked up with a backpack and boots tied to my backpack through downtown Chicago. Boy, did I get looked at. That was hilarious. That's a long walk.
Like, what if, the people or beings, wherever you went, were not open to strangers from another, you might be looked down at by a crowd.
Well, and that's the thing, too.
Any scenario is possible, but
look at what we are.
Right. They might look at us.
We are factory planet Earth workers who have short lives and vulgar habits, and and we smell, and we're wearing clothes that they would probably deem less than what they wear, and we're a subjugated being race that they created. So only if you're coming from the local race, but there's other races that see more in us or less in us, and like us or don't like us, and there's races out there we won't like and we won't be comfortable with, although we have to be. If they're a member of the Federation, you can't go buck the system, and it's just like you can't buck the system here really either. If you're an extremist on any real major part of the system, you will be quelled one way or another.
Right.
If you're a sore thumb, you're a sore thumb, and you'll stand out. And look at our political situation right now; it's very tumultuous, but it will change.
Right, it's
better or for the worse.
Yeah.
And that's the same syndrome. Is there's so much more at play here, and this is part of why disclosure is not easily coming.
Mhm.
Because how do you announce the political situation to the rest of the world that we have to give these guys all our shit and be happy about it?
Right.
What are they giving us? And then you got the greed
Well,
and
like you
argument and
said,
despair and famine and
yeah, I asked you, like, the world leaders who, gather up all the gold they can. What do they get from the aliens
they get to
for?
continue to be in power. Do you know how much it costs to send one astronaut to the space station?
I have no idea.
$50 million.
No way.
Yep.
Really? 50
Could you
million?
imagine if they stopped sending 6 of them and they added that to Social Security, or if they added that to a famine package for Africa, or if they
Right.
added that to the poor people that just lost their houses? Or not that France needs any money, not that Saudi Arabia needs any more money. But my point is, could you imagine if we gave that money to the people in Yemen or the people in Syria?
That's
Could
just
you
when,
imagine
that's when they really don't care about us.
uh, $50 million per astronaut
I know.
per
That's,
flight up to the space station? There is some big issues going on here and how we are spending our money. Now, great that we're up there. Fantastico. Everybody's currently up at the moon and they're not telling us why. It's because there's more shit going on up there too. So point with it is we got some real issues where the money's going, and nobody in politics is even paying a smidge of attention to that, including dumbs deep underground. Whew.
right.
And then we're going to leap off into the conspiracy theories. No, they're not being dismantled. No, they're not being taken children out of there. If anything, they're putting them in there, and I didn't say that. That was more of a joke than serious.
Oh, I didn't know if
Uh,
you read the comment or what.
no, what? Where?
I thought that's what you were doing.
Oh, no, I was just going off left field, being
Yeah, I know. There's a
fiat
lot.
money, not backed by anything but air. Okay. I've owned 2 Fiats. I enjoyed them deeply, and I could actually work on them, although they were expensive on import fees. But they were easy to work on, I can tell you that. And
That's
you could
cool.
push start them too. They had a clutch. Anyway, yeah, the release of the information and whether or not we could instantaneously step up to a higher civilization base in the new science age with any level of comfortable flow is rare. That's a rare percentage. We are not ready.
You don't. Okay.
Well,
probably
look
not
what we got
next.
going. We can't even tell the truth to each other.
Yeah, I know. So it could be many more cycles, maybe, before we get to that point.
Well, question is, when are we going to stop using religious as a tool for hatred and killing?
Yeah, I know.
Look what's going on right now. It's I hate you because you believe something different than I do. When the whole actual premise of that religion is to honor and love thy neighbor, and they've somehow forgotten that. And just because people believe in Allah, or they believe in Shiva, or they believe in any of the 87 Indian gods or anything, is fine with me. I'm not going to run over the border and shoot someone over it or bomb their houses or their children. And that's what's going on right now. And it's just absolutely insane. And I'm not going to invade somebody else's country just to steal their wheat fields, which is what's happening in Russia and the Ukraine. They want their breadbasket. They want their radioactive nuclear power plants. They want their coal mines. They want their salt mines. They want all the shit that's there. That's why they're willing to kill everybody there to get it, but not bomb the living crap out of the real land with a nuke. And that's a lie and a threat. And it's horrible where they all of a sudden decided this is acceptable behavior around the world, and we've got all these wars going on, Yemen, and people don't even know about Yemen. People don't know about the refugees by the millions in the Syrian border right now, and Bashir and all that shit's still going on, and the Sunnis and who the other guys, I can never remember both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
It's horrible, and they're arguing about the what Muhammad said versus what Muhammad's children said, and those poor folks in Saudi Arabia and in Mecca and right now are suffering from flooding, and they're all in for the Hajj, and it's that time of year, and I feel horrible for them. But I mean, the fighting and because of the belief in God is horrible. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. What is religion all supposed to be? And look what you're doing. And if we just shut up and fed everybody instead of kill half the people in Africa, they're all warring over guns and commodities and oil and food. And I mean, their law in Africa, and yet we've got all these petty intermixing governments from around the world,
Right.
China and Russia.
It won't change until the government system changes. There is never going to get any better as long as it stays like it is. That system, those people, they're there to just ruin everything.
Well, I'm wondering about the level of hate. Where did all of this hate come from? Because in the 70s, excuse me, we didn't have that. We didn't, in my generation anyway, we didn't have the hate. And we, went through the 50s and 60s and 70s. We hit the 80s, and all of a sudden it became the me generation.
Yeah.
And everybody just cared about making money for themselves. As long as you got more money and you were successful, and we lost success. Success used to be being wise and intelligent and intellectual and being learned. And that is no longer the case. Now money, no matter how stupid you are and who you had to step on to get it, as long as you got more, then you win. And when did it become monopoly? I thought it was bigger than that.
It's right.
I thought we had a goal. I thought we had a goal to grow and become more.
Well, I think the internet is a big factor, in a dividing way. It's like divided people more than we already were before.
And we learn a lot from it. We also have a closed room where we can say our opinion without much ramifications. It's like being able to yell in a movie theater, which when I was growing up, people used to clap and people used to sing in theaters and stuff like that, but they were respectful. People actually wore a tie and a suit to the movie theater. And if you weren't dressed right, you weren't let in the theater. People have completely forgotten that entire way of life. And, you were respectful to police, and police were respectful to you in return. And people weren't walking around with AK-47s, that's for sure. But anyway, the occasional Western rifle that would hold 6 rounds maybe. But, it's a really questionable world where we've gone to. And I wonder often if the planets are affecting us, because in the astrology of Egyptian and Sumerian texts, the gods have a great effect on the events around the planets, including plagues and rainstorms and passing events and rainbows. And depending on which, art you look at it, which time era from different civilizations throughout the world, they all match. And we took the time to look all that up too.
Right. So Avengers is asking, does the Galactic Federation use money?
I have no idea.
Don't know.
I have no idea I have no idea who's even in the Federation. I know of the Federation, but I don't know who's in the Federation. I know they exist. I mean, there was a limit to the information I was given and what I retained. I know that there's a whole lot more out there than we know. And because what we know has been honed into a sort of a little corner. Our view of science, for example. An example is like SpaceX versus Boeing. Boeing spent like $3, 4, 5 billion trying to develop a new rocket capsule that would go up to the space station. And they have a set of rules in their corporation, the way they do their science. And then SpaceX walks in, and they're a whole bunch of new guys, and they develop their own new company, and then they put in, I think, a third of the amount of money. And Boeing isn't even ready with their first capsule yet, and yet SpaceX has been going up for 8 or 9 runs now, and at a third of the cost, or what, I don't know what the absolute figures are, but I know that the older system of doing things in the good old boys, and sometimes the science field. I mean, we can even go all the way to the academy where all the physicists meet every year. They debate and they stick to a level of their science and their empirical science, and they don't see anything farther than that. And this is why we talk about the citizen science thing, where some of the best science projects come from people's garages, not from the institute at the Berlin Polytechnic, for example. So, some of the greatest discoveries are born in the field, or in the garage, or in a small workshop by, a single craftsman rather than a mega scientist. And that's, what the citizen science thing does, is it allows all of us to raise our level of science. And without permission from NASA, because we know they're lying their ass off. And we've seen thousands of examples. Well, I can't say thousands. We've seen dozens and dozens and dozens of examples of NASA in just blatant lies that were just like, did you really just say that? And stuff that just completely does not make any sense. And you're just going, no. I'm sorry. I graduated 5th grade last week. Wow.
Oh, man.
And they come up with some whoppers all the time, and you can see omissions in what they say when they don't say this and they do say that. Just so long as they get their money next year, but they're not going to really tell us anything.
I mean, maybe it's just I don't know. I mean, I wonder if it's more like a front to funnel money to something. I don't know. Obviously, I don't, but I just feel like.
Well, we also have to look at the target market scientist.
Can't be believed.
Who is this industry that we're feeding? Are these people with a piece of paper on the wall, or are these real scientists?
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. Look who's accredited, look who's not. Do the squeaky wheels get through college? No. The guy who mom and dad paid for him so he could have that piece of paper on the wall, and everything he learned is everything he learned in that college and no more. Mm-hmm. Then they piggyback their science on somebody else's science that came before them, but they're not really scientists. They're people that are part of the system who are seeking their tenure so they can get their next paycheck, so they can send their kids to college and pay for that vacation home and retire.
It just starts all over again.
And right, and I have found more doctors that have those damn plastered PhDs on the wall to be far stupider than the ones that don't put them up on the wall. And there's the rare, really intelligent doctor, but I mean, unfortunately, I have ideas that maybe I'm a little arrogant, but I seem to know a lot more than a lot of people around me. Sorry.
Yeah,
that's how it is. And this is why I, don't get along in society, which we talked about what the government told me years ago. I don't get along well with everyone. I can be a little arrogant and rude, and not even try to be. Just to me, it's just obvious. So, and that's a Sheldon Cooper thing. You're atypical.
Right.
So
I can imagine. I mean, if you can't relate to everybody,
Well, there's people that try to dominate you, and I just smile at them and go, yeah, right. And I don't. It's like every boss I've ever had has either called me an arrogant little bastard or they feared me. And I when I worked for the Red Lion Corporation, first thing when I got over to Eugene, Oregon, when I talked to those guys and walked in the cafe and read what they had going and how they had going, and I said, "Hi, I'm here for the job," and they said, well, "What do you think of the place?" And I told them, and oh boy, they did not like that.
Hmm.
But I had a level of, understanding of how to wait tables and be a waiter and cook flambe and do all of this stuff in a hotel that was not even close to ready for that. And yet these guys are sitting there charging the same prices on the same menu and not serving. And then they send me over here to get their dining room up and running, and yet they're not even remotely ready to do so. And so I walk in there like Gordon Ramsay. And you go in there and you try their. I walked in there and they didn't know who I was, and I sat and I had a couple of meals, and I showed up a couple of days early before I was supposed to be there at that job, and I went in there and was a guest in their coffee shop and in their dining room, and I didn't tell anyone who I was, and they got a little mad about that.
Yeah.
And and yet I know how to walk up and serve a bottle of champagne and everything, and how to lay out the proper fork for
Could have done
for the
critique.
escargot and all, and yeah.
Yeah, you could have done food reviews. That's it.
Oh
Food
yeah, and I used to tableside cook. I had people fly in for my Caesar salad from whatever state I was in at the time. They'd jump in their damn Learjet and go, "Oh, let's go have one of Sam's Caesar salads," and it blew me away.
Boy.
And these guys are spending, $5,000 worth of jet fuel.
Big money, yeah.
And I had a series of rich people start following me around. It was a little weird. And I went to the opera, and I went, I got special backstage passes to this or that concert, and I had benefits from the, Chamber of Commerce and all of this shit.
Yeah.
Briefly, until they worked me to the grave, and then they started. We had issues with the bar manager quit, and then another manager, and then the catering manager quit, and my other manager, who was a night manager supposedly, but never was there, still had his job the entire time, and yet he was never there.
Okay.
Couldn't be found when you needed him, and we were going through remodel at the same time, and it was a nightmare.
Yeah.
And we got some customers got burnt because of bad piping and the hot water and what I don't even remember what all went down at the same time. And then my vacation, which was corporate vacation, got all screwed up. So I left the corporation going, "Look, I got non-refundable plane tickets. I'm getting on that plane. Have a nice day." And off I went. Never went back because they completely they spun everything through the middle of this chaotic nightmare, and I just said, "I'm done. I'm not playing with you people anymore." And that was my 3-piece suit days. But yeah, I used to tableside cook, flambe, cherries, jubilee, bananas Foster, Caesar salad, steak Diane, scampi.
Man.
And I make a really, really killer spaghetti sauce, and I bake pies.
I was getting ready to say the spaghetti sauce. Yeah.
I haven't baked a pie in a very long time, ever since I had visitors,
Pie.
human visitors that forced me to bake a pie. Yeah. And I quit baking pies after that. Although
That was the last it. Yeah.
I've been thinking about it, and here I wanted to do it at Thanksgiving
How
dinner.
long did she stay there? Sam had a visitor once that came.
She popped in on a plane flight and was here in Lolo for 2 weeks, and I literally had to entertain her for 2 weeks. She was a nice enough lady, but she was a little demanding and a kind of a nightmare. But she was a very nice soul.
She demanded Sam make her a pie because Sam had talked about making pies. So that was the last pie I ever made.
I put little messages across some of my cherry pies and stuff, and I posted, and Star Wars and, this and that. And I have a Star Wars waffle maker too, that kind of thing. And anyway.
Right. That's funny. Well.
Yeah.
We're setting another record, it looks like.
Okay, well, maybe we should kill it. It's just after 9 o'clock here.
I know. It's gone from daylight to nighttime.
Well, I looked up and saw 5 hours, and I went, "Wow!" I thought it was 2.
I know, 5.5 hours. I think our longest is like 8 hours. I don't remember. How long was it? You know?
8 hours and some odd.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought.
And we could barely talk by that time.
I was like, why are we torturing ourselves? We don't have to do that, you know?
Well, because we get, it's like a phone call. We get to talking about our favorite
It
topic.
is. Yeah.
And then we, throw a promotional, please listen, and on top of it. So it becomes a little more,
It is like a phone call. I used to lay down with the cord phone, and couldn't go anywhere. But
yeah, I'm going to go play Star Wars.
yeah, that sounds
Well,
like
that's where my brain automatically goes when I get off topic. I'll go, do the space brain some more. And,
right.
Star Wars holder. And I haven't done a marathon Star Wars movie rewatch for number 117, which I have to do yet. And
yeah.
I've seen the series 117 times. Well, I will. Next viewing will be 117.
Oh, you really have? Wow.
Yeah, well, it came out in 1980, and when the new ones come over, I haven't watched the end ones as many times as I have the first one, but I always run them all in sequence and have Star Wars Day.
Yeah.
And
See,
I have all the cartoons and stuff.
It was funny because Jesus, he said the same thing that I told you. Like, I haven't even seen all the Star Wars.
You need to. Yeah, they're actually not hardly even available. You can't buy them in DVD, and I don't think they're online.
I think I saw the first one. I mean, I saw the first one.
See, I knew I bought all those DVDs for a reason. Yeah. And
never got into it.
I had all the VHS, and I still have some of the original Star Wars VHS, and the director's cut and all of that. But I do like the new versions that they remastered. But I watch 1 through 9 now or something like that regularly. Wow, it's got a space in your brain.
Right. I'll have to try it out sometime.
Well, it makes me, I hit a comfort zone. I feel comfortable. I'm more comfortable knowing that, that we live in a Star Wars like world, because we do. And we're just the Ewoks stuck on the moon, not knowing we're Ewoks on a moon,
Like you say, it's more realistic than anything, it's just, that's how it really.
The people don't imagine that there's rogue visitors that are not factional, that aren't part of this group or that group or that group, and they come and go and come and go and come and go and come and go.
That's crazy. You just don't.
Yeah, and we don't even fathom the amount of visitation that Earth has. And you can see it in videos all over the place all the time on YouTube, that they catch this thing happening. And that the other day I saw one where there were like 4 or 5, 6 people in a group of streets on some seed webcams, where a whole bunch of people just vanished, and then all the people around them noticed they vanished. It's not like they vanished like CGI vanished. The people actually noticed they vanished.
Right.
And there was a group of them in 4 different cameras that just vanished. Now, I don't know the absolute validity of that video. I watched it like 5 times, and I went, very interesting.
I thought, what if those are fake? But I don't know.
Well, we do know there's invisible technology. We know that. We know that. I personally have seen something that grabbed me that was invisible. So.
Yeah.
And it wasn't invisible cloth per se. This thing was, whatever it was absolutely invisible. But it grabbed me nonetheless and smacked me face first on the counter. So, I mean, that was real. Unless that was, I'm not even going to say it was a ghost or anything. I never even thought about that. Never assumed it would be a ghost pasting me face down. Interesting. I never even thought about that.
But something reached out and touched you.
Grabbed my arm, and you could watch my arm depress, and my arm went flat on the desk in front of me, my left arm. And I watched my arm muscles squeeze in, and I looked down at it, and I knew I wasn't moving. I didn't change my muscles at all to make that happen. I watched it happen out of the corner of my eye, and then I knew I couldn't move. And the next thing I know, I turned my head a little bit. Next thing I know, I'm kissing keyboard. So,
Yeah, and then got a bloody nose.
No, I got cut in the back of my ear.
Is that what happened? Okay, I
Yeah,
thought it was.
they were trying to sample me or tag me or something, but I had a cut on the back of my left side, the back of my ear. And the next day I couldn't even find the wound, but I mean I bled everywhere. I left a trail from this room all the way to the other end of the house into that bathroom, and then I grabbed a handful of toilet paper and reached for my gun. And then by the time I got my gun, I had to grab another wad of toilet paper because the blood was running down my elbow.
Good grief.
Yeah, and I'm leaving because when you get a big head wound, you bleed like a stuck
Yes,
pig.
right,
It
right.
was pouring out of me, and I left a trail everywhere. And then I went back through the kitchen, and I'm grabbing my third wad of paper towels now to stop this blood. First two were toilet paper, and the third one was paper towels, and then I'm going in there with my gun. And then I could still smell it, and that's the thing where I didn't think of a ghost, when you could actually smell there was a creature in the room. Anyway, dun dun dun.
Yeah, I hope it never happen again. I hope that
those are those things you don't want to have happen. Everybody says, "Oh, I wish I had an ET." Oh, you don't.
No.
Yeah, the next day I couldn't even find the wound, but the blood was still all over. I cleaned most of it up, but there was still blood.
Yeah, there's no guarantee it's going to be friendly. It's not like a movie or something where it.
Well, it depends on how they treat you. I mean, each individual, if he's doing a job, then you never know what the factional agenda is, so you have no clue how you're going to be treated.
But the Pleiadian was friendly, right?
Yeah, but not at first.
Oh, okay.
We were still being, turned off and then dealt with.
Uh-huh.
And, that's an invasion. Nobody likes to be turned off and then taken into the ship. That kind of thing.
Oh, boy.
Because they turn you off, they walk out there, the little gray guys pick you up and carry you into the ship. They examine you, sample you, do whatever they do, put you back, and then leave. 15 minutes to a half hour later, you wake up wondering what the hell just happened.
Like you just feel like something is off, but you can't place it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Now I'm gonna be paranoid.
And you don't immediately snap back to normal. You're back slowly. You're confused, and it's a stage where you go literally from your animal brain to your cognitive brain slowly, and you don't notice the transition.
A couple of people are talking about how they eat people, and why do they get violent? Are they violent, or is that just they're all different? Some are good, some are not so good.
I don't think there's much people eating going on. I think that has to do with a whole lot of rumor. Yeah, there are quite a few people that disappear every year. I can't completely say that it doesn't happen, but I doubt seriously that it does.
That's good.
7 foot tall lizards. The lizards are not that tall. Or wait a minute, let me rephrase that. The one I met was not that tall. He was more like 5'8".
Wow. Okay.
And they're, and they got really cool skin. There's it's partial human, partial reptile. And they're cool as hell to look at. They're also scary as hell to look at. Instant respect. Thank you. Don't kill me. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. Wow.
Don't eat me. Yeah, I'm just joking. But, I don't think the lizard people would eat us. And then and then people go immediately, demons, strong ghost, have a smell. Okay, well, I don't believe in demons. Demons is an invention from the Roman Catholic Church to depict aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Although I do know that there are spirits and poltergeists and pukas and things like that, and some beings from other minor close dimensions that could almost be chalked up as demons, but they're actually not. Because demon is an invention of the Roman Catholic Church. Hell, purgatory, all of that.
Well,
human opinion. There are beings galore to worry about out there, and one does not want to open the door to them.
It's just
But
crazy how, I mean, when you talk about how there are billions of other races, yet this whole planet, not everybody, but most people on the whole planet think we're the only ones. They
well, we see too many ETs flying by every day. Reports come in. Just go to the YouTube; they're all over. And when their ships, and
or
a lot of them,
something, right?
a lot of them
Obvious.
been called unmanned because they don't believe that a being could be inside of a vehicle that travels that fast and changes direction that fast, because that would kill humans if we were to turn a corner that quickly. The G-force alone would kill us. We'd just go splat inside of our spaceship if we turned that fast. Yeah, G-force and all of that. The human can't handle what these machines are doing, so they call them UAVs or whatever. Now that they've got different guides, and of course that's these round orbs. And I truly believe the orbs are orbs. They're like drones, just like we have drone cameras all over now. They're drones,
right?
And they're computerized, and they're probably AI self-aware drones.
Maybe with cameras or something.
Oh, absolutely, with cameras. They're filming 360 degrees every inch of what they're screen.
I get it now. Drones, cameras. Okay.
Yeah, they're autonomous robots, for God's sakes.
Oh, great. I hope that doesn't become the norm.
They travel. Well, yeah, they travel in 3s. They travel in 5, 7. We've seen thousands of sightings of them over the last decade, even. And then we go to the bigger ships, and the containers and the tubes and the Star Destroyers, and then the fighter craft.
Yeah.
Texas Cube, Longbox Cube, Empire Orb, and other smaller orbs. Open back ships that we've seen. Other ships.
There's just one Texas Cube and just one Longbox Cube, right? Is it?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think we've seen any. We've seen 2 orbs and stuff like that, but I haven't seen multiple cubes next to each other. I don't think, except other than the 2.
So, but what is it when you do see multiple cubes, like smaller ones? Like you'll see.
It's entirely possible that they have a regular cube, smaller. But they're not the standard placed, I'm orbiting here cube that we've documented, because they're always there. And I mean, we just forget to talk about them all the time or look for them most of the time. But and every once in a while you can't help but see it, and because there's the side orb, and it's not the right size to be the lead asteroid, and it's not the green asteroid. So what is that round thing? And then boom, you see the dark box sitting next to it, and you go, oh, there's the long box. Christ, it was hiding. I didn't see it, but there it is now. And that's why I always say to everybody, and I typed this up a couple hundred times, the side orb always gives away the long box or the Texas. Okay. Because there's always that one too small asteroid that's out of place that you're going, huh? What's that? And I see it, and that's what drags my eye in. And then because a lot of times I'll fall for it's a cloud, and then I have to look closer and go, wait a minute, no, I know that pattern. Yeah, there's those 3 lines. Oh shit, that's the long box cube. Because you see the side orb, there's the lines that go off of it, which is not natural.
Yeah.
And they're usually horizontal or vertical or angular, depending on which direction the cube is going in. Is it a flat base? And no, by God, look, it's square, and it's casting a shadow. Well, look at that, and ta-da, there it is. And the eye doesn't always grab it. That's the thing. We get hundreds of pictures coming in, and I don't always grab it until I'll come back to it the 3rd or 4th time and look at it or use it or post it and comparative post it and go, hey, wait a minute. There's the long box cube right there, So I don't always see everything, but, this is why we collect it.
Right. You see more than anybody else, though. I know that. You can.
Well, I've been at it longer than anybody else.
Yeah, I know. From the very get-go.
Well, yeah. I see it, I mean, I read, fantasy sci-fi novels for years, and there was this one series called the Dragonlance Chronicles, and they had a wizard in there, and he saw planets because of his abilities in spellcasting, where he saw planets that the other people around him did not. And there was something called a wizard's moon, and all of that. And every time, people say to me, "Well, you see it and we don't," and I just think of that. And go, yeah, okay. So this has got. It's like the second moon. I've watched the second moon behind our moon for years. Nobody else sees it. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. You can't see that. And I just do. I see it. It's there.
Yeah.
I've watched it for like 6 or 7 years now, and I mean, I got to the point where I stopped talking about it because nobody agreed with me. And I went, "It's got it." I'm up here in Montana. There's two crescents, super full moon for 3 days, and nobody questions that. We don't, like Jesus talks about. Nobody even sees the phases of the moon like it used to be. It used to go through this cycle where you saw the glimpse and the crescent, and then you saw the quarter, and then you saw the half, and then you saw the 3/4, and then you saw the full, and then it went to a crescent, and then it went dark. Then you didn't see it for like a week, and then it came back in that crescent and grew up another quarter, and then it grew to a half, and it went through the cycle always. You don't even see any of that now. And it's like people have forgotten real basics.
Well, but they're not taught that, so they, the whole art of knowing that has been forgotten on purpose.
Yeah, back to high noon again. I mean, wow. Yeah. I mean, hello. I grew up at noon, the sun was directly over my head all my life. Not now.
Right, that's true.
And
I never.
It's such a huge part of it. I got to go check something. 2 seconds.
Okay. I think we were going to get off here like 2 seconds ago. More like 20 minutes ago. I don't know. It's crazy how that just keeps flying by. It's just 20, like almost 20 minutes.
I've caught us doing that in quite a few of our podcast shows where we're thinking we're going to get off, and then we spend another hour and a half talking.
Oh boy!
And then Jesus just goes a little bit more, and then I go some more, and then you say some more.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. It's just, and then you leave on a good note.
Well,
no more music, man.
Did it end? It probably did.
No, I think I can hear it now.
Maybe, I don't know. I guess I did figure out how to hit loop on it. So
it might have been down for just a second there.
Yeah.
I do hear it now. Anyway, we can wind it up now because it was coming up on 9 o'clock, and now it's 9:25. So
it's been a really good show. We had a good crowd the whole show.
I'll check the YouTube count within 10 minutes from now, and it'll be up there.
Yes, it will show us back in from what I can see. It's
your other shows have 800 or so views within a week, and so you're doing pretty good.
I'm pleased. I mean, really, for just starting out, right? That's really good.
And the rewatches, and of course your thumbnail. If you get to somehow choose a thumbnail.
I
makes
do.
a huge difference.
I'm going to work on,
And then, if you can have a standard show intro that runs for a short enough time, but is properly musicked and properly announced, and then that's your cover story. And then you have to remember that when you're watching on a smart TV, and you're sitting there and you scroll over to the front of a video, if you leave it sit there for a second, it'll play the first few seconds of the video. And then it'll actually talk, if you hadn't chosen on your TV yet, it'll talk through aloud, and then it fades away within a few numbers.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
So if you have that introduction grab where you get the proper music and the announcer going, another Citizen Science episode from,
yes. I like
do that.
Right. Okay.
And that's your grab. And remember, everybody's getting more likes and more views from girls in bikinis. I'm joking.
That just fits perfect with all this.
Well, we gotta get Leander to do a cover. I'm kidding.
Right.
I'm gonna scream for me for saying that. I apologize. I was kidding. Although no.
You're not against it, so
I'm sure she looks far better in a bikini than I do. But
Yeah.
anyway, bad joke.
Yeah, could be scary.
But yeah, what you said on your face cover really makes whether or not people click on it, on your thumbnail.
I like all your advice. I do. And I can totally see that being nothing but good and helpful, So work on thumbnails and get an intro.
Yeah, a show intro, standard intro,
Yeah.
where
I want to. I just have not
and
had
then you
it.
stick with that music for a period of time, and then you can change it later.
Yeah.
But you just stick through it, so it becomes like a catchphrase song. And plan that one. And I think you should use Nara. I really do.
If I can, I will. I'm going to write this down again.
That's to this day, Nara is my favorite connected song to Nibiru. Is that music when it first starts up that grabs me? That reminds me of the early days when we were studying Nibiru. And
Okay.
I've always thought that's just that's that iconic nostalgic song that's stuck in a spot.
I think there's a minute of it on, because I know if I can find it on TikTok.
If you can get the official classical version of it, then I don't think you have a copyright issue.
I'll check it and see.
Okay.
Cool. I will. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and end it here, I guess. And thank you all for being here. We had, like I said, a good crowd. A lot of you all were here from the start, so that I'm impressed. But we will be back Tuesday evening. So in just a few days, we'll be back with myself, Sam, Jesus, and Zane Berry, which Jesus and Zane go way back together, and they always wanted to have a show together, so they'll be on this show together. So that's kind of cool.
Good. Maybe a show where I get to listen instead of talk all night long.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm joking. I never shut up.
I was going to say maybe, but I don't think so.
I don't know how. Yeah.
No, but anyways, I'm looking forward to that one, and hope you all can join us. And until then, y'all take
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night, and we'll chat again soon. Bye. Thank you, Sam. Bye.
Bye.